Okay, I have started. So fingers crossed. This is the moment of truth.
For the happiness of some. I hope not. Maybe. But
You've done an
anyway,
amazing job this morning, mate. It's been absolutely
thanks a lot,
fantastic. It's been a
and
long 4 hours for all of you, so that you've done really, really well.
thanks a lot. Good luck, and keep an eye on. Uh, I will say all of them. I'm not entirely sure who you should take an eye on. But anyway, it's been great. See you all next time. I hope.
See you, Christian. It's been a pleasure.
Right, let's get these other little bits up and running. And while I'm doing that, better introduce myself quickly. Tim Lunn, here to broadcast the final stint of the race, the last 4 hours. Also joined by John Dalton and Timmy. Absolutely pleasure to meet the pair of you as well. This is actually the first time we've properly met.
Indeed it is. Never met you before, Mr. Tim Lunn, but myself and Tim Peck, of course, know each other via the RCI community. So, I mean, you can introduce yourself a little bit if you'd like. Of course, to the viewers at home, we did the same for Christian at the beginning. Of course, got him involved in that one as well.
Yeah, I am just making sure I am giving you the correct info. Apologies. For some reason, and we all love a bit of Discord from time to time, it just decides to throw a bit of a wobbly and show you all the wrong thing. So hopefully that should be the right thing that you can all see now.
Does look all good on my end, indeed on this one. We can now see what is going out to Twitch. So hopefully normal broadcasting is back with you guys on Twitch. A few of you in chat have already said, you know, it's worked, it's done well, it's done its job. Flawless TM on the handover and all that good stuff. So yeah, we bring you back to the action now. Marcel Stanger still leading with the Pulse SimSport car, the number 52. Of course, followed by very closely Bischoff on a charge to try and come back to the lead. Valentin Barrier just behind him for the Yas Esports, Yassi Esports team in the 296 Ferrari, and just behind him as well, Veloce, of course, the big kind of losers, should we say, at the start. Started on just about the wrong tyre, although pitted at, let's say, the right time to take the dry tyres back, and then that of course put them out of sync with everybody else. So when the second stage of the rain came, they were in perfect position to take the ideal tyre once again without losing out massively. So yeah, it's been a good race so far. Tim Peck, you've been with me for an hour or so now. So yeah, it's all to play for still at this stage. You know, you still can't call it really.
Absolutely. There's no way of telling what's going to happen next. You mentioned Veloce Esports falling to the back. What we can see on our screens now, George Boothby behind the wheel helped to bring this car up into fourth place position. That was with the help of teammates Malinowski and Caracas as well. So together they've put that car all the way back up into fourth, now chasing down Valentin Barrier ahead, who is driving for the Yas Heat Esports car. Originally those two were fighting out. It looks like a big gap has now formed between the Yas Heat and the Veloce Esports drivers. Nonetheless though, up into fourth place, they're one position up from where they started, and that is good enough for the Veloce Esports team. John, we're now into that last half of the race. There's 4 hours left to go. And what changes in the endurance race here? What are the main changes that happen when you get into that final half of the race?
So you kind of get to this like last half of the race. You've seen the clock ticking down. You know, you started 4 hours ago thinking 8 hours, plenty of time. You know, can do it all. And maybe halfway through the race, maybe things haven't quite gone your way. Maybe they have gone your way, such in the case of the Pulse SimSport guys. Of course, Stanger leading the race at the helm. You know, all he's got to do is basically nail the laps, keep it penalty free, keep it out of any traffic, don't get caught for speeding in the pit lane, and don't spin the car. So he's just basically got to do damage limitation for the next 4 hours. People like Bischoff, Barrier, Boothby, Apostle, Steinbrenner, Seville, Kolosov, Kraus and Appel, all in the top 10, basically have to get their foot down if they want to take a win. Of course, lots of points on the table today, of course, for the championship race, and you do want to kind of keep it as a such where you are, you know, in that ideal position to take maximum points away from round one. So when you get to round 8 of Bathurst, you don't have to start panicking thinking, how am I going to win this? I'm going to have to pull everything out. And yeah, it's going to be absolutely crazy and very tricky indeed.
Yeah, so obviously I sadly missed the beginning of the race on this one. I was on dad duties most of the morning, but still seems like some really good battles going on. A little bit further down the grid, not so many at the pointy end of the field, but plenty going on further down here. I think the battle for 12th place and 11th place is still very much hot. So who has been the big movers and shakers in your mind so far then?
Well, I'd have to say it's probably Veloce, right? I mean, John, I'm sure you'd agree with me here that Veloce have been some of the big movers. Started in second place, pushed himself up into first very quickly as they were the only team to start on the wet tyre compound because the track was damp, but it was drying up very quickly. Because of that, they had to pit early, and that took them all the way to the back of the field. Now you can see George Boothby behind the Veloce sports car, brought it all the way back up into that 4th place position. So picture any position on the track, and that Veloce sports car has been there at some point in this race. And a couple of other drivers, the Symphony of Pistons team finds themselves up further in the field than they were before. They're currently in 18th place. They're the number 100 car driven currently by Bauer on your screen right now. But yeah, so they've fought themselves back up into 18th place. They had a stop and go earlier, which took them from the top 10 all the way down into 20th. And then also the driver you were looking at just now, Alina Formula for the what's the name of their team again? It's the
Unicorns of Love.
The Unicorns of Love team. That's the name I was looking for.
It's
for the Unicorns of Love team. They were. I know it. It's like one of the easiest to remember, and I somehow forgot it. But they were in second. They've recently fallen through the field as they were just struggling to get used to the car around the other pro drivers with them too at the moment. So they're going to be hoping to try and retain some of these positions and hopefully climb back up through the field later.
Yeah, of course, Unicorns of Love choosing Formula Lina for one of their driver lineups today. And yeah, maybe just not gelling with the pace of these kind of pro drivers. Of course, some very big, scary names. And racing is very much a mental game as it is a physical game. Of course, if you're kind of disjointed by some of your opponents, I know when I've raced in lower splits, I feel much more relaxed than when I race in kind of top split. It certainly gets the nerves going, it gets the heart pumping, and you kind of almost, you don't make silly mistakes, but you just kind of let it play in the back of your mind and you start overthinking, you lose your focus, you start missing kind of braking points, apexes, etc., and it just kind of has a downward spiral on your mental mood as a driver, and you can't let that get to you. You just have to focus on the job at hand. All Lina has to do right here is just keep it out of trouble, keep it on the straight and narrow, and just literally pound in the consistent lap times. And nearly cursed the commentator is a little bump there from the Italian job boys as they go through, and now she's about to be swarmed by Visceral, the Jardia community team, and I think that's Warhammer Racing on the inside in the Iron Lynx car as well. So everybody trying to get a piece of Lina at the moment, and it's not a nice situation to be in, Tim Peck. I'm sure you've been in a similar scenario where you've just been swarmed by a load of cars, and it's very tricky to decide where to place your car almost.
What are you trying to say about my driving here, John? I consider myself a very good driver, in fact. No, of course, I have been in that situation where there are several cars around you, you don't know where to go, and in that case, you do have to hand it to Lina here for just being able to navigate through the field. It's very difficult. One slight mistake can see you go into someone else, and here they are under pressure from one of the cars behind them. I don't believe this is for position, but nonetheless, Lina is going to get slightly swallowed up in the field here. You can see the number 81 car coming through as well, so still struggling to get up to pace as Lina Formula. But yeah, as you were saying, swarmed by cars around you, one small mistake can see you accidentally take out several other cars with you as well. It's not an ideal situation to be in the slightest, and it is a huge amount of pressure for a driver as well. So to be able to keep that car out of trouble is good. Of course, they're driving the Mercedes, one of the cars that handles curbs a little bit better here. Something we were talking about is that the Ferrari it's not quite as good at handling curbs. We've seen it so many times today. If a Ferrari touches one of the raised curbs, it's not going to be coming out of it very nicely. It's going to get spat straight into a wall. So at least Lina has that going for her, in that the Mercedes can just deal with those curbs a little bit better, and then that reduces the chance of
Yeah, Mercedes quite a safe kind of car choice, shall we say. Obviously, the engine over the traditional axle at the front, not kind of in the middle or over the rear. And you just saw there how much she could really abuse the curbs and the grass and still manage to bounce out facing the right way. Had that been a Ferrari, like we've seen a few times now, the rear suspension kind of compresses, extends, and then just keeps kind of bouncing its way out of corners. We've seen it in turn 6 here. The Visceral car caught the exit curb very nastily earlier, found themselves towards driver's left, slapping itself down the armco, picking up a big load of damage for the pit stop on that one. And yeah, just not really having a great time. But looking back now, we've got Lucas Road here for the Sim RC Community Aston, the number 76. We saw them quite strong earlier on, now battling with the 222 of Reslinger down into the bus stop chicane. Aston on Aston action. It's going to be very tricky to find a way past your opponent. Of course, we saw it earlier with the Ferraris, where equal machinery, of course, means equal bop, which of course means it's ever so more harder to find that extra kind of tenth or so that you need just to get round and round the outside into chute. Very brave move indeed. A little bit too much squeeze and a little bit of rubbing from the Sim RC Community car on the inside, but Lucas Road does find his way up the outs, or around the outside should we say, on that one that of course does become the inside as we go up the hill and follow downwards after that. So he can fix his eyes ahead now to the number 54 of Radizi in the pure SimSport Mercedes ahead of him there. But a few penalties still outstanding to be served for those of you keeping track at home. Kolosov in P8 still has a 5-second for the Armamentario car, and unfortunately the Symphony of Pistons car does have 20 seconds to its name as well. And Tim Peck, we were speaking earlier about damage limitation, and Symphony of Pistons, I think they're going to have to spend the next 3 hours and 51 minutes doing exactly that.
Yeah, they definitely need to climb faster now than they were before. Of course, the incident that saw them, when they had to do the stop and go, that saw them go all the way back into 20th, was a good couple of hours ago now, John. So they do need to start climbing a bit faster than they have done already. Luckily for them, they're on the back now of the RCI eSports car, looking to try and get a move on Benjamin Harmon, who's behind the wheel of the number 799 at the moment. But Simon Bauer, they've come into this car in 18th place. I suspect that last time they were in this car, that was a lot further up the field for them. So now a lot more cars to clear, and there are some big gaps. You can see Radizi, the number 54, a bit further up the field, 40 seconds between them and the unicorns of Love driver Lena Formula as well. So a lot of ground to cover now. It's not going to be as easy as it was to catch up as it was at the beginning when Veloce did it, but still 3 hours 50 minutes left in this race. The potential is there to climb, but saying that, they have just been overtaken. They're under pressure now from the number 199 car, which has just taken the position off them. They're going to promote themselves up into that 18th place, and SOP, when they're looking to climb, are going to find themselves going backwards again instead, John.
Yeah, Visceral, of course, as well. Behind there, a little bit of contact on the passing. I think that's a low-fuel motorsport Ferrari. Just about avoided the back of the Symphony of Pistons car, and we did say damage limitation is going to be key for them. And unfortunately, maybe that's not to be in this race at the moment, as they slip down another position to P19, losing a good chunk of time to the car ahead. Simon Bauer's just going to be wanting to kind of forget this race maybe ever happened, as we turn to a glorious instant replay here. He breaks into the corner, misses the apex slightly. Visceral sees a gap, goes for it, and unfortunately the space just wasn't there. Collision happened, and luckily the low fuel motorsports Ferrari, the 255, I believe that's Steinbrenner, currently up in P6 trying to find their way through on traffic. So luckily they didn't get collected, otherwise the P6 might have become much further down. Of course, if you have to pit for damage or anything at this point, it's not going to be good. And we have an incident there, the number 41 TF Racing and the number 76 Sim RC Endurance Cup, lap 134, turn 3, now under investigation as well. So stewards are still very busy, even in this latter half of the race. They are still very active, still very awake, and they are watching every single move you're making on the track. So the idea here is to not fall foul of the stewards, of course, and find their way into their penalties, as Fleischer in the 144 Porsche has now picked up a drive-through penalty. Not sure what that was for, Tim, but I'm sure it's going to be a track limits. Judging by where he is on the lap, of course, turn 1, very easy to run wide and fall foul of the ACC system.
Absolutely, turn 1. It's one of those turns where you can go wide, like you said, pick up a track warning. Again, the bus stop chicane, it's not easy to pick up a track warning there, but if you do ride the curve a bit too much, it can actually spit you out so fast that you get a track cut warning for that as well. So potentially that's where they picked up the driver, is just probably cutting the track one too many times. Of course, ACC gives you 3 warnings, then on that 4th track cut offence is when you get the drive-through penalty. So that's what the 144 Team 1 FF is going to have to deal with now. Unfortunate at this stage in the race, because as you were saying, John, you're in that last half of the race, and this tends to be where penalties, you get less of them for incidents, because you're all a bit more aware of where you're driving. You're just trying to keep out of trouble now, and most cars have sorted themselves out into a comfortable position on the track. However, it can actually also go both ways, and you can pick up more incidents in this latter half purely based on track cutting alone. That's something that a lot of these drivers are now going to have to be careful of today, because it's one thing to get a drive through for track cuts in a 1 hour race. It's another thing when you've got 8 hours to avoid cutting the track 4 times. Even for professionals, that can be quite a tall order.
Yeah, it's a very tall order indeed, especially when these guys, such as they are, the top of their game, pushing their limits. They're wanting to find every single tenth they can on their opponents. And if it means kind of, running that little bit wider than the guy in turn 1, cutting a little bit more curb in the bus stop than the guy behind you to stay ahead of him, then you're going to be seeking all those advantages that you can. As we know, turn 1 track limit is the curb, so as long as you've got 2 wheels on that exit curb, you're normally all right on that phase. But around the lap, there's a few extra tarmac bits, turn 8 being one of them, as you break downhill and obviously run out wide before turn 9. You cut back onto the NASCAR loop, essentially, as we now see Ren Velten Esports coming under pressure from the Prime E Racing team. And I'm wondering at this latter half of the race, Tim Peck, if some drivers at the start might have been gearing for a fully wet race, might have set the car up to be as such. And now the drier weather is coming in. Okay, temperatures haven't really changed that much. They're still fairly stable, 17 air and 20 track, although the dry track is going to be the crucial thing. Are we going to see some cars on a drier setup now start making their way up the field?
That's a great point. I hadn't even considered that up until when you just said it just now. But of course, starting the race with a damp track, it wasn't raining. So perhaps you think it was a bit of an oversight to maybe go for a wet setup. However, the track was damp, and maybe with the chance of rain looming, a lot of drivers then went, okay, it's safer to take the wet setup and just roll with that in case it does rain again. So struggling maybe a bit in the dry because of that. Of course, you want to, when you're building setup, you want to find that happy medium between something that performs well both in the wet and in the dry. Of course, sometimes though teams opt into being more daring, going for a wet setup completely or a dry setup completely as well. So who knows, it could just be that some teams here, they saw that it was drying up at the beginning and just assumed, okay, it's probably not going to rain further, let's just go for a full-on dry setup. And now we're seeing those kick into action. The track's 20 degrees. We've had optimum track performance now for the last 2 hours, basically, since it stopped raining. And as you can see on the weather radar, for the next 30 minutes at least, it's still going to remain sunny. So you're going to see these dry setups really kick into action now. A lot of the drivers that are perhaps more confident as well in the dry will be settled in the car. They'll be putting out some good laps. What we were saying earlier about George Boothby, he's now in the car, and he's notoriously known in that team for the Veloce Esports of being the dry weather driver. They're going to be a lot more settled as well. So it's interesting that you pointed out that perhaps some cars are on wet setups. I think that's definitely a possibility, and it could be why we're seeing a couple of teams here start to change in pace quite drastically.
Yeah, we're going to see some big movers and some big shakers. Of course, the timing board on the left shows how many positions each car has won or lost from their qualifying position, of course. So we've got some really big gainers. I think there's somebody up in the 16s and the 18s nearly on their gains. So excited to see who will win that €100 prize pool at the end of round 1. And of course, if you are just joining us and you're wondering what this is all about, this is of course the Virtual Endurance Masters, which will essentially give whoever wins it the race title of Virtual Endurance Master. 49 teams competing in 8 endurance races to win the coveted title, racing from March to November. So round 1 has kicked off today with Watkins Glen with 8 hours. Of course, next month in April 15th, just before the update, we have Paul Ricard for 24 hours. And then the turning point will be May 6th where we head to the Nürburgring for 8 hours. Of course, this will be after the ACC 1.9 rumoured update release date, where we'll see new cars such as the new Ferrari, the new Porsche, and a new Lambo, if anybody did pick it, which of course they haven't. So the Nürburgring will be an interesting round to watch on that one as well. June 3rd takes us to round 4 to the Circuit of Americas for 12 hours in the States. July 29th, we then fly to Japan for Suzuka for a whopping 8 hours around there. That's going to be a tricky one for the drivers. It's a bit of a relentless circuit, Suzuka. Not a lot of breathing space in between corners and straights. And then we head over to Italy for August 26th, where we head to Imola for 12 hours. As we see a car off now, the Prime E Racing number 77 slamming itself down the Armco on the left-hand side. White flags out, of course, to indicate a slower car there. Not sure what's happened, but he stopped in a very awkward place indeed. That's kind of right on the turning point. He does get the car going again. A little wiggle of the steering wheel. The Unicorns of Love Friends car is essentially coming behind now. This will be for position on the Prime E Racing car. They are up 4 positions on where they started, but a little issue there from Maximilian Schwanke on the Prime E Racing 77 Mercedes. So this is going to be a fight to watch. Not sure what happened there, but we'll keep our eye in the LFM Discord to see if we get any news from his teammates. And then we have September 30th for Silverstone for 8 hours before rounding up in November 25th over in Australia for the 24 hours of Mount Panorama. So it's a good mix of circuits. Some cars will excel at others better than they will, elsewhere. BOP will be a talking point, as it always is, and I'm curious to see how the new machinery will cope with this as we now watch from the rear wing of the Prime E Racing car. You see there's a little bit of damage across that rear wing, Tim. Not sure what happened there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened and why that damage was picked up, but the Prime E Racing now heavily under pressure from Unicorns and Friends behind. Of course, you can see the damage on the car. We saw that the contact was quite big as well, and that's unfortunate. You're just going to slow the car down even more, but luckily it's right in that pit stop window for them. They're going to peel off into the pits now, get that car fixed back up. It will add time to their pit stop, John, but luckily that's all it's going to add, because the other problem is, if that happens right after you come out the pits, you're in trouble. You are driving that car either with the damage, or you're taking an extra pit stop right after you've just had a pit, which is not ideal at all, and you're then losing loads of positions where you don't need to. Luckily for them, it happened just before they actually needed to pit. So for Prime, it's weird to say it, that is the ideal place to have an accident, is the lap before you need to pit anyway.
Tiny bit of insight on that one. I did notice as soon as they entered the back straight, it was already white, so slow. It's showing that it was a slow car. So I wonder if it was coming up to their pit stop, if that is a mistake of the wrong button on the steering wheel and someone cycled the ignition, and in typical ACC you have to come to a complete stop. 77 is yellow flag again with this car 77. So what has happened there? Something drastically going wrong for that team, and they've returned to the pits.
Yeah, I did see him come out the pit lane, I think, when you just started talking there, Tim Lunn, of course. And then, teleported back to the pit lane. So not sure what's happening there. But, yeah, it's all too easy to, of course, kill the car. We've had a few people at RCI do that in the past, and a few in the RCI esports team, I believe, have been subject to that before as well. So very easily done. We are all human. We all do make mistakes. But, yeah, unfortunately, some cars in ACC do have to come to a complete stop in order to get the car going once again. And we do see a cycle of pit stops coming around now. We've had Sebastian, we've had Bischoff down the pit lane on lap 142, along with Valentin Barrier. Robin Schaefer took his stop on lap 141. So we've still got the leader Stanger to pit, Boothby still to pit, and Apostle still to pit as well. So all eyes towards the top kind of end of the field. But Simon Bauer is still yet to take their 20-second penalty in their pit stop, which should be looming anytime soon. The good thing about the weather forecast, of course, it's staying sunny now. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we will not see any more curveballs thrown into the mix, and these drivers can just kind of focus on driving nice, dry conditions. The Yas Heat car still with the fastest lap. Samir Foch now back into that one as well in the 296. So great to see Foch cycling back through again. Bischoff is out of the Kramer car. We've then got Ida back in as well, a young driver, so hopefully going to be coached along by Mavix a little bit in that one. Apostle still out front. Boothby now down the pit lane as well for Veloce, so keep your eye on who they decide to put in that car. Of course, Boothby has done a single stint. We then got, who else have we got in the car? We've got Malinowski and Caracas. Caracas being the driver that kind of started the car to hand it to Malinowski for a brief period, and then Boothby found his way back in the car. And Stanger now with some traffic ahead, although a very healthy gap to the West Competition racing car behind. So he's not going to be in a hurry to get past these cars, but he's going to want to do it kind of soon. And if he's maybe a little bit smart, he might even decide to pit this time around, as we see the Ferrari go down to the inside, and he does run up to the outside towards the wall. So still a few more laps left in that car yet. Last pit stop for them was lap 113 on that one, and currently finds himself waiting behind the Giardia community team, and I believe the Italian team that crashed out early on in an incident in the bus stop once again. So they're on a bit of a comeback drive, but one car dispatched off. Hopefully can use the slipstream that the BMW punches in the air, and it does. It moves over to the left hand side in turn 4 to say on you go through. But unfortunately the Giardia car might come back on this one, Tim Peck.
Yeah, then the Giardia car's trying to take this opportunity. They're still neck and neck with the BMW here. Will fall behind those. They go through the bus stop chicane. Didn't want to unsettle the car too much going over those curbs. And luckily for Marcel Strange, Pulse Esports managed to navigate their way through their Giardia community team driver in the BMW right now, chasing down Team Racing Point ahead. One driver I want you to take a look at for a moment though, John, and everyone at home too, is you might have heard us talking earlier about the Italian job. Of course, they started on pole position. They were the team in first place, and as you can see, they've found their way into 11th. Now what happened there was another similar incident where they just kept going backwards. It seems they were really struggling to keep up with the field and constantly getting into trouble and being overtaken. They actually fell to about 16th place, but they've started to catch back up again, and now even with a couple of cars ahead of them still needing to pit, they were sitting in that 9th place position, John, just before they went back into the pits. So the Italian job may be starting to look up. Have they found the pace again that they were showing quali yesterday? It's certainly starting to look so.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Del Fante, of course, being their kind of fastest driver essentially to obviously take the qualification and then take the race start, whether or not he is just the kind of turning point for the team, let's say, on that one. Of course, we do have a handy little kind of information document put together from some of the drivers essentially and teams that are competing today, and we do have one luckily for the Italian job. So they were formed in 2021. They have 9 gold drivers, 16 silver drivers, and 6 in iRacing as well. So a very big esports team representing the Italian community as we ride on board with the Moser Racing cockpit cam here. Great view from the NSX looking forward towards the Renvelten Ferrari. So going to see what they can do. It'll be good to see an onboard lap, shall we say, a full lap with one car, just to see the steering inputs and how the drivers really work the car through these corners, whether or not they're using, you know, a lot of oversteer to get it done, or whether they're just simply driving very clean lines, hitting apexes and braking points, etc. But Del Fante was the guy that set the pole time. He did succeed in Super Pole as well, taking honours there. So maximising all the track limits on the exit of turn 1 there, running all the way over the exit curb and heading up through turns 2, 3 and 4, the long run to the bus stop. The biggest success these guys have achieved as a team, they have won, I believe, the Lamborghini ST Italian ACI Championship. And this man here, Eric Del Fante, born in 2004, so another young driver on the grid. 19 years old, if my quick maths is right on that one. He's been a motorsport fan since childhood, thanks to his father. Began his sim racing career just over 2 years ago. He's been driving in the team since autumn of 2021, and of course has taken the Lamborghini Championship, as we said. 1,800 hours in ACC, and his favourite track is actually Bathurst, so we should see this man come into play in the last round as well. And his teammates, of course, we've got a few drivers on their roster. Romano, born in '96, so 3 years younger than myself, so 27 on that one. They haven't filled out too much of their information, although they have played 2,000 hours of ACC, and their favourite combination is Suzuka and Honda. So again, Suzuka being around on the calendar, we should see these guys start to perform quite well. And as we come towards the end of the lap, the Ren Velton car looks a little bit closer than it did at the beginning, although the gap still managing to maintain itself quite well. Very scary corner, the last one. It kind of drags yourself up the banking towards the wall, and that is a complete lap on board with Eric Delfante there. Great to see all the drivers' inputs and how they really work the wheel as we now flick towards the Sim RC community car, Lucas Road. Been quite a good drive from these guys, I would say, Tim. They've kept it kind of stable and steady, just floating around the kind of top 10 as such on that one.
Yeah, they have. The number 76, like you said, the Sim RC community car has just been floating in that top 10, and that's all they really need to do. I mean, it's the first race of the championship. Yes, it would be great to win the first race, but of course that's not always possible. So for Lucas Road and the rest of the team in the number 76 there, just being a good job to keep a consistent result. Any result in the top 10 would make me happy if it was my team, and I'm sure they probably feel the same. Going back to watching Eric Delfante here for the Italian job, still trying to reel in the Ren Welton eSports driver ahead. The gap has been sort of fluctuating between 5 tenths up to a second now between the two cars. Eric Delfante still trying to close in, and again, it begs the question. I think, John, my theory here for the Italian job is Ren Welton, they're clearly going a similar speed to you. Use that to your advantage. Just let them pull you along. Hopefully you guys can climb up together. And I mean, I imagine that's what they've been doing so far. But the Italian job, to stay out of trouble for a bit longer, with 3 hours and a half left in the race, I'd say just try and keep that gap close, but don't upset the Ren Welton car too much. And then hopefully you guys can close that gap to Sim RC ahead.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you can keep it very clean, as Eric Delfante has done for the past few laps, of course, managing that gap to Ren Velton, what you don't want to do is get too close to Ren Velton. He then starts, Leon Burt then starts driving in his mirrors, essentially, forgetting where he needs to brake, turn, and all the rest of it. And then all of a sudden, you kind of end up holding each other up, fighting for a position that you don't really need to fight to, because both of you are very similar pace. And then, of course, like you say, you can use that to tow yourselves towards the Sim RC Aston Martin, the number 76 just ahead, and then hopefully progress through him, and then you can start attacking the next row of Ferraris of Schaefer, Kingsley and Manisha still in the Armamentario car. We've got George Boothby, for those interested in the Veloce car, out. We have Caracas in, so we now have Foch on track with Caracas, and then we've got the Yas Heat car, Foch, sorry, and then we've got Ida in the Kramer car. Apostle still in the BMW for now, although I believe he's not in the pit lane. He is still circulating around, so a good stint from the West Competition racing driver, and Stanger still out front in the Pulse Simsport Ferrari as well. So it's kind of, I don't want to say it's reached a stale point, but it's reached a very gappy point, should we say, where everything's kind of wound down. Everybody's found their kind of own track position. Everybody knows where they sit with their rivals, such as, Burnt and Delfante not battling, but leading each other along. We've got Caracas in loads of free air, trying to charge up to the back, as we see all of the inside curve and a bit more being used there from Caracas. No stranger, very good Porsche driver. I've raced him a few times in a few races, and he just absolutely dominates you. It's scary how much pace that man has in a Porsche. Of course, came from the Race Anywhere Simsport team, recently signed to Veloce, who now tackles along with Caracas, Boothby and Malinowski in that car. So great to see their attempt on the championship. As we flick back to Warhammer Racing, Sointchev in that car at the moment, Tim. Early on, some rotten luck for them. Found their way all the way down in P28. So possibly, again, a bit of damage limitation going on for these guys. 3.5 hours to go. There's a yellow flag out for the number 4, just towards the outer loop. I believe it has cleared on the track map. Slow car moving. The number 4, of course, being Kingsley. So I'm wondering if he's had a coming together with Schaefer in the 255. Time will tell on that one. But yeah, these guys just not having the best of days, Tim.
No, they're not necessarily having the best of days, but there's still 3.5 hours left in the race. There's time to fix it all, and I think it's that. Oh no, what's happened here? Kingsley facing the wrong way on the track. They're going to sort themselves out right now and rejoin the track at the side. Luckily, they're right out on the far end of the corner there, so they can do it safely. But Kingsley getting into even more trouble there for the Unicorns and Friends car, finding themselves at the side of the field. That's going to open the door for Ren Welton. Actually, they'll be able to sort of start closing that gap up a little bit. I don't think there's any damage on that Ferrari from what I can see. So luckily they're going to be able to continue without too much trouble. But still, that would have been unfortunate to say the least if that was where they picked up damage. Because again, like you were saying, we're getting into that point in the race where gaps are forming. Everyone almost knows where they are, who they're racing at this point in time, and what their pace is like compared to others. Eric Delfant, for example, take this. We've been watching them just trying to reel in the Ren Welton esports driver of Leon Burnt for a while now, and they're sitting at this 1 second gap behind them, which they have been doing for the last couple of laps. So a lot of cars find themselves in this position where they're finding out where their pace is on track in relative to everything else. For those that do find themselves slightly out of place, though, like we were talking about Warhammer racing, where you almost expect them to be slightly further up the field, now is the opportunity to start climbing back through the field. Everyone else is just trying to keep their pace where they want it to be. So you have to use this time to start climbing back through the field. And Warhammer Racing in particular, now looking at the rear of Team Racing Point, another car that has been in a couple of different locations up and down the leaderboard today. But Team Racing Point looking to make defenses. Warhammer Racing goes for a move, looking towards the outside, coming down towards the bus stop chicane. Are they going to go for it neck and neck? No, Warhammer Racing tuck in behind. It's the move we keep seeing today, John. They go neck and neck, going all the way down to the bus stop chicane, and then one car, usually the aggressing one, has to back out before they actually get to the corner.
Yeah, it's a very scary corner to try and go side by side in, let alone try and make a move stick. You know, with the current switchback nature, where you're on the inside for the initial right flick, you then become on the outside for the left, but then the inside for the final part, which would then give you the inside around the banking. It's very hard to even make a move stick. Like you say, we keep seeing drivers trying to go side by side, and maybe they might almost be playing a game of chicken with each other, just trying to figure out who's gonna jump first, who's gonna, you know, slingshot themselves forward enough to then back out and make the move stick. We've seen it go wrong a few times, of course, over the past amount of racing time that we've had here at Watkins Glen, and it's a big moment there from the number 98 ACO Racing Team, Chelukin there for the F1 Memes Racing Team, I think they're officially called, on the sign-up sheet on that one, and that allows the 144 Team 1 FF to make up a position, and they of course lose the back of the Porsche Spinala Ferrari. You see just disappearing up the hill there, and it of course brings in to battle, I believe that's the GSE Racing BMW that we saw have a big moment earlier on. So they're of course a lap down for position, so they might just use the Ferrari to kind of tow themselves around and try and gain some time as well. But it's a tricky passing point. What you want to do is ideally follow your opponent through, see if you can get a better run. If he upsets his car on the exit, it might give you the inside line around this bank turn, which would of course then make an excellent passing move down into turn 6. As we flick back now to the Greek Porsche, should we say, the TF Racing car, now fighting with SG Stern. I feel like these guys have been welded together for quite a while now.
Yeah, they've sort of flown under our radar a little bit, actually. We've not had TF Racing on the screen for a while, same with SG Stern. They've just been following around each other in that 15th, 16th place position. And again, it just goes to show drivers at this point in the race, they're finding their footing and where they are likely to be placed for most of this race. Of course, opportunities will open up and perhaps they can start to climb if they do start to find a bit more pace across the field. But for now, it's just been the story between these two of TF versus SG, who's going to come out on top. Currently SG Stern's in the lead, but they've been inverted a couple of times already. It's basically Porsche versus, is that the Mercedes ahead? But yeah, it's a Porsche versus Mercedes, yeah, who's going to come out on top. And again, the Porsche probably at this point just using the Mercedes to pull them through, especially on the straights. We know that the Porsche really struggles in a straight line. It's not crucial to take over with straight line speed here, because you can get really good runs out of corners, like you say, especially coming through the bus stop chicane. However, it definitely helps to have that straight line speed, and it's one of the things that the Porsche has been really lacking so far, just in general, in both real life racing and on esports racing as well, is that the Porsche has always lacked that straight line speed, and it's one of the reasons why the car has actually fallen in popularity throughout the years, John. Although still very powerful on the brakes, great coming out of corners too. But you're just seeing now TF Racing having to really just sit in the slipstream of SG and basically letting the Mercedes pull them along. But going for a move now here, perhaps looking towards the outside of the corner here, throwing the Porsche around, almost hitting the wall, but just being able to keep it out. And that's going to be the showcase of what the Porsche can do in the corners. Now TF Racing finds himself ahead of SG, so it's the Mercedes' chance to try and make a move happen.
Yeah, possibly not the best place to make a move as a Porsche driver. Of course, with turn one, you've got this really long run now up to the bus stop. And going back to our fact file on teams, Conto Giannis, maybe one of the older drivers in the grid, believe it or not, at 37 years of age, turns 38, turns it in July of this year. So just proving that age isn't a number. You don't have to be, you know, the hotshot kid at 19 years of age to compete in esports. You can do it at any point, and that's a glorious thing we were saying earlier about sim racing. Anybody can get involved at any point of their life. All you've really got to do is commit a little bit of money to some hardware and you're pretty much in the door. He's driven with TF Racing since 2021. He's since achieved a couple of SimGrid podiums in their endurance races and a couple of domestic driver champion titles as well. Races on the Vanatech CSL DD with DFGT pedals, which is an interesting combination on that one. And his favourite track car combo, should we say, is Spa in the Audi. So neither of these things are on our calendar for this season. So interesting to see how he gels with the Porsche over the coming months, should we say. As now we've got BF Racing, I believe, Matteo Naldi on that one, coming to the back of the Team Racing Point BMW. We saw what happened last time. The Team Racing Point BMW went side by side with somebody in the chicane, and like we keep saying, Tim, they keep making it awkward for themselves through this, and you just see, look how much ground you lose just trying to make the move there.
Absolutely, already under threat from the Jardier community team behind, and it is because, like you say, rather than doing what you like consider from our perspective, of course it's easier for us to say we're sitting here watching the race, but what you consider doing from our perspective is giving them a little bit of room ahead and then just prioritising getting a better exit out of the bus stop chicane. Instead, they're really trying to threaten each other as they approach the bus stop chicane, almost turning it into a game of chicken of who's going to go on the brakes first. And unfortunately for whoever's attacking, that's usually going to have to be them to come on the brakes first, because no one defending is going to actively go, yeah, all right, I'm going to let you have that position. So it's very interesting with the tactics we're seeing coming out here. I'd like to see more drivers, I think, try and show that a little bit of restraint coming down towards the bus stop chicane, prioritising their exit. And the reason I'd like to see that as well is because, like we've been talking about, the Ferrari, the Audi as well, another car like it, and also the Porsche struggles too. All cars that really struggle when hitting that curb. Is one of the reasons that they have to be the one to back out first as well, because they can't afford to hit that curb. You never know where the car is going to end up. And because of that, these drivers have to be a little bit more careful with how they take those corners. All three of those cars, the Porsche, the Audi, and the Ferrari, of course, really good through the corners themselves. So what I'd like to see from a lot of these drivers, especially as we adapt now into the final parts of this race, we're in the last half yet to go, I want to see these drivers start to adapt their driving style and maybe look for different methods of overtaking they've tried before, just prioritising that line rather than being a full-on threat to the driver ahead, just trying to make them, rather than trying to force mistakes, just focus on your exit line.
Yeah, we're going to go to a glorious race replay here as we see the move being made on the Racing Point BMW. I think the replay's called it just a bit too late, has it? Or the Aston is towing up to the back of it towards the bus stop. Once again, the Italian BMW ahead goes on the defensive. The BF Racing car with superb straight line speed. We did say the Aston was very, very good overall, and he manages to make it stick around the outside, contrary to what we were just saying, Tim. Completely different. You know, it's so easy to say it, as you said, up here in the box. You're not down on the circuit, you know, with the pressure and the real life and all the noise and distractions you've got while you're trying to race. It's very easy to take an armchair perspective, should we say, or like a keyboard warrior, and just be like, oh yeah, it's really easy, I could do that all day, when in reality, when you try it, you end up kind of facing the wrong way in the wall. And just a quick update on your race leader, pitted 4 laps ago. Of course, driver change on that one. Jordan Watson now in the car. We've now got Kramer in P2. Yas Heat in P3. As we see a little bit of Kevin Estra style on the grass, trying to make it stick. Symphony of Pistons around the outside of the that's the TWMS performance car on that one, losing out there, trying to get a move done on the TSR Esports Audi. Luke Southall now back in the SOP machinery. I'm wondering if he's going to try and triple stint it to the end to try and claw back some of the damage that's happened through the race. A couple of penalties have been handed out to them. They've had a bit of a rotten day, should we say, after such a strong start. They were definitely towards the top end of the field along with Visceral Esports, but unfortunately Lady Luck not on their side today. Track is cooling down, 16 degrees in air temperature, 19 degrees in track temperature, and me and you, Tim, both know that the Pirellis absolutely love these cooler conditions if you can keep heat in them and if you can keep them at the right pressures.
Yeah, absolutely. If you keep the tyres in that ideal heat, you keep them in the ideal pressure, then just having less track heat is a good thing because it burns up the tyres a lot less quickly, and you can actually push those tyres slightly longer anyway. They don't fall off quite as quickly like earlier with a hotter track. We'd have seen the tyres start to fall off towards the end of the hour mark. Now with the track cooling down a little bit, they're not going to fall off quite so much. Symphony of Pistons esports racer Luke Southall here, still trying to find a way through the car ahead. He's been looking very feisty since they've got back in the Symphony of Pistons car, and Luke Southall, correct me if I'm wrong, that was the qualifying driver for this team as well, so we know that they've got a lot of potential speed in this car. They're very comfortable with the BMW as well, looking to try and get a move though on the TSR Esports car. Still no window of opportunities opened up yet, but they are prioritizing the straight line through the bus stop chicane. Can they get a better exit here? It looks like they've got a very decent exit, not quite enough to be able to catch up and get alongside the TSR Esports car. But again, I think this is a good strategy to go with, and now looking towards the outside of the corner, still not quite able to get alongside, but looking for a way through. Luke Southall here getting very agitated. They're trying to find a way through, and quick, John.
Yeah, trying to get the switchback done through turn 6 to 7, but unfortunately not to be. Did eye around the outside coming over the crest of the hill, but now down the other side. This is where we've seen some moves being made before, down into turn 8 of what is essentially hill. Of course, they've come over the top of the boot, shall we say, and Luke Southall, textbook maneuver up the inside very cleanly indeed. Not too much defense from the Audi driver. You've kind of got that thing in your head where you know he's quicker than you know he shouldn't technically be down with you regardless, so instead of impacting your race trying to fight him, just keep your race clean, let Luke go on his way kind of thing, and just look at the gap he's already pulled out just in those next few corners. He's certainly just kind of running away, trying to get as many positions back as he can for the Symphony of Pistons team. As we now flick back, this is going to be the big one. Grantas Caracas now on the back of Samir Foch. Yas Heat versus Veloce, two very big names in esports. Who is going to be the better of the two? Samir Foch, we know, drives nothing but Ferrari. We know how strong he is in this car. He's probably had all the rear weird bounces happen to him over his hourage of the game. And Grantas Caracas, I know, is a very confident Porsche driver. So two guys in their chosen machinery. This is going to be a good one to watch, I think, Tim.
Absolutely. We saw Yas Heat and Veloce go head-to-head earlier, but it was Barrier versus George Boothby. In that instance, Valentin Barrier actually came out on top. That's why the Yas Heat car is currently ahead of the Veloce Esports, but now Caracas, a bit more pace than Samir Foch ahead for now. Finds them back at the rear of the Yas Heat car, and you can see Caracas looking for a way through, tucks towards the inside of the corner, thinks about it for a second, but then tucks back to get the slipstream and the ideal exit out of the corner. Now the Porsche all over the rear of that Ferrari, almost sticking together. Only about 2 tenths between them as they head down through the turns 2, 3 and 4, down towards the bus stop chicane onto the straight now. What is Caracas going to have a go at here? Are they going to try and get alongside, or are they going to look for an exit out of the bus stop chicane? They're going for the move on the straight beforehand. It looks like they've got it done and dusted there, and then Grantas Caracas finds their way through the Yas Heat driver of Samir Foch, and up into the final podium position goes Veloce Esports.
Yeah, Veloce inside your top 3 now, of course, with the fastest lap to their name as well. Caracas on a really big charge indeed on that one. Dispatches of Samir Foch, maybe Foch thinking twice about fighting Caracas, thought, you know what, we're in a solid position here. We've got West Competition Racing a little bit down the road, so there's no point hemorrhaging time on a fight that we might not even win come the checker in 3 hours and 15 minutes time nearly. But of course, everything's still to play for. Plenty of time left on the clock as Ren Velton has now slipped a position from the Italian job car. We said it earlier, Tim, they're maybe going to try and work together to see if they can pull up on the back of the next car ahead. And of course, with the mistake that the Unicorn and Friends car made, Kingsley in that one, the number 4, we saw him out of the bus stop. Of course, Pirelli's on that car might be a little bit flat spotted and might not be giving off the best of grip, as you see how much ground Delfante there gained through the bus stop. Very confident in the Honda to make it work over the curbs. Kingsley's going to have that kind of voice in the back of his head that says, you spun here once, be very, very careful, because you don't want to overcook it again and end up facing sideways to the track. And that's the problem with racing. We said it earlier, it's a very mental game. It's very easy to upset your thought process and throw yourself off what you're used to. You know, Kingsley's probably gone through that chicane numerous times in practice. You know, hours of practice goes into some of these events for these guys. They practice weeks in advance, sometimes even months, to get a real good feeling for everything. And it's probably only happened to him maybe 2 or 3 times, but it had to be that one time it happened during the race, which has just lost him an absolutely metric ton of ground on that one. And it now brings the Italian job boys back into contention for a finish inside the top 10. Of course, provisional pole sitter, they are not up 2 positions. They are in fact down 9 positions essentially from P1, but looking to make gains. And of course, the Ren Velton car looking to come with them. That looks very, very close indeed. We thought they were kind of slouching on the pace, but since the Honda's gone past, Ren Velton definitely wants to come with them, and even kind of sizing up a move into turn 1. The Italian job car having to go a little bit defensive there just to cover off the inside, to say, no, you're not coming through. We're going to maximize the exit together. We're going to use the kind of double toe effect of the Ferrari ahead to try and find a way through. And I think there could be a move into the bus stop here, and we've seen 3 cars going into the bus stop earlier, Tim Peck, didn't end too well, and I think Kingsley's just given this one up.
Yeah, Kingsley not wanting to put up too much of a fight here, especially to the Italian job. They're already through. When Walton Esports coming through as well will be ahead before the bus stop chicane. It looks like Kingsley and the Unicorns and Friends driver just decided that it was better to back out that situation. Sometimes that's the best thing to do. There's 3 hours left in the race. You don't want to get the car in too much trouble now. And we know how much trouble that chicane can cause. Easier just to back out. Kingsley now, though, under pressure from a backmarker driver looking to fight their way through. It looks like they're going to get swallowed up as well, so no chance at a quick take back there for the Unicorns and Friends either. They're just going to have to leave this one be for now. Ren Walton Esports, though, continues to chase down the Italian job ahead. The Italian job pushing themselves back up into that 9th place, still finding more pace out of the car as Eric Delfant managed to get them back into the top 10, now sees them in the top 9. Just has to keep Leon Byrne in that Ren Walton car behind them a little bit longer.
Yeah, definitely. Still lots to play for. Just over 3 hours and 10 minutes to go. Nicholas Anker now has picked up a 5-second penalty in the TF1 Porsche as he looks to the back of the low fuel motorsports car, the 256 of Pengal, for P22 essentially over all. Of course, 2 low fuel motorsports cars in this one. We have an incident between car 85 Team Racing Point and 97 Warhammer Racing, lap 151 turn 5, now under investigation as well. So their day could be going from bad to worse as Team 1 size up a move on the low fuel motorsports car to the inside, using the drag of the Porsche off the corner to get the job done, and is ahead by turns 2. However, the Ferrari with the slipstream through 3 and 4 could be looking to make a move into the bus stop to make a comeback. And of course, 2 low fuel motorsport Ferraris, very similar liveried, one with pink mirrors, one with green mirrors, so makes it very easy to determine the difference between the 2, luckily for us up here in the booth. And the low fuel motorsports car maybe thinking twice of it, maybe hearing what we're saying on the broadcast here about the bus stop, and maybe not wanting to bounce the Ferrari off the road.
Absolutely, it's the death trap for the Ferraris there. If they hit that corner even slightly wrong, they're going to possibly bring an early end to their race, almost guaranteeing damage onto the car if they mess up the bus stop chicane there. So just taking it easy, continuing to chase around the rest of the track, and that is, I think, the best opportunity for low fuel motorsports there. We're going into the cockpit cam right now on running with board with one of the Porsches here as they chase down the 222 car ahead. They do coming up through corners turn 2, 3 and 4. You're going to get a first-hand glance, John, here of how you can take this bus stop chicane there. A little bit too far back to force anything and be neck and neck. This is just showcasing the Porsche's speed is not quite good enough, especially for TF Racing here. It's not going to be good enough to pull them close enough. If they can hit this bus stop chicane right, you'll see that the gap is going to shrink a lot more here than it was on the initial straight. We're watching on board with the 41 now. Can they close the gap to the 2 car ahead? It looks like just trying to keep it as close as possible. Another car on the horizon could help them catch up coming through into sector 3 of the track.
Of course, Traffic playing an equal part in that one, as the number 41 all green lineup sizes up the back of the Aston. You just saw how well it did on the brakes into turn 7, on that one, closing right up to the back of the Aston. I think that's the Team Shazoo Ferrari ahead there, sponsored by GT Omega. They've had a rotten turn of luck after a big incident with them through the bus stop as well. Saw them into the wall and with a lot of damage, staying well out of the way of that fight. So the home of sim racing, Aston, still leads TF Racing through turn 9 to go, back onto essentially the NASCAR cut through, should we say, on that one. Yeet Esports ahead now, the next car in line for Traffic. So wondering if the Porsche can use that to his advantage, like we thought the Ferrari might be the kind of twist on this story on that one. And of course, a quick message from, us here at the Virtual Endurance Masters TV channel. Of course, none of this would be possible without you guys watching at home, as we see a move there for the 41. Textbook move up the inside into turn 1. Just superior braking of that Porsche, being very, very well indeed. Definitely capitalising, although we're going to see the grunt of the Aston probably coming back. We know how much of a slouch the Porsche is in a straight line. We keep saying it time and time again. The Aston goes to the outside. TF Sport nearly not realising the sheer pace of that thing. Look at it. It's a dragged right past before they even got to the break-in of the bus stop, and nothing to be had there. The Aston goes back ahead on that one. So this fight's going to rage on a little while if they keep doing this whole cat and mouse thing through the turns and then down the straights. It's going to be an interesting fight, but none of this, of course, would be possible without you guys at home and the drivers that have elected to sign up and compete in this championship. So we do appreciate you all, and alternatively, none of it would be possible without the sponsors that have been bought here, as we see the Aston go a little bit wider, flash of the headlights, trying around the outside. The TF Racing car, the number 41, still nothing to be had. There's no grip around the outside there. You need to use the inside line to kind of suck the car through, essentially, and use the camber of the road to really fire itself over. And we finally have a stewards decision for the Team Racing Point and the Warhammer Racing. We have a no further action for reckless driving, so maybe both parties deemed at fault there. Nothing to be had, and the stewards are saying, you know what, on you go, as the Aston gets a very slow run out of turn 9 towards turn 10. Still nothing the Porsche can do. Every time it gets a run, the Aston grunt just pulls away, and then the 41 is back on the attack again, trying to find another way around it, and it knows how weak it was into turn 1 last time. It's probably going to try the same again, although he's going to have to block like crazy if he wants to hold it to the bus stop. And of course, our sponsors here have been scrolling across the top of the screen. Another move into turn 1 for the 41. Hopefully he might make it stick this time. A little bit more of a gap, although don't hold your breath. Of course, Low Fuel Motorsport, Lian Li, founded in 1983, still family owned and family ran, so great to see on that one. CaseKing.de, of course, providing a lot of the prizes here as well through Noble Chairs, Moser Racing, Next Level Sim Racing, Glorious and Ducky, and of course as well HC Dizzy racing for Yeet Esports, a passionate German Twitch streamer who has also recently turned to YouTube as well, so be sure to go and check him out there. And the Aston this time cannot make it work, and the 41, I think, has cemented that place.
Yeah, the Porsche just managing to stay ahead this time. Last time around, the Aston, of course, just flung themselves around the outside and cut up the Porsche a little bit, ruining an already bad momentum from the car, and that helped the Aston Martin just pull through there. This time round, though, not able to quite find the same momentum they had before, and the 41 just able to stay ahead. But it really goes to show how much the Porsche is starting to struggle around this track. They took the Aston Martin going around the first corner, and it was a good move. They used the brakes to their advantage, really showcase how that Porsche can do. But then going through turns 2, 3 and 4, you need a lot of acceleration, you need the momentum, and the Porsche just not being able to keep up got swallowed quite quickly by the Aston Martin. So the Porsche, for all of the drivers that are driving the Porsche currently, they need to sort of adapt to that and work out where's the best place to overtake. Because you actually said it earlier, John, it's all very well overtaking the Porsche, but you have to do it at the right point in the track, because if you do it just before a long straight or a high speed area, you're almost guaranteed to get swallowed up again instantly. So picking and choosing when the best time to overtake in the Porsche, it can be difficult, and it just makes picking that overtaking opportunity harder. Almost having to wait for an instant or a mess up. We've got an instant between car number 595, Spaghetti Racing, car 211, Team Shazoo, in lap 158, turn 1. It's now under investigation. So we'll find out the result of that later on. Meanwhile, though, we're watching on with Viscero Esports as they try and close the gap ahead to BF Racing. Already under threat, though, from behind from Warhammer Racing. You can see the pink and black car now just trying to find a way through the last couple of corners here. Very similar to what we were just watching with the Aston and the Porsche. And this time, though, it's the Warhammer Racing car trying to find a way through the Ferrari ahead. Viscero Esports, though, peeling into the pits this time round. That fight is now going to be over quite quickly, and that means Warhammer Racing can just push on and try and close the gap to Racing Point ahead.
Yeah, don't quote me on this, but I think we might have had some contact from Warhammer Racing on the Visceral Esports car as it kind of slowed off for turn 11. You, of course, need to scrub a lot more speed than what you normally would to make the pit entry line. And, of course, maybe Warhammer Racing not expecting the car to pit at that point in time and just running up the back of it ever so slightly. So Visceral picking up yet more damage on that Ferrari. So not good there as Team Racing Point lets by the Unicorns of Love Sim Racing on a bit of a charge back up the field at the moment. They are currently down in P12 with Cyver now in the car on that one. So still a lot of ground to gain to where they were back at the front of the field. And meanwhile, Sebastian Apostel still in that BMW. I feel like not many people have driven that number 1 car at the front of the field, but Sebastian always seems to be in it.
Yeah, it depends on how comfortable you are as a driver driving for long periods of time. I mean, we were saying earlier about doing double stints, even with triple stints for some of the drivers, and again, who's comfortable doing it. And I think it just comes down to the individual person. I know a lot of drivers, though, especially in this sort of era of ACC, a lot of drivers, especially professionals, are opting into taking those double and triple stints where possible, which is why it seems like you see a lot of these drivers in the car for extended periods of time, and it seems to almost be the meta of sim racing nowadays, John, is to go for those double stints. And I think it goes back to what you and Christian were saying earlier, in that if you've been in the car for a long period of time, you have the most experience in that race, on that track. You know how the track has adapted over time, and rather than throwing someone completely new into the car to then have to adapt all over again, if you just keep up your momentum that you started to build for yourself, then that is the best way possible. It just all depends on whether you're actually comfortable taking that double stint, because although it's not as physical as real life racing can be, we talked earlier about how real life racing is particularly physical. You've got all the G-forces to deal with and stuff like that. There's still a physical element to sim racing where you do have to be quite good stamina-wise and making sure that you're okay, you're comfortable still when you're driving the car. Slight tap there between the TSR Esports and the TMS Performance behind them. Luckily, the TSR Esports car managed to catch him. He's going to continue ahead. But yeah, John, I'm interested to know your opinion on it. Double stinting, it seems to be the way to go in the ACC right now. A lot of the teams today have opted to doing it.
Yeah, it's kind of the way definitely to go. Like you say, you have kind of the flow and the rhythm of the circuit already kind of in you. You pull in, you take a bit of a breather on the pit lane. You kind of grab a drink quickly if you can. If you're that blessed to have a water source within your reach of your sim rig or wherever you're racing from, and kind of mentally try and reset yourself in the kind of minute or so you get, and then go back out and go full attack again. And some people deal with that a lot better than others. Some people prefer to stay more fresh and not lose focus, so they'll only do kind of one stint, but you kind of feel within the 65-minute window, by the time you've done one stint, it's only just about enough to find your true pace, and then you kind of have to get out of the car, then you get back in, and you have to kind of find everything again and find where the grip was and how you drove particular corners and etc, etc. So it's quite tricky if you're in and out of the car constantly, but if you're staying in the car quite solidly, like Apostel has been, then certainly he's going to know Watkins Glen like the back of his hand in that M4, and it's certainly going to play dividends hopefully for West Competition Racing come the end of the race. But alternatively, what you don't want to do is obviously not give your team enough seat time essentially, and then fall foul of where they need to be, as we see a penalty flush up for Spaghetti Racing and Team Shazoo GT. Lap 158, turn 1. Penalty for the 211 with a 10-second time penalty, of course, to be served in their next pit stop. And we then have an incident between the TSR, the 777 and the 50 TWMS Performance. We saw it just a lap ago. The BMW of the car you're watching now behind ran up the back of the Audi in turn 7, managed to catch it, but stewards might not see it that way, and they might say, well, you've caused a bit of damage to that R8. That R8's not going to be driving as well as it should be, and unfortunately we're going to hit you with a 5-second penalty to outweigh the cost of their repairs in the pit lane. Of course, you don't want to repair damage, lose 5 seconds, and then still be behind the guy that punted you initially. So it's not a good scenario to be in. So keep your eyes on that one at the bottom of your screens for next time. But yeah, it's a tricky one for sure. You don't want to kind of run people too short, but you don't want to overrun people where they get fatigued and start making silly mistakes that they wouldn't unnecessarily make in a normal race day. So it's a very tricky one. It's a fine line, I think, between the two, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I could have put that better myself there. Looking further down the field at the Petrol Brothers car, number 147, they're coming back to the back of the GSE racing car. Now, can they find a way through? Well, they're driving a Mercedes here, just coming through the final corner. Can they get a good enough run down the straight? Maybe look for a move down the inside here, very close to the rear of the GSE car, but just not quite got enough momentum to pull them through in the slipstream, and unfortunately for them, not going to have enough to get through the first corner, just falling back slightly. But yeah, we've seen fights all up and down the field so far, John. Caracas towards the front has pulled away from Samir Foch in the Yas Heat car, and we've got a steward decision for the incident involving the 777 and the number 50 on lap 164 turn 7. There's a penalty for the number 50, the TMS car. They'll get 5-second time penalty for causing a collision there. So that's what's happened between those two, and you called it. You said 5-second penalty for that slight tap, and that is exactly what they got, John.
Yeah, I think 5 seconds is fair in that aspect where, neither driver really lost out. The BMW picked some splitter damage, albeit his own fault, and the Audi, of course, picked up some diffuser damage, but managed to hold it, maybe scrub the Pirellis down a little bit so they're not going to be in the best of conditions. But you see there, the Audi has already pulled out a gap between the BMW as the Yeet esports car now comes under pressure. No, it doesn't. Sorry, the Visceral esports car is not for position on this fight. So they're hopefully going to yield out of the way very speedily. The Visceral esports car can then kind of get a move on and start progressing through once again. But this gap kind of opening up now between the Audi, the BMW behind, and of course the Yeet esports car. It looks like it's defending there, and obviously kind of rightfully so. I mean, I can't actually spot where the Visceral car is on standings at the moment. They are currently in 34th on that one, so way down the order. And of course, Michael Berenbrent there for the esports team, not wanting to let a car go that is that far down, especially when the TWMS performance car ahead is well within insight, and a bit wide there for the car ahead is going to hamper him down into the next turn, and almost a mirror piece of contact there that he pulled on the Audi earlier. Yeet esports running up the back of the TWMS performance. I'm wondering if Yeet is going to wait up and recede that place, and he does. Moves over to driver's right, lets the BMW back through, says fair enough, I made a mistake here, on you go, let's continue this battle in a sec.
A very sportsmanship move there from the esports driver to let the TMS back through. Unfortunately, that opened up the door for Visceral esports to come through, which will just hold both the cars up further, helping TSR get a slight advantage again there. So unfortunate for both drivers there, but the right thing to do for the esports to move to the side and let them pass Petrol Brothers and Beerwinkle, trying to catch up with GSE Racing still ahead of them. They've climbed up into 28th and 29th, but looking to still make that a little bit better. Petrol Brothers car, not a car we've seen a lot of so far in this race, John. Just sort of been sitting down in those lower half of the field around that 30th position mark, but slightly picking up from where they started. I think they were started in about 35th, so even though they're further down the field than some of the cars we've been watching towards the top, still making small improvements even at the back, which it means something, especially if you're one of the drivers back there. It does go to show that you've got the potential to fight further up the field.
Yeah, I think they were even up into the early stages of the 20th positions at some point. They were certainly kind of climbing along the way, but unfortunately a bit of kind of lax driving, should we say, just a bit of unawareness on where to place the car at certain points. Saw them in a few incidents, and since then they have kind of slipped down the street, slipped down the order. They did qualify P20. Just looking back at our results we sent to each other earlier, Tim. P20 is where they were, so they have of course slipped down quite a way down into 28th. Looking down at the kind of qualifying obviously results, Yas Heat on second. They're currently up in P4, so not really lost much there. Veloce qualified P4, now P3, so that's good. Of course, the Kramer Esports Porsche qualified P7. They're now all the way up in P2, so good improvement from them there. Unicorns of Love P10. We see them currently in P11, so not too much loss or one there. West Competition Racing, big gainer there. Currently qualified P12, now find themselves in P5, so a good amount of positions gained for them, mainly by strategy choice. When the weather changed earlier on, we saw a lot of drivers coming in prematurely, switching to dry tyres, calling their full kind of stop in the lane, if you like, and then it came back out, whereas West Competition Racing kind of thought a little bit out of the box. It came in, stayed on the wet tyres, dumped in a little bit more fuel just to keep going, and then as soon as the dry tyres were literally optimum, they jumped back in, fueled the car again, tyred it, out it went, and it has since gained them a few more positions, as we see the TWMS car yielding essentially now to the Yeet Esports car into the bus stop, not wanting to have any kind of games to play through there, and Team 1FF next down the road in order to try and catch them. Christoph Verstappen, a man me and you know both quite well, Tim Peck, from our community RCI, of course now down in P18, just behind the SOP esports car, coming under fire from one of the prime esports cars there. And now we see the big one, Veloce versus Kramer, down into the bus stop. Kramer to the inside, Veloce to the outside, runs himself a little bit shallow. Caracas jumping all over the curbs, trying to make the purple Porsche as big in the mirror as he can, and now tucks in for the banking, trying to maximize essentially the exit. We saw a big mistake here earlier in the race. Bischoff hitting a wet patch sent the car to driver's left into the Armco there, but did manage to hold on to it and recover quite well. And I think this one's going to be very close indeed, as the incident between the 50 and the 13, we saw the mirror image of the TWMS and the 777 car flip the other way around, but with Yeet Esports this time now under investigation. So I'm going to call a 5-second penalty again, Tim, and see if we're right.
I imagine you will be. Caracas in the Veloce Esports car getting very close to the rear of Ida there, who's driving for Kramer in the 977, both in Porsches right now. Which Porsche is going to come out on top? The Veloce Esports has been flying through the field, of course. Started up in 4th place, fell all the way down to the back of the field after that one, and now they've climbed themselves back onto that podium, looking to try and make it a bit higher, to put themselves back into that 2nd place as well, if they can. Caracas, one of those really aggressive drivers, I'd say, knows how to attack in the car, will put so much pressure on the driver ahead, and you're just seeing a showcase of that here, where they get as close as they can to the car ahead without being contact made, and they will, every time they get the opportunity, they'll tuck to the inside, they'll tuck to the outside, really make it look like they're going to go for a move where they're not necessarily even thinking about one, just piling on that pressure, getting inside the head of Noah Ida here. You can see going towards the outside, going to try and make the overtake happen though. Going down to the bus stop chicane, they're still going to be neck and neck as they approach it. No, the driver wanted to yield though, as the Kramer car takes the inside curve real heavy there, then riding on the grass on the outside as well. Veloce Esports will pull ahead, forcing the Kramer off the track then. Veloce just, they had all of the track there. They absolutely utilised that to the full potential, and I don't think there's anything wrong with what they did. They left the room for Kramer. Unfortunately though, because Kramer hit the curb on the initial entry, the car was so unsettled, John, it was just hard to get it back onto the track in a stable way, and that's why they had no momentum coming out of the bus stop there. So some daring driving from Caracas.
Yeah, superb driving. I think hard but fair, we'll say, for Caracas there. He definitely made it very awkward for the Kramer car to get through the bus stop chicane. He kind of pinched him to the inside as much as he could, as late as he could, before opening up the entry to the corner to try and swoop around the outside, should we say, in the first segment of it, which would, of course, give him the inside for the next two kind of left-handers. But it's a very awkward corner. You're kind of almost braking as you flick the car in. You kind of brake all the way through. You have to scrub off quite a lot of speed to then make the left-hander. And, of course, going side by side through there, not good at all. Kramer electing to take to the grass, essentially, to try and get the car through. And I think had that been a Ferrari, we might have seen that really weird kind of rear bouncing effect. And that could have been a Ferrari in the wall. We've seen it a few times already in the bus stop for them, so not good at all. As the Prime E racing car, the 77, I believe, this was the car earlier, Tim, that we saw shut down randomly on the straight. I've still not seen any news at all from those guys in the LFM chat. It's been very, very quiet in the Discord. It would be good to see kind of insights for what happened for certain people, of course, on that one, is to give us a little bit of an insight. You know, it's very hard to understand what's going on from the comms box. You don't always see a lot of the inputs from the drivers or the button presses. You just kind of have to make assumptions, and you know what we say about assumptions.
I do not in this situation.
It's got a slightly rude word in it, but it's the manner of all ups.
Oh, fair enough. I thought you were going to go with the assumptions get you killed, and I was like, it's a bit drastic for sim racing, John. I don't think anyone's going to die today.
Sim racing deaths.
Yes, but the Prime driver, I think what happened there, Tim actually mentioned earlier, it looked a bit like, so not a hardware issue, but almost like they stalled the car coming back onto the track. I think it's likely that something like that happened. They had an initial incident which sent them off the track, and what happened was you saw them come back onto the track and almost just park the car straight away. I imagine sometimes it happens, they just accidentally stalled the car. So for a second that they had to come to a complete stop, turn the engine off, turn it back on again, and then they could go, because it's not often you see a car just randomly stop in the middle of the track, especially after recovering from an incident as well. So I imagine stalling had something to do with the situation there. We're now watching from Noah Ida as they look at Yas Heat overtaking them from behind. Yas Heat making it look incredibly easy going down the inside of turn one. Can the Kramer esports driver answer back? I don't think so. It's unlikely in the Porsche they're going to be able to do a lot other than just try and stay as close as possible to the rear of the Ferrari here, but nonetheless almost attached to the rear of the Yas Heat driver coming down towards the bus stop chicane. Not able to get enough momentum to pull through though, and Kramer Racing Esports just losing out a couple of positions here, but it promotes Yas Heat onto the podium as well. So maybe going a bit backwards in this stage of the race. Can Kramer do anything to try and claw those paces back, or are they just losing out on pace here, John?
Yeah, it could just be a matter of two things, really. Maybe Noah Ida just not quite gelling with the car in this latter half of the race. Of course, last time we saw him out was in a few mixed conditions earlier on in the race, maybe much more suited to that. It could also be change in temperature. Of course, we are now 16 degrees in air and 17 degrees on track, so getting cooler by the hour as the sun sets here at Watkins Glen, 6:22 in the evening. Of course, the track temperature will come down, which means the pressures and core temperature of the tyres will also go down. So if you've not put enough pressure in at the start of your stint, you're going to be way under that recommended Pirelli threshold on the pressures, and you're going to be fighting for grip left, right and centre, especially if you're being forced offline over the grass. Of course, if pressures are a little bit too low to begin with, and Ida has taken that massive smash over the curb, could he have damaged the Pirellis at all? Is he getting minor pressure loss in any of the tyres, and maybe just trying to manage that towards the end of this stint before they might stick Bischoff back in, and then of course he could go full ham mode and see if he can claw back any positions on the Yas Heat car and of course the Veloce car. But all the meanwhile, Watson still out front. We've not really heard much from the leader. It's just been a very kind of relaxed drive, should we say, Tim. It's been, I wouldn't say easy by any means. It's been very challenging, even trying to navigate traffic and find your way consistently around Watkins Glen for the past kind of 5 hours or so. So yeah, great drive from the Pulse Simsport boys, and fingers crossed they can keep it to the end.
That was a commentator's curse, if I ever heard one.
That definitely was. I'm sorry.
I waited till you
now.
stopped talking to put him on the stream. That was too much of a risk for Jordan Watson there. I couldn't dare put him on the stream at that time. Just
Oh,
jumped on board with Sebastian Apostel now, having a little battle.
Yeah, the West Competition Racing driver Sebastian Apostel looking to be the next person to take over the Kramer Racing esports team here. The Kramer team getting a bit swallowed up as we approach the 2-hour 44-minute mark left in the race here. And the West Competition sort of appeared out of nowhere, and we have a steward decision now for the incident that was involving car number 50, the TMS Performance, and car 13, the Yeet Esports, the repeat of the incident we saw earlier, and it is a penalty for the number 48 Yeet Esports. 5-second time penalty. John, you've called it again.
I think they should call me John the Steward Dalton, and I'll retire from casting and maybe turn my hand to stewarding, because I seem to be pretty good at it so far. Kramer Esports very shallow in the last corner, does pit indicator on, which is good to know. Very kind of courteous to your rivals behind, so you don't kind of end up with, you know, all of a sudden a Porsche through your windscreen from where you've not realised that he is going to pit. So Apostel promoted up into P4 for the West Competition Racing, and meanwhile Team 1FF still struggling to find a way past TSR, but TSR runs themselves a little bit too deep in 6, although 7 they will still have the inside line for, so can still mount the defence on the Porsche. Porsche looking to the outside, trying to do the old switcheroo up and under, but nothing to be had, trying to maximise the drive as much as he can off the corner as they come over the hill, down the other side towards turn 8. We know the Porsche is quite good on the brakes, but close enough, but just not close enough to get a lunge going, and if he does, he might fire a dive bomb and then kind of end up looking at the stewards, as the Audi is definitely driving very defensive, covering off the inside into turn 9. This is going to hamper his run out of 9 down to 10. Has the Audi got enough grunt, or will the Porsche be able to use its traction? Down into 10 they go, still single file as they come round the penultimate corner down to the last turn. Nobody scrubbing too much speed by the looks of it, so both drivers staying out. The Porsche has made it move stick into turn 1 before. Could we be seeing a repeat of what we saw earlier with the 41 on the Aston Martin? He looks, he thinks, he pulls back in, and he thinks maybe the Audi will have the legs on me down to the bus stop. Audi running a little bit wide there. The Porsche kind of follows suit, so tit for tat on that one. And all the meanwhile, it does bring a Ferrari into the back of the picture, although this won't be for position looking at that. But Noah Ida, he's going backwards, Tim. I don't know what's going on here. Ren Velton about to swallow him up, and Visceral Esports, although they're very out of position, they're looking to claim some time back as well. So not sure what's happening with the young star here. Noah Ida, age 19, only started his sim racing career 1.5 years ago. So you know, kudos to him for sticking it to some of these big boys, but yeah, definitely struggling slightly. And I think they've pitted by the looks of it, actually, because Henrik Gamble is now in the car by the looks of it on that one.
Yeah, I think they have just peeled into the pits. They did. Henrik Gamble now in the car, so they pitted last lap, and that's why they fell down the order quite quickly, because last time we saw them, they were in 4th position. We cut back and they're down in 8th. You think, oh no, what's happened here? Turns out that they were just switching the driver up a little bit. So Henrik Gamble now in the car for the 977 Kramer Racing Esports team. Can they claw back some of those positions that they were losing earlier? We saw them lose position to Veloce, we saw them lose position to Yassi as well. And West Competition Racing also took a position off them too. So Kramer got a bit of climbing left to do. Need to close the gap to the Italian job ahead of them, and they will have to clear them quite quickly if they do so. But also, they need to try and pull a gap from Ren Welton Esports, because all the time Ren Welton Esports is behind them looking for a move. They're having to focus on defending, which is going to naturally slow their pace down a little bit. And the problem with the Porsche that we talked about so many times is that not having that straight line speed, they're going to come under heavy threat every time they get onto a straight. And that's just going to help Ren Welton really slow down the Kramer's pace here. So maybe a bit of misfortune coming out of the pits so close to another car that already is looking quite feisty on the Kramer driver.
Yeah, Ren Velton, of course, yet to pit. Last time in lap 141. Prior to that, lap 105. So we're, of course, lap 177 with the leaders now. So any moment now, I think the Ren Velton car is going to want to peel off as we see a slower BMW ahead. Hopefully, this isn't going to be the kind of position decider. Although with Ren Velton pitting soon, will they risk it all to try and make a move stick on Kramer? Or will they just literally leave it alone and say, we're pitting soon, you know, have at it. We'll see you in another hour or so when the pit stop cycles back around again. A couple of drivers, of course, still yet to pit. The only one from the top really is Kramer on lap 174, so everybody else coming up soon. Your last pitter, essentially last time by, was Sebastian Apostle on lap 151. So West Competition Racing, you'll probably see them cycle up the board a little bit before dropping back down towards the end as well. As Nicholas Arnker still struggling to find a way through that Audi R8 ahead of him. And all the meanwhile, it's brought the Ferrari into contention. So the Ferrari, a much quicker car. Maybe, if he's very sensible, Nicholas Arnker, of course, 5-second penalty as well. So not great for the TSR. He's going to get past the Audi and then essentially go backwards in a pit stop as the Audi slows up for the pit lane. And this is what we were talking about earlier. It's very tricky to determine if the rival ahead of you doesn't indicate and you don't realise, all of a sudden you're going to be piling into the back of him.
Yeah, Team 1 doing a good job to avoid the situation there, but does lose out. That's not for position, that is just to a Warhammer, I think, racing driver. But either way, almost going into the rear. You have to be very careful going into the pit lane here. We've already seen it several times in this race. We're now riding on board with the Porsche Spinala team, and we're watching the number 15 Ferrari try and chase down the TMS Performance car ahead. That TMS Performance had a couple of incidents. They got a 5-second penalty themselves, John. They then had an incident which didn't hold them up too much, but did cost them a couple of seconds, and now they're coming under pressure from the Porsche behind. And we're in that stage of the race with 2 hours and 38 minutes to go. Pit stops are happening kind of sporadically now. You don't really know which teams are going to pit when, other than, of course, we can see when they last pitted, but other than that, it's a guessing game because most drivers are split up with when they last pitted by a good couple of laps, and that can make all the difference going into the final stage of the race. It can determine how much fuel you take in your final stint, and we all know that the lighter the fuel load you've got, the quicker you'll be able to go too. So maybe some teams can use that to their advantage coming towards the final stint. Jardia Community Team looking for a way past SG Stern right now, driving the BMW. You can see the Mercedes of SG Stern just ahead of them. Still not able to make a move yet. They're under pressure from behind. This, of course, is not for direct position. This is another car on the track, but Jardia Community, that if they're blue flagged here, they're not going to want to get out of the way because they're trying to chase down SG Stern ahead, although they are going to yield the position right now and hope that SG Stern does so too, but in a way that opens the door for them there. Jardia Community Team taking the gamble that they can use the blue flag car to maybe get through here.
Yeah, definitely so. And I just want to touch on the Porsche Spinala car. Of course, we've been keeping an eye on who's the biggest gainer, who's the biggest loser, essentially. And I believe they qualified quite far down the order from memory. I want to say dead last. So they are, in fact, up about 20 positions overall. So, of course, they might be bagging themselves €100 just from that. And, of course, do want to touch briefly. We've not really explained the championship scoring much in the broadcast for those of you at home. So, basically, every single car from P1 to 49 will score some kind of point regardless. So, providing you finish, you'll get a bonus 100 points towards your championship. So the maximum score on offer if you win and finish is of course 200 points. We then essentially drop a handful of points every time until the least amount of points you can pick up from finishing in P49, which of course we didn't have 49 cars at the start, we only had 43. So technically if you finished in P43 today, you would have bagged 115 points for your championship. And I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot, but I think one of the teams, possibly Shazoo, were looking to retire. Kladki asked in the chat whether, how do the points go down? And got told, got a thank you. And yeah, they're still circulating, I believe, in the race. So it's kind of a ploy almost to get teams to stay. We said it at the start, endurance, the wonderful thing about endurance is, even if you're way out of it in the first hour, you could certainly come back come the 8th hour when the checkered flag drops. Anything can happen to anyone, and we've seen that through the race here as well, as Jonathan Seville now back in the Unicorns and Friends car. Great livery here, as we got a Mercedes parked sideways. Hopefully he doesn't move. He's got a stream of cars coming behind there, and he does get going rather safely. I had visions of him pulling straight across the nose of Jonathan Seville there and wiping out the Pulse Simsport X Unicorns of Love car. But it's great to see two kind of teams form together, two teams kind of, you know, mash themselves together as we go to a glorious replay here. We see the Sim RC Aston, I believe, just behind there, streaking past on the straight to the bus stop. No issues there at all. Both cars in single file, nicely done through there. No real dramas, kissing the curbs as you would. Going to come through the banking, and I think the replay has bugged out. It has frozen on my screen. Nope, we're playing catch up. Through the banking we go. And yeah, I think we're going to see possibly in turn 6 something really kick off on the exit. So nice and clean through there. Comes out to the exit, hooks the grass, and just fires himself into the inside Armco. So front end of that Mercedes is not going to be pretty, Tim.
You take on a lot of tracks like this where there's just grass sitting at the end of a curb where you want to really throw yourself as wide as possible. And unfortunately, just picking up the grass on the right-hand wheels slowed it down through it straight into the wall, and that's going to be a lot of damage. That we've only 2 hours and a half left. I mean, we talk about endurance racing and how you have time to come back after fixing damage. And looking very unstable there was a TSR sports car as they came through the bus stop chicane. The Audi just getting thrown around a little bit, looked very skittish. Managing to catch it though, will lose a lot of time to the cars behind. Helps the TMS performance car catch up a little bit. But yes, John, going back to what we were saying, we were saying that in endurance racing, you know, you've got that opportunity to make slight mistakes because you've got time to make up for it. 2 hours and 30 minutes left. It seems like a lot of time, and it is to a certain extent a lot of time, but you're running out of opportunities to fix things. The other problem is because so many cars have split up by quite large amounts of time now. It's not at the beginning, you know, when Veloce fell to the back, every car was only about a second apart, so they could climb back from the field quickly. Now you're looking at 10 seconds, 16 seconds between some of the drivers. You might take one car, but then you're sitting alone for a good amount of time before you see someone else. So as we get into the final stage of the race, and I'm talking final stage of 2 hours and a half left here, you do struggle to recover from those positions. That being said, there's still potential to get some points, and as you just explained, the point system, every point matters in this championship.
Yeah, I mean, you want to take a solid haul away from round 1, as we keep saying here today at Watkins Glen. Of course, your championship could be won or lost by 1 point, and if you failed to finish a race and you lost out on that bonus 100 and your opponent beats you by 99 points, you're going to be very salty that you didn't finish that one event and see it all the way through to the end. Although it is quite hard sometimes to justify, of course, the commitment hours that you put into this game. You know, some teams, we were saying earlier, practice for months at a certain track just to get very, very good at it, get an understanding of the car, how it evolves, the stages of the track, what tactics to take on strategy, whether you're going to try and punch yourself into some clean air, such as the Veloce boys did at the beginning. Of course, they pitted very early, started on wets, had great drive out the gate, went like a scolded cat through turn 1, came out the other side and was brilliant on pace. And then, of course, the track dried up, the wets overheated, and they just couldn't maintain the pace anymore. So in they came, took a nice set of dries, which was kind of a smart move because the track evolved into the stage of the dries, whereas a lot of the drivers started on the dry tyre, then ended up kind of ruining them before they reached their potential when the track did dry up. So they were driving them, of course, under pressure. Some of them might have been overpressured, but relatively they are just cold tyres, and cold tyres do not dry well. They will scrub, they will skip, they won't grip. You'll be slipping them, you'll be wearing them down, and then time when you need them to grip, they just won't. And of course, with the Veloce boys getting in at the point of which they did, of course, it gave them that opportunistic window to really make the Pirellis work. And as we see here, Grantas Caracas in P3, currently the Mercedes ahead with big front end damage that we saw kiss the Armco just a few laps ago, probably wanting to stay way out of the way here. Caracas maybe not realizing the car is damaged, passes it, jumps back online to fire himself through turn 10 there, but he's going to be wanting to keep the car as clean as he can. I think a little bit of speed scrubbing there, no, just a kind of illusion. I thought it was about to come into the pit lane then, really weirdly there. But we were just watching the TF racing car of Gerardis there, and another young driver in the field, born in '98. So yeah, very, very young indeed in comparison. Started with Richard Burns Rally 10 years ago, and he's found his way into sports cars. So great to see there, and he's logged, I think this is the highest one I've read so far, 3,700 hours on ACC alone. So he's really put some time into this one as the Team Racing Point car peels into the pit lane. TF Racing can now go ahead into P17. But 3,700 hours. That's a lot of time.
That is a lot of time, and it goes to show the experience some of these drivers have in sim racing. Of course, we were talking earlier that numbers don't necessarily mean everything, but if you do have numbers like that behind your belt, then you can be sure that driver is going to be very fast when they get in the car, just from the amount of practice that they would have had overall. We see the TMS driver here going very wide through the corner, and that just opens the door for BF Racing to come through and scoop up that 26th position there. TMS just going too wide in the corner there, really losing out after trying to take Spaghetti Racing as well, but lurking behind this potential to come back here, and they definitely have the pace to do so, but still that car looking very squirrely through the last couple of corners. They're not quite having the grip that they want to have, is the TMS Racing team. I'm wondering if they're coming to the end of their stint. No, they've just pitted, which means they're on a fresh set of tyres there, so maybe just churning them up a bit too much too quickly. It's definitely not going to help them in the long run, all of this skidding around, so they're going to want to look after and maintain their tyres for a little bit longer here. But BF Racing now turning their attention to Spaghetti Racing ahead. I mean, Aston Martin versus Mercedes. What can the Aston Martin do? A very good all-round car, that one, and one of the fan favourites at the moment in sim racing. A lot of people picking it up, and just now on the straight, almost ahead before the bus of chicane, they are the Mercedes of Spaghetti Racing, not wanting to put up too much of a fight there to BF Racing, and that is BF Racing now Audi through up into position 23.
Yeah, definitely so. The V8 Vantage, like you say, a bit of a fan favourite, of course, with the similar engine that runs in the Mercedes, but with a couple of turbos strapped on it. Makes it for a very good machine in a straight line, and we've seen it time and time again here at Watkins Glen today. The Aston just has the legs on absolutely everything. We saw it blast past a Porsche like it was stood still between turns 4 and the bus stop. Didn't even have to pull any fancy trickery playing a game of chicken into the braking zone. It just slingshotted past and had the corner before it even got to the braking zone. So yeah, some crazy scenes when you've got the powerful car, but it's not all about the power. It's of course about how fast you can get the car around a lap in general, and right now Watson doing just that to keep the lead for the Pulse SimSport team there. Sebastian Apostel now up into P2. Of course, not to be fooled, he is still yet to pit on this next round of cycle, along with Jordan Watson. Last time he was in the lane was lap 150. Apostel then came down the lane lap 151. Prior to that, they both pitted on lap 113 and 114 retrospectively. So Apostel and Pulse SimSport on very similar strategy at the moment, but they've still got a stop to take, and you kind of got to get your final stop in just under the stint timer, but not so close to the stint timer that you end up, like you said earlier, Tim, putting in too much fuel, and then your rival is suddenly a lot lighter than you come the end of the race.
Yeah, it's all about weighing up what the best strategy is as you approach the final section of the race. SG Stern here, the team driving the 199 Mercedes. They're trying to find a way through the home of sim racing car ahead of them. They're finding their way up into 17th place here. What can they do? They've got a bit of pressure from behind, from another driver that isn't actually racing them directly, but still, when you've got a car that close to you behind, whether you have to yield to them or they're technically supposed to yield to you, it can throw you off a little bit mentally here. So they're probably hoping for a little bit of breathing room, even though that they're not actually racing that driver directly. And coming now down the straight, you can see the blue flag being waved. I imagine it's because that Mercedes at some point will need to peel over and let that car through, but we'll see what they decide to do here. Just not able to close that gap enough to the home of sim racing, but still trying to bring it in a little bit more. 2 hours and a half left in this race. Most drivers now will be looking to try and find a couple more positions before settling in to the final couple of stints here. Most drivers will be looking to change up soon as well. I imagine we'll get fresh sets of drivers in the car for the final part of the race too. A lot of drivers pulling into the pits. Yeet Esports comes out in 17th. Looks like Kramer Racing Esports all the way down in what looks like 20th now, exiting the pit lane. Actually, they're back up into 19th, but Kramer Racing Esports, weren't they towards the top not long ago? What's happened? Why are they all the way down in 18th?
Yeah, they were, weren't they? They were just inside the top 10. Just switched drivers, didn't they, to Henrik Gamble, who was, you know, fending off a few folk. And then all of a sudden we find himself down currently on my timing board in P26 overall, just kind of slipping down and down the order. Not sure what's happened there. We're going to have to try and figure that one out if we can. Get a message from anybody in the in the Discord would be much appreciated. We do have a little bit of support from the Top Racing TV casters in our Twitch chat. Welcome, guys. Thank you for stopping in. It's been a tough one so far, but it's going very well, I think, for a team that was assembled less than a week ago. I don't think we've done too bad, Tim and Tim, should we say?
Yeah, I'm keeping my voice down a little bit. I'm saving it for later, as I'm aware I think it's down to 2 of us in the booth a bit later, so I'm hanging on to it for now. But yeah, it's been a fantastic race so far. I mean, as we were saying, some real close battles, some real good technical races being done here as well. We say by Jordan Watson and that number 1 car of Apostle. And it's at the moment, it looks like the gap to Caracas is the best part of a minute, which is just, as you said, due to the pit stops. But that's a daunting sector time. If you're looking at your deltas when you're in that car and you're thinking about trying to gain a position, that's not a few seconds. You can get that in your head of, I can gain half a second here, I can gain a few tenths. When you're looking at a full minute, that is blistering. When you think a lap of here is averagely about 144, 143s we're kind of seeing coming through at the moment. You know, that's over half a lap you need to try and gain on the car in front of you, and that is a colossal gap to try and gain. It really gets inside the head of a racer when they're trying to do it.
Absolutely. We talked about the mental games that drivers go through when doing an endurance race and just sim racing in general. And like you said, Tim, one of those instances is the gap size of the driver you are trying to chase ahead. I know from first-hand experience, I'm sure you guys do too, that the bigger that gap, the more daunting it is, exactly like you said. And that is going to be playing on the mind of Caracas right now. Hopefully, though, the team's there to support them and say, look, that minute gap, it's because of the pit stop cycle. You don't have to worry that much about it, but Caracas will have that playing in their mind of, okay, that's a whole minute I've got to try and gain right now. And you also, because this is an endurance race, based on when they're pitting too, it might turn out that come the end of the pit cycle, they actually were a minute ahead. They just managed to work it out like that. We'll see. Now as we're coming in, it depends. They last pitted on lap 151, currently on lap 187. So they are due a pit stop soon. I think they're just going to be outside making it to the end. But there is also that risk of, could they have made it to the end with the pit cycle they're on? Unfortunately, I don't think that's the case, because I think the driver's sitting them. It's an hour and 5 minutes here, so we'll have to peel into the pits again at least twice more to make the end of this race. Kramer Racing currently joined Marco Bischoff in the Kramer Racing Esports, the number 977 car, in 36th position. Something terrible has definitely happened to the Kramer Racing team here. They need to find their way back up through the field, and right now they're looking at the rear of the Team Shazoo GT. We saw pick up a penalty earlier. Can Kramer get through quickly? There's a lot of cars around here. It goes back to what you were saying earlier, John, about the mental games of having a lot of cars on the track around you and what that can do to a driver. There's a lot of pressure to deal with.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially when you have Mabix himself breathing down the back of your neck in your own Porsche, and it's not even for position. I'd hate to feel how nervy this feels if you were battling this man for position. Just had word from the Kramer Esports team. I've asked in the LFM Discord what's happened. Apparently Henrik had a disconnect. Of course, when you have a disconnect in ACC, everybody has to leave the server. Everybody then has to join in the right order again. So whoever was elected as driver 1 has to come back in first, and then of course everybody else can come after that. So essentially it's a hard reset the Kramer car. It's put it way out of sync now. I believe on a disconnect as well, you do have a hold time. So when you click drive, it holds you in the pit lane for a set period, which of course in a field, we keep saying it, in a field this competitive where the margins are so small, it just drags you down the order. And you know, one DC has just taken him from P8, would we say was fair at the point we last saw Henrik, was just inside the top 10 all the way down to P35. So big comeback drive in the next 2 hours 20 for these guys. Just going to have to damage limitation again on this one. The 2 cars ahead, of course, will be for a lap position. The essential next car in line is the Spaghetti Racing Mercedes on that one. So a lot of ground to make up, and Mabix doesn't need to be held up by people in the nicest way that are fighting their own fights. He just wants to get around the Team 1FF guy, wants to get around the RCI Esports car, and he just wants to drill in the laps and get the team back up the order to take as many points as they can in this opening round.
To get an idea of how badly that disconnect has affected them, according to my timing board, they have now lost 33 positions from the start of the race. So that is colossal. That is the sort of the biggest loser of positions so far this evening. But yeah, 33 positions on the grid they've lost since the beginning of the race, which is massive for a 40 car grid. That's some serious time and track distance to try and make up.
And that is going to be playing on the mind of the drivers. Now, like I said, that's a huge amount of time lost on the grid. They know that they've got the pace to catch up, and like you were saying, John, they're going to want to clear the cars ahead quickly. The problem they have right now, though, is that the RCI car and the car that they are fighting ahead of them, those two cars are fighting. That's it. They're not going to be able to get through. Neither one of them is going to want to yield. The 144 of Team 1 FF or the RCI Motorsport car, they don't want to yield a position, especially not to a driver which they're going to see as behind them on track. And it's a fair enough feeling to have there. Of course, they just want to race each other. They don't want to have to worry about the car behind them, no matter how fast that car behind them is. And you can see now the RCI Motorsport driver, Benjamin Harman, just trying to stay ahead of Team 1 as Team 1 looks towards the inside in the first corner. They're not going to make a move just yet, but the pressure's still there. And all this time you can see the Kramer Esports car in the red lurking behind, just hoping for a way through because they want to start chasing down Spaghetti.
Yeah, definitely so. And somebody in Twitch chat as well confirming the disconnect for Kramer. So yeah, detrimental to their race. Did qualify in P7 overall, so they've only lost 28. I think the overlays are slightly bugged from when Tim started casting, but a big slide there from the Team 1 car. A little wiggle there from Mavix on the exit as well. But like we said, you know, these guys are at no position to yield at all. They can run their race if they want. Yes, he may be a lot faster. Yes, he should be way further up the field than he is, but he does have to find a way through safely. He can't just drive through these guys like they don't exist. And all the meanwhile, of course, the Team 1 opens the door there, and that could allow Bischoff through on that one. The man we know as Stewie, aka Benjamin Harman there, taking the high line around the corner, and does lose a position to the Team 1 car. Does allow the Unicorn and Friends car to take another lap off them as well. And we have an incident involving the 50, the TWMS Performance, and the number 13 Yeet Esports car once again. Number 48 Yeet car will get another 5-second time penalty for rear-ending the TWMS car in a braking zone. So not good at all. And I think if I was Luis Fleischer right now, I'd be trying to let Mavix through in the safest way I can, and then essentially use him as a reference point for where I need to be braking and how to drive the Porsche, and seeing if you can make any of the tips from Bischoff work through your lap as well, which could pull out the gap a little bit to Benjamin Harman behind. But it's going to be a very tactical game from here on out. Just over 2 hours 15 minutes to go, and it's all still to play for. I don't think I can call this. Caracas on a mad charge at the front of the grid. Watson, all he's got to do is just kind of drive. We've got Inestrosia now for Yas Heat into P3. We've got Apostle at the car finally, and Simeon in to the West Competition car. The LFM car, the 255, that's creeped up the field into the 5th position as well. Kolosov for Armamentario, despite the penalties, just behind him as well. I think somewhere down the road, although can't see him in the same shot, probably just rounding out the last corner now. But there's a few names that we've been seeing up and down the grid all race, Tim, that's, they're lurking and they're ready. Providing something goes wrong, they are going to be in the right position to obviously capitalise on that and maximise their result come the checkered flag.
And just look at the Italian job car. Started in that pole position, fell quite far down the field at one point, was outside of the top 10, managing to climb their way back up though, find themselves in 7th. Currently behind the wheel is Romano here, and a good job at helping the team bring that car right back up to where they wanted it to be. It seems that in the last half of this race, since about that 4-hour mark, they just managed to find the pace again. And I'm wondering, John, if you were slightly onto it earlier when you mentioned the wet versus dry setups. What it looks like is the Italian job, just one of those cars that picked more of a dry setup for this race. Probably why they struggled quite a lot earlier when the track was damp and then wet at times as well. And now that it's fully dry again, the track's starting to cool down a bit, so the tyres are in a nice optimum position. They're just climbing back up through those places. But the Italian job, where there was a bit of fear earlier as to whether they were going to be able to finally perform in this race, they're now starting to bring that pace right back up to where we expect it to be.
Yeah, definitely. I think we did hit the nail on the head earlier with regards to setup. Of course, mixed conditions at the start. It was fully wet, went very quickly to damp condition, and then even quicker to the greasy phase where the dry tyres kind of start coming into play and become worthy of switching to. So the Italian job guys, I guess, just gearing more towards a wet setup. Maybe they looked ahead on the weather forecast and figured out what was going to happen towards the end of the race. Of course, the clouds went away. The sun kind of came out a little bit between the clouds, and we've got this beautiful golden hour kind of race going on at the moment. 6 minutes to 7 in the evening, still 2 hours to go, so we'll finish just before, just after 9 o'clock, I believe, if my maths is correct. So we might even see a little bit of darkness setting here at Watkins Glen, but for now it's great to see the sun round this corner, especially the orange glow as the cars navigate around the banking. Of course, the sun disappearing ever more in the day. Jamie Nuttall for the Visceral Esports car looking to try and improve on the miserable event they've had today. They've been fired off left, right and centre a few times. They've been in the wall, they've been beaten left, right and centre, but they are still on a comeback, and they are up to P25, and it's quite noble of them to continue going. And I guess the bonus of having 100 points, should we say, at the end of the race is what is spurring them on, because 100 points in a championship, that's a fair whack of points.
It's a huge amount of points, and it will make a lot of difference later on, because 100 points in a race where you can get basically that for winning as well, it's a huge amount of difference. It's incentivizing all of these teams just to finish the race to get that huge advantage in the championship too. Jamie Nuttall in the Visceral Esports team right now chasing down the low fuel motorsports car. And another thing that's probably spurring them on is not just the haul of points, but the fact that you can still make something of this race. 25th, it's not where you saw yourself at the start, but it's still a decent result. It's about halfway up through the field. They're still climbing. They're definitely showcasing pace, especially in the latter half of this race. They're showcasing that they can actually do this. Of course, they're driving the Ferrari car, which we know is performing well today. Looking towards the outside here for a move. Are they going to make an overtake before the bus stop chicane? It seems that they've got enough power to do it. And actually, the low fuel motorsport car there, you saw slightly put their foot on the brake, just yielding that position completely. Didn't want to get into an accident with the Visceral Esports team. And that's another position for them that's going to hand more points with it. So Jamie Nuttall and the rest of the team here, probably not just spurred on by the points alone, it definitely helps, but also showcasing what they can do now. They know they have potential to be in those higher spots, and there really is no reason to give up just yet, because as we've said time and time again, anything can happen, especially in 2 hours.
Yeah, definitely 2 hours. Quite sorry to jump in there, Tim. 2 hours definitely a fair chunk of time to make something happen, and we don't know what's going to happen in the next 2 hours. We've seen a car had to do the old control delete and get itself going again. Pit stop mistakes can happen, speed in the pit lane can happen, incidents with other cars can happen. So there's still quite a lot of variables in the race back to the front.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly say about Jamie Nuttall. Quite a young driver. I've seen him in a couple of other races before, mostly in sprint series, so I haven't actually commentated or viewed him racing in an endurance event yet. But it was actually here at Watkins Glen in a Mercedes that he was seriously quick. It was him and one other driver. I've actually forgotten the name of the other driver, as he's not joined the league I normally commentate on again. But the pair of them were just blisteringly quick, so I imagine to a certain extent, Nuttall is going to be sort of kicking himself that he's not putting in the same performance. Obviously in a very different car. There has been a BOP change since the last time he was racing here and had his success, but it's always a kicker if you've had a great race at a circuit before and then just bad luck comes along. It's just one of these things. Saw it with Grantis Caracas early in his career as well. Very fast driver, hadn't quite picked up the sort of track presence that he needs and he has now gained. He was quite an unlucky driver. I think there was a few races where it was either running out of fuel or just some slight little mistakes, but he's really honed his skills, and now you see him running in second place against the absolute top flight of esports.
definitely. So it's all about kind of, we said earlier, practice makes perfect, and the more seat time you essentially have in game and learning all these different scenarios and how the cars behave in certain conditions over curbs with various setup changes, etc. It does widen your knowledge quite a lot, and that's essentially what makes you a much better driver. You really know where you can place that car. Some of these guys, Caracas, one to speak of, only drive the Porsche. I don't think I've ever seen him in really anything else in his career so far. Of course, Samir Foch knows the Ferrari inside and out. Apostle, definitely a BMW main driver there as well. So big names with a lot of knowledge between them on what they're doing in the platforms they've chosen. And of course, we keep saying, obviously, the mid-season update that we're going to experience during the LFM Championship, especially for the Porsche and the Ferrari drivers, will be interesting to see. And I, for one, really cannot wait to see that one happen. Of course, the Ferrari trailer teased on YouTube. We do have a Porsche trailer probably coming, and a Lamborghini trailer, no doubt on that one, but no Lambos here today. And Tim Peck just steps out of the booth just for a brief while, just to catch a little refresh break, shall we say, from all the casting this afternoon, as we watch here the Petrol Brothers car, cutting away back to the Porsche Spinala team. That's a very confusing team, Tim Lunn. It's caught me out a few times there. Porsche Spinala, but in a Ferrari.
Yes, and it doesn't really... It's not the easiest livery to look at either, is it? I couldn't work out if it's the livery or whether it's carrying quite a significant amount of damage. Either way, it's a very odd liveried car, isn't it? It just kind of blends into the back of the circuit, especially now we're starting to lose that sort of large amount of light. And I think, going back to what you were saying earlier, I think the golden hour is now over, which most of these racers will be thinking, thank God for that, I can finally see where I'm going. But it is going to get dark, and that's where you really see some people's pace change. Are we going to see people, different drivers coming in these last little stints of the race, just changing it up? Or whoever's out there, are they going to try and just double stint it all the way to the end? It's one of those things people try and plan for, but it's very hard to do hundreds and hundreds of laps in set conditions, like doing it just in the dark, doing it just in the daytime, in the wet. You have to kind of do a bit of practice for everything, but it really can be affected by different drivers depending on who is in the car. Oh, up at the front, a little bit of a difference. Battle for 8th place really kicking off. In fact, we may have just missed that. No, Tim Peachman all over the back of the Italian job car. Another weird car, the Italian job, but it's a Honda.
Yes, nothing to do with Italy at all. More of a Japanese, obviously, manufacturer there. So a very strange team name choosing to adopt. You think they'd be loyal to their home country and pick something like a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, but maybe just gelling with the Honda. And they got a great sticker on the back of the car in the centre of the rear bumper. It says "Race like a gentleman." So something very true, hopefully, to their team motto, and they race hard but fair as a team. But Ren Velton definitely looking to the back of these guys now, and we've seen them, split up occasionally. Definitely time and time again as we go into the split account of Ren Velton. There you go, race like a gentleman over the front split, over the rear bumper. So great to see on that one. But yeah, we've seen these guys, separated at times, together at times, and they're still battling even 6 hours later nearly. So great to see the guys committing here. Not so lucky when it rained, when the heavens opened, they went back down a little bit, but then when they shut back up and we tried again, they've definitely found their feet, and they've been able to fend off the Ren Velton car quite well through turn 1, down the back straight at the bus stop. The Spaghetti racing car getting way out of the way there, just letting the two through, allowing them to fight, as the man we know as Benjamin Holman, aka Stewie, to any RCI member knows, this man does all of our broadcasting over on RCI TV. So great to see him get a little bit of a break from broadcasting, and he's actually able to enjoy some racing in the weekend as well. But still fending off Alessio Melez. That's a name you don't want to be trying to fend off, and the BF Racing Aston Martin behind there in the train as well, getting ever closer. And we know how strong the Aston is at a straight line, so I think the Aston is just kind of sitting there biding its time. That's Naudi in the car at the moment there, so he's definitely biding his time down the straights. There's no way that Aston could not overtake that Ferrari at that point, or at least have a stab at it. And we see the Unicorns of Love car now driven by Schwert in the background there, number 14, currently in P11 on a bit of a comeback drive from earlier on. They're still trying to climb their way up the order. Blue flags are waving on this fight for the 3 here. This is going to be quite tricky for the Unicorns of Love Sim Racing team. They've got 3 cars here, all fighting for position. You've got the RCI car at the head, you've got Porsche Spinala in the middle, and then you've got BF Racing just behind in the Aston Martin. So we saw earlier, obviously, lapped drivers trying to get past by the leaders, or the leader lap cars, should we say. And it's very tricky, especially when there's 3 of them in a row, Tim.
Yeah, really, the best option is going to be if they can find a position on a straight. Maybe you could just let off, almost let all 3 cars by, and just nip in behind, try and stay on the toe of the faster cars. Can be a really nice opportunity actually to work on your lap times if you can get behind someone that's significantly quicker than you, because you can sort of hang on to the back of them for a little while. At least that's always what I try and do when I'm almost always being overtaken. Sort of the curse of being in the commentator's booth most of the time is the time on track. Oh, actually, hang on. This is the battle going on for 17th, and there we go. That's already changed. Sorry, battle of 18th. No, this is the 17th battle. So the 144 Porsche goes through. I think we literally just saw the overlapping move there. Really good little move up the inside. Doesn't appear to be any contact. That must have been just through the chicane. Great little bit of driving. And yeah, the Yeet Motorsport car, or sorry, Yeet Esports car, will be very disappointed to lose a position there. But that 144 Porsche seems to be on a right old charge at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Certainly on a comeback charge for Lewis Fleischer in the 144. Again, a car I think qualified fairly high up the order. Wasn't slouching by anyone's means. Just going to scroll back to the qualifying results to find out where that placed. But yeah, the esports guys, again, having a great race. They seem to be lacking a little bit in the wet since drying up again. They've really found some confidence and put themselves kind of more towards the front end of the field. Just trying to quickly scroll the qualifying, but I'm not spotting them. There they are. P21 they qualified, so up into P17. Definitely some improvement for them. But yeah, they do seem to be on a real flyer, as the Ren Velten car is still behind the Italian job car. Still no position to be changed on that one as of yet. And I do have some news on the number 77, if you remember, Tim, the car we saw doing the old Control-Alt-Delete,
yeah.
And it kind of was just that. Apparently the wheel lost connection to the wheelbase, stuck in second gear, and because of that, their stint timer then elapsed. They then got a drive-through for exceeding the stint timer, so then they tried to serve it, but they couldn't deselect the server penalty while being on the in-lap for the pit stop, so they were going to pit, go another lap, serve the drive-through, keep going. So they couldn't deselect the in-lap for the penalty, which I've heard has been a bug for a few drivers so far this year. And ultimately they did their drive-through and then had to stop because they ran out of fuel, which is why we saw them jump back to the garage and then unfortunately slip down the order. So being confirmed there by Luca Schubert in the LFM Discord. Sad times when hardware failure happens, but it's almost akin to mechanical failure. Obviously, ACC doesn't have mechanical parts that break, although you can obviously crash a car. As we see a yellow flag between the Unicorns of Love, the Spinala team, and the BF Racing car on the left-hand side there. Not sure what's happened there, but the Unicorns of Love was obviously destined to try and lap the three cars that were all in a row, and the Spinala cars ahead there. Veloce's just down the road behind them. Yassi in the background, but not sure what happened to that train of cars. We had
lost the racing number for that one. What car numbers? The
Spinala car number 15.
Car number 15. Let's see if I can quickly find it and get it on the replay. I was scrolling through and couldn't see it. There we go. Let's see if we can get that one as a replay. We'll have to go back quite a long way.
Here we go. So we've got the Unicorns of Love car just behind Spinala car ahead, RCI Racing ahead of them, BF Racing behind. So BF Racing has already been dispatched. We've got a slow Mercedes on the inside, Spinala to the outside, and the Unicorns of Love just looks like they just drove up into the Ferrari almost. BF Racing, no reaction there at all, getting caught out. The Unicorns of Love getting going again. Veloce taking a lap off them, and Aston Martin parked in a very awkward space. We then had the Italian team BMW nearly sending it up the inside into turn 7 as well. So a bit of a weird one there. It looked like the Unicorns of Love car just kind of was turning left and then all of a sudden turned right, and there was a Ferrari. So bit peculiar there. Stewards are probably going to be investigating that one, so keep your eye on the race control box that we do have flashing up on our screens very occasionally, as the RCI car, I believe, is being shown a white flag as well. Not sure what's happening there on the left-hand side. Just trying to work out
Where is
if I
that
can
one
spot
gone?
anything. Car number 799.
799. Let's just grab him up, see if we can spot something. That's Benjamin Heilman. Oh, sorry, Heilman. Let's see if we can grab that.
Not sure what happened there, but there's definitely a white overlay over who we know as Stewie, of course, to everybody else here. Heilman, the man in the wheels. We flick to a glorious instant replay coming down towards the bus stop. All is looking well. No cars surrounding him at all. So no cars even in the bus stop ahead. Hits one curb, jumps the other. All is looking stable. There's no death from the Audi, so possibly just an ACC TV bug. Maybe
Quite
highlighting
possibly.
his name for the wrong reason. But it looks all kind of fair dinkum, shall we say. There's no real big steering inputs. There's no real upset. There's no real bumps. So yeah, not particularly sure what that was for, but ACC TV picking up on something at least for the RCI car, but nothing to be had there. So just under 2 hours to go now. Tim Peichmann and the Italian job car still going at each other. That's Romano now in the 179 just ahead, and it's great to see since their main driver, their fastest driver, has of course exited the car. It hasn't gone backwards, so I believe it must have just been a setup thing last time, Tim.
Quite possibly, as we said earlier on, the tyre pressures, especially on ACC, you really have to get them pretty much perfect if you want to be as quick as you possibly can be. Overheating tyres, just, especially in some of these cars, just turn it to driving a pile of blancmange, essentially. Going back to the RCI car that was down on speed, I wonder again if it's one of those cases of sometimes when you just slow down on track, it sometimes can bring up that slow car marker, but it might have been just, again, fiddling with tyre pressures about to come in. The track temperature has reduced down to 15 degrees, and so is the ambient. So tyre pressure's really going to be a big thing. So whether or not maybe trying to look at his heads-up display and adjust it, because it's only the driver that can actually adjust the tyre pressures. So while you're trying to race, you're also trying to do that, so it can be a bit of a challenging one that people at home don't always realise that it is down to the person in the car to actually make the adjustments. So possibly just slow down slightly, just enough to bring up the slow car on track. As I say, it didn't seem to be anything really going on there, but didn't look quite as aggressive as he has in previous laps. Just a little look now, keeping an eye still on this Tim Peichmann, still chasing after the back of the Italian job. Still not quite able to close the gap though, been squabbling around for a little while, whether or not they're sort of sitting comfortably and just enjoying these reasonably quick laps they're both putting in. Neither of them battling too hard and slowing each other down, but I imagine as soon as a little position exposes itself, Peichmann will throw himself up the inside and try and gain that spot. Everyone else, the rest of the grid, just at this sort of spread out stage at the moment. A little bit of an improvement in the time between Watson and Caracas. 3 seconds taken off that time, but it has taken about half an hour to do that. So the likelihood of that gap just on sheer pace closing before the end of the race, I think, is pretty slim. A couple of other little battles going on. We've got... Oh, who is this? This is Tamo driving for Yeet Esports. Again, it's closed up on the back of the 144. These two have been squabbling out for a little while as well.
So just flicking through some various Twitch streamers that are streaming their team's POV and reading a few chat messages in their broadcast. Apparently, Foch, every time in a Stroza goes through the bus stop, he takes a very interesting line, and Foch is clenching every time he sees the line. So yeah, some very nervous faces watching on. Of course, when you've tried so hard in your stint for a teammate to make a mistake, it can feel really deflating, but you just really do have to pick yourself up and cheer them on as much as you can towards the end of the race, no matter kind of what goes on that one. And yeah, just flicking through a few POVs, seeing what's going on between a few teams. But Jonathan Seville in the Unicorns and Friends car. Still, I think Tim, this has got to be my favourite livery on the grid today.
It is a really good looking livery. It looks almost as if it could be their on a real life car as well. So it's quite nice. You do see these absolutely bonkers meme-filled liveries sometimes on cars, just full of random cats and such. But this is a really nice, it's a decent livery. It's got all the right aspects that we like to see. It's obviously a really good custom one that's been put together, which is, yeah, it's really nice. There was something earlier on that caught my eye as well. It was one of the Astons. I can't actually remember what number it was, but one of them, I think it had some blue tints to it, which I did quite like the look of as well. But yes, it's a really good looking livery. It does remind me slightly of the Iron Lynx and Iron Dames livery from obviously the Fanatec GT World Challenge in real life.
Yes, does have very similar color aspects, should we say, with the yellow and the pink and yeah, the kind of wacky graphics design. So yeah, it's great to see two teams essentially morphing together to try and take championship honours here. You know, it's almost like seeing a Veloce and a Yassi car kind of sandwiched together, and half the car being a Yassi and half the car being the purple kind of Veloce that we see on the Porsche this year. So yeah, it's great to see like communities come together, teams that even come together and decide we don't have enough teams, we don't have enough drivers maybe to mount an attack on this championship. So why not combine forces and see what we can do together as the Unicorn and Friends car comes down the lane with the Sim RC community car. So just under the hour mark on that one, just under 2 hours to go. So they're probably going to be looking to go until about 50 minutes into the end, and then we'll start seeing them filter down the pit lane for their last time. So nobody, of course, if you're a stranger to ACC and you're not too sure on what the rule set is we're running here, and you're a bit confused at why we're watching cars go around for 8 hours here, this is the Virtual Endurance Masters Championship hosted by LFM. This is where we see the top splits essentially of ACC drivers battle it out for the coveted title, and each driver has a stint timer of 65 minutes. The 65-minute timer can be reset by either coming into the pit lane and leaving the pit lane. Depending what you do in that, unless you're serving a penalty, that's the only time I believe it won't reset. So if you come in for a pit stop, that'll reset it. If you do a drive-through, not stopping in your box at all, but not a penalty drive-through, that will reset it. So occasionally you see towards the end of the race, not sure we'll see it here because everybody's kind of on the right strategy to make one stop to the end and leave it, but some drivers overfuel the car. So say a car has a capacity of 120 litres, they'll take the 120, they'll then, with 5 minutes on their stint timer and 5 minutes to the race, say, before it ends, if they're about to run out of time and go over, they'll take a voluntary drive-through through the pit lane to essentially get themselves back into that 65-minute reset so they can then make it to the end. And of course, you save time by not stopping. You save time by putting the fuel in earlier, essentially in the full service of the car with tyres. So it's just a kind of blip through the pit lane that sometimes can win or lose races. You know, if you're thinking very wisely, you might be able to get away with it. Of course, Watkins Glen, not the longest lane on ACC. Of course, Spa takes that title, but you know, certainly one that might pay off. And of course, one driver must drive at least one stint minimum, which is why you see the lack of the Williams esports car, shall we say. Unfortunately, Charlie Crossland having a few server issues at the beginning meant he joined the server but wasn't in the Williams car to be able to take it over. And we see a little overlap now from the Ren Velten esports car, the Italian job car, bumping, trying to shove it over to the outside. Swooping around the outside goes Ren Velten. Can they get the power down early enough in order to drag themselves around the outside of the Italian job team?
Big
and Ren
contact.
Velten moving to the side. Big contact indeed, Tim. And that allows the Unicorns of Love car through. So that's essentially put a buffer between Ren Velten and the Italian job car. So I'm wondering how stewards are going to see that. I'm hoping we're going to see a little flash up in a minute saying they're looking into that one, but I'm not sure that was gentleman racing.
No, definitely wasn't. Obviously, you could see the idea was to go across and try and take that inside line, but still way too much of an overlap there. So either ACC in-game spotting wasn't working quite right, or crew chief was having a bit of a wobble, possibly. But yeah, that certainly was not the textbook way to make an overtake, shall we say. It might not have been that big of a contact. You can sometimes find with ACC. Oh, actually, a move going down into the chicane now. We're trying to see someone go around the outside, not able to. Petrol Brothers stay behind. But going back to it, the damage model and crash model for ACC can sometimes be slightly exaggerated, especially with side-to-side contact. It doesn't have to be that big of a blow against a car, and it can, for some reason, send them spearing off. I guess it's just almost like a little fault in the code somewhere that can't be fixed for whatever reason, as it's been like that for a long time in ACC.
Yeah, I remember the original Assetto Corsa. Those of you that have played that was very much the same in the early stages. One minor contact used to send you spearing off into the atmosphere. It was quite funny when the drift guys picked up the game and were trying to rub doors with each other. They'd end up flying over the fence at like Monza, for example. It was hilarious at the time, but yeah, it has been reduced down significantly if you're kind of early enough to remember that. And I'm going to welcome back into the booth Tim Peck. Tim Peck is back from his break. You haven't missed much, but Kramer have had a massive disconnect and are no longer near the front of the field, unfortunately.
Yes, I actually caught that just as I was leaving for my break, saw them right at the bottom of the field, and then while still on the break, was still watching alongside, because I'm going to be honest, I can't take my eyes off this race, John. It's been that exciting. So I've seen a lot of the action that's just unfolded, including the slight tap there, which sent one of the cars really wide, surprisingly, but now we're riding on board with Kevin Steiner, Petrol Brothers driver for the Mercedes team, trying to catch up with the GSE Racing. Slight gap between them now. It looks like a car splitting them up as well here. That is the, I believe, Unicorns and Friends car splitting the two drivers up. So that, probably hoping that that car will then split up and overtake the GSE Racing, opening up a door for the Petrol Brothers team as well. We'll see how that all turns out soon, but up and down the field, a lot of fights starting to unfold as we get into the final hour and 50 minutes. Maybe a couple of teams hoping to get some final overtakes happening before we enter the end stages of this race and just try and get themselves a little bit higher up the field right before the end here.
Yeah, certainly time is ticking here. Just under 2 hours to go, as you said, and you know, the clock it's not getting any bigger. So if you want to make a move, you know, you want to build some kind of gap, or you want to decrease a gap for your teammate that might be taking over for the final stint of the race. For example, Caracas has been in the car for a long while now. I'm expecting a driver change to either Malinowski or Boothby on that one. Inestroja still fairly fresh in the car. He might go to the end. Jordan Watson been in there for a good few hours now as well, so he might be pulled in exchange for somebody else. Simeon, I think, might go another stint at least, if not two. I mean, Sebastian Apostle, wouldn't surprise me if he's expired all the driver hours that were given to the team during the race. He feels like he's been in for a good 6 hours at least already. Joe only handing over to his teammates very briefly for a couple of stints. So the young Romanian there looking to probably watch from the sidelines for the majority of the race now. But this man here, Jordan Watson, your race leader in the Pulse Sim Sport Ferrari, got very well off the start with Tatsvina Hacker. Stanger took over in the middle stint, so it wouldn't surprise me if Tatsvina Hacker comes back in to take the checkered flag toward the end. But conditions have been very tricky for all drivers here, so they've just managed to kind of keep their nose clean, I would say. They've not been involved in a lot of drama. I've not seen them in any incidents. Stewards haven't given out any penalties to them, so they've run a pretty good race, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, it's been exceptionally clean for them, hasn't it? Oh, sorry about that, Tim. This is where the two
That's
Tims
right.
begin to talk over each other. But yeah, it's been a really good race for them. So, like, no penalties or anything like that. It's been a textbook drive. I mean, there is still an hour and 47 minutes to go, so I won't say too much just in case. I'm going to flick over to the cockpit cam for 2 moments. I'm not going to go through the Moser screen as normal, as I have been told the noise is a little bit loud. I do apologise, that is an error on my end that sadly I cannot fix actually during the stream, but I will guarantee it will be sorted by next time. We're going to jump over to the cockpit. We can get an idea of just what our lead driver is doing.
I was going to mention as well, yes, Jordan Watson and the rest of the Pulse Sim Sport team have done an absolutely amazing drive so far. The race control, the incident between the 179 Italian job car and the 71 Ren Welton eSports car that we saw a couple of laps ago has been noted down, so they will be investigating what exactly happened there. You've got the Pure Sim Sport team, they're currently leading this race. We've all talked about now how good they've been doing. We're now riding on board with them. We can see how Jordan Watson decides to drive this lap and get an idea of exactly how they're getting the most pace out of this Ferrari. It's definitely been the dominant car, I'd say, so far of this weekend. There's a lot of Ferraris absolutely pounding their way around the field at the moment. Most of the top 10 is filled with the Ferrari too, so it's definitely the pick of the championship so far. Veloce Esports and Porsche found their way back up into second place after falling down the field very heavily earlier on, having to take a dry set of tyres quite early at the beginning of the race. The RC Esports filling out that final podium spot as well. Now, I was looking at Veloce Esports. John, you were actually talking about Caracas has been in the car a while and will most likely switch before the end. If they're splitting the drive time amongst their three drivers fairly equally, I think we're due another George Boothby stint in the final few hours of this race. And it's interesting because George Boothby, usually one of the stronger drivers in ACC, earlier in the car didn't seem too comfortable with how the Porsche was driving and actually started to lose out pace, especially to the RC team. So maybe RC here looking to benefit off a final stint if George Boothby does take it, and George will be looking to perhaps get a little bit more out of the car this time round if he does enter the car for the final hour of this race.
Yeah, of course, UKOG needs no introduction, aka George Boothby. He would be the man I'd be slapping in the car every day, but yeah, just seemed a little bit kind of off as such in the last stint he had. Didn't really seem like he was kind of comfortable with the car or gelling with it, so maybe just not a fan of Watkins Glen, quite possibly. That could be a thing. We've all got circuits we hate at ACC. Mine, for one, is Laguna Seca. Can't stand it, don't like how it flows, too tricky for me.
Heresy.
I know. Kota is another one, believe it or not. I think we're all on the same page about Kota. It's a very tricky track. Yep, Apexes, don't know where they are. They're somewhere in that corner. Good luck trying to find them. But yeah, maybe Watkins Glen is just not George's track. So yeah, that could be that. But yeah, Malinowski or Boothby with potential to be able to take the car towards the checker, as we now see Timo Shalenkin in the 98 Ferrari making a move, or trying to make a move, on the Yeet Esports BMW M4 down towards the first turn, although no move to be had there. Yeet Esports covering off very nicely indeed, and the Ferrari probably going to be the one to punch into the slipstream and try and pull up to it during the bus stop. But the Ferrari being a popular pick, as we see the stewards report actually now come through. Penalty for the number 71 Ren Velten Esports, 5 seconds for causing a collision. So that will mean, of course, the Italian job team essentially will take that position back during the pit stops, providing they keep their nose clean. Of course, 5 seconds doesn't sound like a lot, but it certainly is. And we now see an incident report of the number 15 Porsche Spinala team and the number 14 Unicorns of Love Sim Racing team. We did see that one in the turn 6, I believe, where Huben kind of turned up to the Ferrari, and we see a drive-through for Fleischer. Not sure what for, as we go to a glorious replay. He's stopped on the track for some reason. There goes Caracas through for the Veloce car down towards the bus stop. He stopped somewhere around there for some reason, and I'm wondering if he's picked up a drive-through in turn 1. He's come around turns 2, 3 and 4, gone to rage quit, and then his teammates said, no, there's 100 points on the line here, you need to stay in. Of course, if you're that far down, you kind of almost give up in a sense, don't you? You're really, dejected, really demotivated, and you kind of think, what's the point in continuing? And maybe his teammates have just persuaded him there. I'm going to see if I can do some digging with the Team 1 boys and see if they will give me an answer on this one.
Yeah, sadly, didn't quite catch it on the replay. It was took a little while to find the car, and then didn't want to go back for a full minute, but clearly I should have. But battle going on track now between Unicorns of Love and SG Stern. Nicholas Huben really on the back now of the other Mercedes. The two of them squabbling it out, with a third Mercedes floating around the back of them as well. Lights are flashing on the back. Not sure which car that one is in the background. Clearly flashing the lights to say, get out of the way, I'm much quicker than you. But I think that was the Mercedes that ended up in the wall earlier on, actually. That's kind of an 80 something, isn't it? I just missed it.
Yeah, I believe so on that one. Of course, the Unicorns of Love Sim Racing looking to try and claw back what happened with the Spinala Ferrari team, or Spinala Porsche team, should we say, that's driving a Ferrari, which is very, very confusing indeed, as they find their way through the SG Stern car, and the SG Stern car coming under fire from, I believe, a lapped car, because that's definitely not the SOP Esports BMW there. But Nicholas Huben now free to kind of stretch the legs of the Unicorns of Love Mercedes, and around turn 10 he goes. He does currently hold the fastest lap, so he snatched it away from Caracas. So the Mercedes definitely gelling with these lower temperatures, of course, dropping ever since you mentioned earlier, Tim Lunn, 15 degrees air and track. It's now 14 degrees air and track. So these guys are going to have to now judge by how much temperature is going to change in the latter half of this race. They're going to have to be very, very careful on what they do with the tyres, because what you don't want to do is take your final stop, set your pressures for what you think is going to be good to the end, and then all of a sudden you lose 2 to 3 degrees, and all of a sudden you're 3 to 4 or 0.3 to 4 psi, should we say, not a whole psi, down on your ideal pressures. And then of course you're just going to keep going backwards and losing pace, and at the end of the race that's the last thing you want to do. You kind of almost want to leave your last stop as like late as you can to gauge how the weather will go, but we know the stint timer from the drivers and the fuel load are two things that will affect that, whether or not they've got enough fuel to go as far as they want, whether or not they've got enough minutes on their timers to go as far as they want to either. It's a very strategic game, and the Petrol Brothers car down in P33 now. Big losers, I would say, on today's race. They did qualify, I believe, P20, so 13 positions lost in total, and it's it's not a good one for them.
Yeah, the Petrol Brothers losing out. We were saying earlier, started up in that P20 position, and now just trying to fight back through the field. Like you were saying, there's a lot of cars today that have been in places they probably didn't expect after the first couple of laps. A lot of cars that have been in instances as well throughout the race which they probably didn't want to find themselves in too. The Mercedes as a car all around there has been performing average across the circuit. It's definitely not the strongest car here. I think the Ferrari is definitely showcasing that it was the pick of the day today. But the Mercedes is another one of those cars that keeps showing up throughout the race as being particularly strong, mostly for its performance across curbs. It can really eat up those curbs a lot better than a lot of the other cars, the Ferrari actually being one of them, which just gets spat out all sorts of horrible angles. But you see now Petrol Brothers second behind the GSE racing team here, just trying to catch up with them ahead, but unable to do so is Jan Yoge in the 147 right now, just really looking to do something this last hour and a half. And Tim Lunn, I'm interested because we've been talking to John about this throughout the race already, but endurance racing, you've got a lot of time coming though into this final hour and a half. Really, for you, Tim, what would you say is your strategy if you were making the strategy for your team here? Are you just going to try and take it easy the last couple of laps, or are you now looking to make most of the overtakes in the final parts of the race?
I think we'd all love to say that we would be calm and we'd be sensible and think we've got 7 hours behind us, let's maintain what we've got. But if you can see a car and you are slightly quicker in front of it, as far as I'm concerned, this is just 8 consecutive sprint races. Maybe it's not the most technical, clever way to drive. That would probably be why I'm really slow. But that's the way I'd say. That is the way I'd see it. I'd be thinking, right, come on, big push towards the end. I know it's round 1 of a championship, but as we said earlier on, just finishing, you're going to get 100 points. And there is that sort of guts or glory really pushing for it at the end. And saying some of these drivers, within a second of each other, still with over an hour and a half to go, a second is truly achievable. As we were saying, slowing down a little bit early going into the pits, that can lose you a massive amount of time. Just not sort of getting on with it when you come out the pits, or lighting up the rear wheels, especially in things like the Mercedes, where everyone's going to be trying to run their traction control as low as possible and make the most of all the power and grunt that car has, but it is known for being very slippery on the back end as well. So for me, when it comes to these final stints of a race, it really is British touring car style, elbows out, give it absolutely everything, because you haven't got to worry about handing the car over to someone. You're just desperately trying to get it to the line with everything you've got.
Yeah, I would say elbows out, but maybe not too far out, because stewards might not like that. In the case of obviously the Ren Velton car earlier on with a penalty, you certainly want to tuck those elbows in and not upset anyone. Just looking to George Boothby's stream, actually, just trying to get a bit of an insight on what's going on over there. Looking at the driver kind of who's online in the top left-hand side of the screen, Malinowski is currently offline, and Boothby is the only one connected. As speaking of the incident, here we go. Unicorns of Love and the Porsche Spinala car we saw in turn 6. Obviously, the collision, it's got turn 5, but it's definitely 6. A penalty for the Unicorns of Love, 20 seconds on that car, and they're currently down in P14, so they're going to slide even further down. We then have an incident between the number 1 West Competition Racing and the 147 Petrol Brothers in lap 209 turn 0, so probably on the start-finish straight on that one. Not sure what happened there. I don't know if we've got any report of a collision between the 209 and the 177 there, but it will be interesting to see on that one, because I can't recall anything I've seen. But might explain why the Petrol Brothers have slipped down that little bit more if it didn't kind of go their way. We'll soon see when the penalty arises and the stewards have made their decision. Of course, if it's a big time penalty for the number 1 West Competition Racing car, it's going to be a pretty serious incident, and currently they're running in P4, so fingers crossed it's not too major and they don't lose too much of a ground and undo all of their hard work and their blinding strategy that they played today.
Look at how close the sort of the top 10 drivers are. I mean, it's still going to, even if it's a 5-second penalty, that's still going to sting quite a lot. Oh, possible move here into the chicane from BF Racing gets it done. Really well done, taking advantage of that solid platform that is the Aston Martin, just throwing it in, knew it would stick, and the Ferrari, maybe a little bit more scared of those curbs, decided to back off ever so slightly, and the move got done. So the Aston Martin, not as many on the field as I was expecting to see this season. It's always very popular in endurance racing, simply for being such a solid base of a car. Oh, look at this. Who was that into the pit? Sorry, I just clicked on someone and it disappeared off my screen.
The number 41 it was into the pit lane there, the TF Racing Greek lineup car. That's come down the lane for another pit stop, so that will in theory take them to about half an hour to go in the race, so they'll be expected to come in once again. The Porsche probably not going to be able to carry enough fuel to see it all the way to the end with a kind of stint timer reset, so that's one car still with 2 stops to go, including the one it's about to take now. We were saying earlier, Tim Lunn, not sure if you were here when me and Tim Peck were discussing it, but of course the update is looming on the horizon, shall we say, for ACC. Rumoured to be 1.9 coming on the 19th of April, Wednesday the 19th of April, so be it. And of course with that we'll bring a new Ferrari, a new Porsche. Are these teams kind of betting that a similar thing might happen with the Ferrari that happened with the M4, where it became a little bit OP, a little bit too easy to drive fast, and BMW was just running away with stuff when that was a thing? You know, we had full leagues that were just pure BMW because it was such a strong car.
Yeah,
Are they hoping the Ferrari might be the same? And of course, with, you know, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ferraris, 6 Ferraris in the top 22. 6 Ferraris could soon be in the top 6 if it goes that way.
I think there's a real possibility for it. There's always the issue when new cars get implemented. Obviously, I mean, we saw it with the Audi when the latest Evo came out, and even with the Honda when the Evo 2 came out. Again, it was a car that was favourable to drive. Some people, if they were just racing for the sake of it, did go for the swap, and obviously that did maybe, you know, might have lost them points in their championship they're taking part in. But it's a big gamble, isn't it? Because the new Porsche's coming as well, and I am right in saying the new Porsche as well, or have I completely made that up?
Yep, 992, and of course the Huracan Evo, but there's no Huracans in the championship at the moment.
No. With that Porsche, that I think could be a bit of a dark horse, because if they have finally given it a bit more on the top end, especially going to circuits later in the season, you think we've got, we've got quite, well, I think the next race is at Paul Ricard, so I mean, that's just after or just before the update? I can't remember off the top of my head.
Just before. April 15th, we go to Paul Ricard. April 19th, the update comes out. So we'll start seeing a turning point from the May onwards, so round 3 to 8, basically, on where teams will stand with the new car.
Yeah, I think circuits like Bathurst, if the new Porsche has some more legs, that could be somewhere where the new one really does come alive. Oh, here we go, and the stewards have made their decision. That's between kind of 147 and kind of a 1, so West Competition Racing and Petrol Brothers, and that is no action. Just it was ignoring blue flags.
Okay, so Petrol Brothers slipping down for another reason that we've not caught on the stream, unfortunately. And you see there the West competition car just ahead. So it hasn't really pulled out much of a gap from the Petrol Brothers car. So, yeah, a little bit strange on that one. Not sure what's happened to them, but they are finding it a little bit tricky at the moment in a BMW sandwich. So it's a bit of a strange one for them. They're going to have to try and fight their way through the field. Of course, the next car in line for position officially is the GSE racing car, so nowhere near what they're looking at the moment, although they're going to try and find their way past another BMW. See the grunt of the Mercedes, as you were saying just now, Tim Lunn, straight overlap on the BMW into the bus stop. No issues at all. Didn't really have to play the game of chicken like we've seen for, the past 6.5 hours or so. It was just a clean pass all the way around the outside. Job done. Hopefully the Petrol Brothers can get their head down and really focus on the job at hand now.
Yeah, that was a huge move. Oh, what's gone on with the time screen? There we go. That was a huge move, really confidently done. And as we said, just the legs on the Mercedes, which again, with the latest update, we might see another overall tweak to the BOP. The balance of performance, obviously the idea is it kind of levels all the cars out. They should be doing reasonably equal lap times across all circuits. But the Mercedes at the moment is a bit of a favourable car. They've changed up the sort of the aero on the front end. It seems to handle its tyres better. It turns in for once, which is actually a miracle in itself. So it'll be interesting to see what happens to that in the BOP update as well. Hopefully it's not going to turn out to be completely useless again. As someone that drives the Mercedes most of the time, it's been an uphill battle for a little while. So I've been very pleased recently when it actually drives all right, so I'll be a little bit upset if it changes, but I think obviously there could be some drivers that maybe chose the car pre-announcement of this update and thought, Mercedes, great, it's it actually turns for once, it's got a brilliant top end, it'd be really good at, especially like Paul Ricard, places like that, where you can just thunder down the back straight. That really is where most of the overtakes get done. It might end up being a bit of a whoopsie for him. It might end up being the worst car on the grid again. Hopefully not.
Yeah,
but we've seen it
the
before.
hard thing. Definitely, you can't really put your finger on it, can you? You know what Kunos is going to pull out the bag in the 1.9 update. There has been rumours flying about of a big physics overhaul coming to stop a lot of the maximum toe, maximum camber setups still being a thing. They've tried it once in a few patches in the past, but it's still kind of wormed its way back in with various other setup tweaks to make it work now. So that's a thing that should be coming off the radar fairly soon. Of course, with the new physics update, in real life, they have had a real change of the Pirelli last season. So a lot of people were comparing the ACC top speeds, let's say, to the IRL top speeds. I remember Imola being one of them. The Porsche in ACC is nowhere near the Porsche in real life at Imola, and there's rumours flying about of the new Pirelli compound being a lot grippier, gives you a much better drive off the corners, so the cars are really able to really put the power down and kind of maximize every exit they can now. So we might see a little bit of a change in driving style. Drivers that used to oversteery cars that make the rear over rotate essentially to then get the nose in round the corner, that may become a thing of the past as well, as I believe RCI Esports there peeled off into the pits, 1 hour 28 to go, so they're going to be in once again towards the end of the race, because I don't think you can stretch the Audi's fuel tank that long either. And I'm currently watching Marcel Shiro, in the 595 towards the back of the Warhammer racing car that is elected for the Iron Lynx pink livery, should we say, the Iron Dames car. Again, very similar livery to what me and Tim Lunn were saying earlier about the Visceral Esports X Unicorns of Love car that's kind of combined into two. It's fantastic to see. Of course, a different art style on everyone's car. But Shiro looking to try and capitalise if he can. The Spaghetti racing car, a little bit of a rotten one earlier, was kind of made an example of, should we say, by the stewards. Forced open the door into turn one. A little bit of elbows out, should we say. It was the first harsh move that we caught on the broadcast, and since got slapped with a 20-second penalty for their first pit stop. So it's almost like taking another pit stop, should we say. Of course, ACC pit stops taking 30 seconds in length if you're taking fuel and tyres. 20 seconds on top of that. That's a lot of time you're sat in the pit lane, and the idea of endurance racing is to turn as many laps as you can, and of course every minute you're sat still is not good. Not even every minute, every second, should we say. So you want to be rotating as much as you can through the field.
It was one of the Porsches earlier on that came into the pits, and it was slightly odd timing, wasn't it? And we were sort of thinking it's going to have to come back in before the end. There's no way it can do it in one. I do wonder if they're going to go for a splash and dash. Now, the Porsche is one of those cars that weirdly seems to drive better when it's got a bit of fuel in the tank, so they might be able to go for the option of they're running it lighter now, pushing it on fresh tyres a bit lighter, then they can go for the splash and dash at the end. It puts a bit more weight over the front tyres, obviously being rear-engined front fuel tank, gives that car a little bit more front-end grip again. Is that then going to give that Porsche enough chance to sort of get to the end? It's a big risk, and obviously, especially with the changing temperatures, coming in and going out again on the same tyres, especially after they've cooled slightly on a splash and dash, is always super risky. But it might be the kind of move that could gain you a vast advantage here. It could really, especially if your opponent is not expecting it and they're going and they're doing a full 30-second pit stop, and suddenly you do a splash and dash and you've disappeared off the road while you're still there fumbling tyres. It's the kind of thing you can get away with. Can you go defensive and keep the car really wide for the last sort of 20 minutes of a race? I'm sure you have seen it. I have seen it before, where I've seen some brilliant defensive drives where they seemingly impossibly keep cars behind them. But maybe that's what we're going to see. It's going to be very interesting going into these final pit stops as to when and where people decide to do it. Oh, and a possible move here down into turn 1. They've got side by side, the Ferrari to the inside, not quite got the overlap anymore.
I don't think.
Yeah, not for position this one. I don't think Low Fuel Motorsport Ferrari on SOP. Just trying to scroll down the list of where SOP currently is. Car number 100 up in P13. So yeah, just a bit of lap traffic there to contend with. Just casted my eye back over to Boothby's stream. Said earlier Malinowski wasn't even connected to the server. Turns out he snuck in the server and has taken over the car. So yeah, looking to drill in some really fast laps at the moment. People in chat telling Boothby that the leader is currently stuck in traffic, so Malinowski, get the hammer down and see what you can do. Wondering if he can steal the fastest lap from the Unicorns of Love car. We're going to have to see if that's possible. Obviously, for the Porsche, we know very capable car, the Porsche in the right hands, and Malinowski is no stranger to this machine. Again, another driver that you kind of almost put with the car. You know how you've got Foch with Ferrari, you always put Malinowski with Porsche, and yeah, it's just one of them names you associate. So probably going to want to drill in some lap times here as the Pole Simsport car, Jordan Watson, the number 52, still yet to take their stop, I believe. Just casting over to my
yeah, judging by the gaps,
timing,
they haven't pitted yet.
Yep, so last pitted on lap 187, pitted before that on lap 150, so a 37 lap window, should we say, on the pit stop, so probably due in any moment in the next few laps, I would say, as he cycles past for another lap. Nothing to be had there. We were speaking earlier about strategy and splashes and dashes, and the West Competition Racing certainly played a blinder earlier on through the changing conditions. What they did, they reached their stint timer, they came in, they dropped fuel in the car, but didn't change any tyres when the track was going from that wet to damp to greasy phase, stayed out on the same set of wets they took at the beginning of the stint on their last full service of the car, and found their way kind of up a few more positions and gaining crucial track time just by kind of dropping in some fuel, as we see the Spaghetti Racing car dropping to the inside there, nearly catching out the GSE Racing Audi there, the number 9, currently in P29. Warhammer Racing, the car ahead on track, you see at the bottom of the shot there, and you can just see the West Competition car in the back of the shot there that we were talking about of the Simeon. I think the strategy was pulled under Sebastian Apostle, but you know, a great bunch of guys. They really saw the ideal kind of time to come in, drop some fuel in, go back out. So when, again, same as Veloce, when they came to taking the dry tyres at that phase of the race, essentially it kind of became, it was the ideal window for them to take them. They went out, you know, the track was dry. Okay, they might have been lacking a little bit of heat in them initially, but, you know, when the track temperature, I believe, was about 24 degrees, 25 degrees, still relatively warm, even for a drying track. So surface temp of the tyre was nicely there. You know, everything was kind of perfect for the Pirellis, and it just put them in a really good position overall. But currently in P2, they're going to have to decide what they want to do towards the end of the race. Still yet to pit. Last time they came in, lap 151 and lap 188. So you see the Pole Simsport car come in. A lap later, in theory, you should see the West Competition Racing car come in. And we're seeing a few more pit stops cycle through the Jadia community car in the pit lane as well this lap. So it's kind of the time when you look at your teammates, don't you, and you think, what are we going to do here, boys? Are we going to keep me in? Are you going to take over for the last bit, or what do we do here?
We were saying about double stinting earlier on, and obviously, and you just brought it up again there. Something I wanted to say earlier was it can sometimes be really refreshing if you're doing a double stint. That you've driven through all the phases of the tyres. You've driven through the warm-up stage. You've had them at that absolute peak. You've felt them sort of starting to fall away, and sometimes, depending on how you've driven, badly in my case, towards the end of that hour-long stint, you give or take, you can really start to feel the tyres starting to give way. It's getting harder and harder to sort of drive the car. Oh, move going on here. Oh, no, we're not. Managed to stay in the same positions. But you can feel the car really sort of starting to feel sloppy, and you're losing track time, and you can look at your times tumbling. Sometimes coming in, fresh fuel, fresh tyres, can just give you a huge confident boost, and you're suddenly like, oh my god, I can throw the car in like 10 mile an hour, 15 mile an hour quicker than I was last lap. It's a huge boost, and it can sometimes really spur you on to then work on your lap times, because you go from quite a sloppy car that you've been really fighting to then putting that same effort in but gaining such results.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I think it is definitely like a renewal of life when you put the new tyres in. It definitely gives you that confidence boost as well. The thing is, though, is you do have to be careful not to get caught in the trap of, like, oh my gosh, these tyres feel amazing. I can do this, I can throw it into these corners here, and then you end up actually using the tyres so much that you're going to end up in the same situation you were just in, where you've then scrubbed through your tyres really quickly. And I think that's something that a lot of these drivers are really good at, is not getting too eager. They put on the fresh set of tyres, but not getting too eager with it, and just managing to maintain pace from there. And it's something that we were saying gets easier, especially as the race goes on. The track temperature is now cooling down. You're not going to burn through the tyres as quickly, and that's something that's really going to hand out to a lot of these cars at the end of the race. It's helping those that are maybe thinking about doing the strategy that you were talking about, John, of having a full tank of fuel, and then you just have to do a fuel splash and dash rather than changing the tyres as well. That's a lot more feasible at this point in the race, simply because your tyres are now going to last a little bit longer, whereas at the beginning of the race, when the track was a lot warmer, you put on a fresh set of tyres. If you almost trap yourself into overdriving the car too much at the beginning, you can really stunt your performance later on. And actually, I think it's something we saw work to Veloce's advantage, where everyone started on those dry tyres. Of course, it's not quite the same thing, but everyone started on the dry tyres in the wet weather, which then, although it cleared up quickly, it still really damaged those tyres over time. Veloce Sports started on the wets. They pitted onto a fresh set of dries when it was ready for it. And I mean, they flew through the field very quickly after that, climbing all the way from dead last back up into the top 20 within only a couple of laps. And one of the reasons I think they could do that is because they just had this purely fresh set of tyres, whereas everyone else were almost dead after only about 15 minutes of driving in the wet weather. So I think that a lot of these drivers, I think, do well is look after their tyres, and that they have to almost restrain themselves from just pushing as soon as they get the fresh set on.
Yeah, I think with the sorry, go on, Tim Lund.
I was going to say, no, you definitely are right. It is a trap. I'd say most of my racing is predominantly done in 1 hour sprint racing. So for me, I've usually maybe only got to go and get my tyres to last half an hour at a time, so you can get that fresh feeling. But yeah, I think actually I've seen it before with Malinowski putting an absolute masterclass once in a race I was commentating on, where it was an open pit strategy, and I think it was an hour and a half the race, and I think he went 80 minutes on the same tyres, and just somehow everyone around him was slowing down and losing pace, but seemingly didn't lose any pace whatsoever. It was just a stunning drive, and then went in for tyres, and then immediately sped away even more. So I think that was at the Nürburgring. It was just one of those drives where you just sort of had to there's a reason that they're top flight drivers. You know, they can really do some absolutely stunning bits of sort of magic with tyres, seemingly.
Yeah, definitely. So I was going to say the Pirellis typically in ACC in their latest iteration kind of come in best after a few laps. So the kind of, if you imagine a qualifying session, your first flying lap's not going to be too great. Your second one's going to be a little bit better, and then the third one, fourth one is where they kind of really start peaking in their kind of condition and how they perform. So some drivers believe that kind of easing the tyre in is a better way. So for the first like first, second lap of your qualifying, you might just be drawing around at an average speed, and then the third lap's where you really get the hammer down. And speaking of getting the hammer down, Nicholas Arnker is going to want to get past the low fuel motorsports car as quickly as he can. Of course, with the penalty earlier on, I've just noticed quickly as well, the Pulse Simsport car is in the lane, the number 52 race leader, just to the left of your shot, hidden behind the timing board. There we see a flash of the lights through the corner of the picture. But the following lap should bring in theory, the number 1 BMW Fort West competition racing as well. So hopefully these guys are going to be soon to be very close on circuit. And Malinowski, of course, on an absolute charger at the moment, trying to get back. And you can see how strong the Porsche is once you put it behind another car in a slipstream. As soon as it ducks out, it has no hope again. You just cannot get around it at all, as it now looks to the inside, chops the nose off the low fuel motorsport car. No move to be had there, but I'm hoping the 992 is going to be slightly better in a straight line, but still keep all the typical Porsche drive off the corner, superb on the brakes, and it just becomes a bit more of a competitive car. Of course, the guys that really make it work, people like Malinowski and the Kramer team, of course, they put countless hours into it. And, they're going to be the best of the best, should we say, in terms of, really extracting every ounce of potential out of the car they can. Whereas some drivers that might not drive it all the time might find it a little bit alien to them in the way it drives. And Tim Lunn, I think you touched on earlier, it's much better when it's got a full tank over the front axle. It kind of sets the balance of the car nicely, but as soon as you start burning that off, of course, the balance then shifts. So you do really have to play quite nicely with the setup to kind of forecast what's going to happen later on in the stint. And as you said, of course, drivers that have been in the car a while are going to know exactly how this car's behaving at this point of the race. Of course, just under 1 hour 15 minutes to go. We are coming into the final stages, and I think anybody's gonna, it's anybody's guess. I still can't call this. I don't want to say somebody's gonna win, because I don't want to do that curse of the commentator thing.
Yeah, it's very easy to do a curse of the commentator. I'm sure we've all had our fair share of accidentally cursing someone. Race control comes in. Incident between car number 71, that's Ren Welton Esports, and the Italian job, lap 204, turn 6. It's now under investigation. So that was a good 20 laps ago that they're now investigating that. Clearly the stewards picked up something that they think is worth taking a look at. Off the top of my head, I can't quite remember what that was, but Nicholas Arnk for the Team 1 FF Racing team finds their way through. The low fuel motorsport driver now going to be released, and they can hopefully catch up. I was thinking earlier, it's interesting that they put Malinowski back in that car, especially since they've taken a lot of stints already. But like you were saying, Malinowski and Porsche almost go hand in hand with each other. You know that he loves that car, feels so confident in it all the time, and it may have been the absolute correct call from the Veloci Esports team here to put him back in the car for the final couple of stints, where he can just absolutely blast out on the pace. Mentioned earlier, Tim Lunn actually said about the West competition car, even though they hadn't pitted, they were 60 seconds exactly ahead of Veloci Esports. Well, now the case is when they haven't pitted, they're only actually 40 seconds ahead. So they've managed to minimize that gap a lot more than it already was. It shows that the car still has a lot of pace, and who knows, we could be coming down in an hour's time. Veloci Esports might have even have caught up with the leaders. It's a very tall ask, and I'm sure that is what the drivers are hoping in the back of their minds right now. But it is just one of those back of the mind thoughts for the minute of it. Let's just get our heads down, keep this pace as high as possible, and hopefully something magical might happen. And now is time we could be fighting for the victory again.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm not sure if the just touching back on the Ren Velton Italian job incident, not sure whether the stewards only caught one half of that incident, because of course there was 2 moments of contact. There was kind of a bump through, I think, turn 6, a little rub through 7, and then the massive kind of elbow out as they came over the rise down to turn 8. So possibly stewards only catching a little portion of that, and that's why they kind of feel a little bit disgruntled. But I think Ren Velton did have 5 seconds to serve. I believe they have served it, because I'm not seeing it on my timing board in game anymore. The only penalty I have outstanding is for Nicholas Huben in the Unicorns of Love car. So looks like Ren Velton have come down the pits to clear that one off off the board. And that's exactly what you don't want to do this late in the endurance race. You don't want to be picking up penalties or, having that kind of elbows out mentality where you want to make moves, but you need to make them safely. You can't just barge your way through at this stage.
Absolutely. It's in those final stages of the race. We've talked about so much how accidents at the beginning, you've got time to make up for them. You've got time to come back through the field. Well, we're now into an hour left until the end of the race, and that is what a lot of people would consider almost a sprint race in ACC. Is just an hour. It's your standard sort of length for most league racing drives. So a lot of the drivers now, they need to be very careful with how they approach this. Every move, they have to make sure they're going to capitalise in the best way possible, and it's not actually going to stunt them in the long run here. And it just means everyone's going to be that little bit more cautious as they navigate through the corners. Team Racing Point driver Simone Lezzi here, driving the BMW number 85. It's about to experience that firsthand. They're closing in on TSR Esports just ahead of them. We're closing in on the Viscero Esports car, which you can see just going into the bus stop chicane now. So these three drivers about to have a fight on their hands. BF Racing behind them also. And what's happened there? It looks like the Viscero Esports driver messed up coming out of the bus stop chicane, hit the curb there, was spat out into the wall and losing 2 positions right off the bat. The BF Racing driver also managing to find their way through as well, although it looks like they may have been slightly caught up in the collateral damage of that incident there, but the Team Racing Point managed to get through easy. We're going to have a race replay, see what's happening here. This is a glorious race replay coming through the bus stop chicane, and yeah, look, the car very unsettled going through the bus stop chicane. There goes off track and then trying to rejoin, gets spat back out into the wall there. You can just see the BF Racing team struggling to fight their way through from behind the Viscero driver that manages to get through the last second there. So not being held up too bad, but a mistake this late, we were just saying, John, it's not what you want to happen.
Yeah, definitely not. If you pick up a penalty at any point, it's not going to be good, especially with the final pit stops looming, of course. We've just got about 4 minutes to go before officially you can technically make it on stint time, should it not go another lap, although you are cutting it very fine to the margins on that one. Of course, 65-minute driver stint time. So at the 1 hour 5 mark, anything below that stops, you should be more than safe on fuel. You should be more than safe on driver time as well. But just wondering if any drivers that are having to pit in the next couple of laps or so are going to play any kind of, strange strategy where they overfuel the car and then just trundle down pit lane with like a minute to go just to reset that stint timer and then fire themselves back out again. It could pay off for a few people, but we don't see it all too often in ACC. But it is a move I pulled a few times in a few races I've competed in. Just slightly misjudged the pit timer, the stint timer, and you just had to trundle it down pit lane to reset it. You've had plenty of fuel to go to the end. It's just that dreaded driver time that's stopped you doing so. Frank Burkamp here in the Jardia community car, still looking to make a move on the Warhammer Racing team. These guys have been kind of battling for the past hour or so, and it's now all going to come to loggerheads. I think the indicator there from the Warhammer team just says, you know what, you have it, see you later, I'm not getting involved in this one. And we finally see a stewarding decision for the Renvelton and the Italian job car, lap 204, turn 6. So that was the first kind of impact collision that we talked about. I think the other penalty was for turn 7, and no further action on that one. So stewards determining the 5 seconds for Renvelton they picked up earlier was more than enough to kind of set them back from where they were. And Team Racing Point and TSR still locked together in the fight for P19 overall. This is another one that's been kind of raging on as the time has gone on. Team Racing Point with a rotten start, getting involved in a collision. I believe it was with the Williams esports car. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but they came a cropper in that incident, rounding through the bus stop and all of a sudden finding a beached Audi in the middle of the road, threw the car into the wall, unfortunately. So big repairs on that one, and have since managed to claw back to P20 over the last 7 hours, just under or so. And Veloce now making moves through traffic. Of course, the Pulse Sim Sport car hit this not so long ago, and now we've got Malinowski fighting for this one. They're in P2 currently on road position, ahead of Yas Heat in the 296 Ferrari. That's now got Valentin Barrier inside that car, and then they've put Fischer inside the #1 West competition racing car. So probably all of these guys, I would say, you could safely say, are going to go to the end. I can't see anybody, wanting to be put in with 30, 40 minutes to go. It wouldn't make sense. You wouldn't, you'd have to find your pace. You'd have to find your rhythm, find the grip, especially if some of these guys, the last time they drove might have been in the mixed, greasy, damp conditions. You're going to have to find all the grip and learn to trust the car again, because suddenly you're going to have about 200% more grip than you had last time you drove the car.
Also, the darkness obviously coming into effect as well. People using their braking points. Suddenly, a lot of those might not be quite so visible as they were before. So jumping in the car, if you were the last time to drive, you were in the light, can be quite a shock. So I would imagine, I agree with you that most people are probably going to stay in the cars now. It'd be very unlikely for a driver swap unless they have one particularly rapid driver that they're just thinking, stick him in for the last hour, half an hour, see what they can do, see if they can make some sort of position gains.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know how you feel, Tim, at this stage of the race. Tim Peck, sorry. I've got two Tims in the booth now, so really confusing to have to refer to one by surname as well. But what would you do in this scenario? Your team say they've slogged out for 7 hours. Would you leave your guy that might be a little bit fatigued still in the car, or would you try and get that kind of fresh phase in just for that last hour? Of course, it doesn't seem like a lot of time in the grand scheme of things. We've been sat here for 7 hours casting this event, and an hour in comparison to 7 it's not a lot of time, let's be honest.
I think the drivers that are currently in the car says everything about what these teams are currently thinking. You've got Malinowski sitting in the Porsche for Veloce Esports. You've got Valentin Barrier now in the Yas Heat car. And then you've also got Gert Fischer in the West Competition Racing. Those are 3 drivers who, their fame in esports stands before them, especially for sim racing. They are 3 drivers that you can count on to bring the car into the positions you want. So I think for me, those are the drivers I want in the car till the end. I have to agree with both you and Tim Lunn. I don't think it's worth switching someone out with only half an hour left in the race, because they're not going to be tuned in as much as the driver that's just been in the car. They're going to almost feel like they've just been thrown in to quickly finish off this race, and they may not be quite warmed up ready. Whereas if you've got a driver who's just done the last hour for you, they're fired up, they're ready to go, and just having the race that close to the end, going into this final hour, all of these drivers are going to be spurred on now, and that will be like a fresh breath of energy into them that will help them just to carry them through to the end. So fatigued or not, I think a lot of these drivers will have a wake-up call around this hour mark that will just help give them an energy boost towards the end now. But yeah, I'd say looking at the drivers that are sitting in these cars all the way through the field, you've got Giovanni Pipo back in the car, you've got Huben in the car, Forsberg as well, Arndt all the way down in 22nd, because Arndt's been put in the 144. That is a very strong list of drivers, and it would not surprise me if now teams are preparing for that big final push.
Yeah, you've really got to prepare for the final push. Of course, just over an hour to go, and if you have just joined us, you have missed an excellent race already. It's been action-packed from start to finish. We've had battles up and down the grid, not limited to just the front guys. It's been, everybody's been taking lumps out of each other as they kind of try and find their feet in a brand new championship. But if you're wondering what these guys are fighting for, there is, of course, cash on the line here, provided to you in a prize pool. So we have a cash prize for first, second and third place of the championship. First place will earn themselves a tidy €5,000. Second place will earn themselves €2,500, and third place will earn themselves €1,000 to take away. And alongside that, we do also have non-cash prizes, much provided by CaseKing.de all the way down the list. It's basically just a product voucher, I'm led to believe. So first place will pick themselves €1,400 voucher for Moser products via CaseKing.de. Second place will pick up €1,200 voucher for Noble chairs via CaseKing.de. Third place will take themselves a €1,000 voucher for Next Level Racing products via CaseKing.de. Fourth place will take €800 for Glorious products via CaseKing.de. And 5th place, finally, will take €600 in a voucher again for Ducky via caseking.de. And each team that, of course, sets the fastest qualifying lap will earn themselves a bonus €100. So round 1 honours, of course, went to the Italian job, who absolutely smashed qualifying last night, moved into the Super Bowl and absolutely obliterated that as well, which is why we're so surprised up here in the booth that they are currently down in P8 after having such a strong qualifying performance in the Honda. And of course, €100 to the team that makes up the most positions in the race as well. And I believe the ACC TV is a little bit bugged on the overlay at the moment, so we'll have to announce who has got that next time out at round 2, I believe, once we've run all the figures and obviously any post-race penalties have been decided. And this event would not be possible, of course, without the partners that you've seen scrolling across the top of your screen. Obviously, Low Fuel Motorsport started as a sim racing community, or sim racing team, sorry, then founded community, formed in 2020 and ran up until the current day. Of course, LFM bring high quality events regularly to the ACC community. Head on over to lowfuelmotorsport.com to take part in any events, even if it is just their regular daily races. Leanne Lee Industrial Co. founded in 1983, the largest and most respected, still family owned and family ran designer in manufacturing of high quality PC cases and accessories. Of course, caseking.de formed in 2003 as an online shop and has since become Europe's most successful online providers of of computing hardware, employing more than 550 people worldwide. Head on over to caseking.de, or alternatively, their British partner company, overclockers.co.uk. Noble Chairs, of course, again, born out of a passion project in 2016 of seasoned industry veterans who were unsatisfied with the gaming chair market at the time and have since become a leading brand in the gaming industry. Moser Racing, founded, I didn't know this, but founded in 2012. I thought it was a lot later than that. Of course, they still are, of course, a leading worldwide manufacturer of camera stabilizers, gimbal cameras, and now sim racing gear. Of course, revolutionizing the sim racing with their I can't get my words out today. Innovative industry-leading products. To be sure to check them out if you're in the market for any new sim gear. And of course, if you do win that voucher, there's some tasty gear on the plate for you. And Next Level Racing, established in 2009, available in over 40 countries globally, makes them one of the most accessible sim racing brands for any rig solutions. Glorious Gaming began in 2014, another brand built on passionate enthusiasts on a mission to shake up the peripheral market of mouse and keyboard, which of course moves on to the next partner, Ducky, formed in 2008 and has since become a leading manufacturing company striving to provide the highest standards in mechanical keyboards as well. Innovative products, performance orientated and solidly built, makes them a leader in the already heavily saturated keyboard market. And finally, HC Dizzy, a passionate German streamer who has recently turned to YouTube as well, so be sure to check him out on his links. He is streaming on Twitch, I believe was the top ACC streamer when I looked last time to glean some information. And of course the action still continuing on your screens ahead of us. The Petrol Brothers car has made up a few places. They were down in P30, now find themselves up into P26, so all important points gained for their championships. And again, we keep saying it, guys, but it proves just to, not give up in these kinds of events.
Yeah, certainly no point calling it a day early. A couple of drivers you can still see now going with their pits. Carnival 4, Carnival 111 also in. There's sort of a few little battles going on, but they all seem quite evenly placed. A bit like what we were saying earlier on of what are these people thinking at the end of the race. I say under an hour to go now. They probably have all done their pit stops. I think we are starting to see a couple of people thinking, I'm actually quite happy with my position. I'm just going to hold on to the back. If someone makes a mistake, fantastic. If not, I can just go for the points haul. I think it was a British touring car driver, Tom Ingram, who said it's better to have a pointsy weekend than it is to have a winning weekend, which obviously there's only one race per day here in the championship, but it is better to just bag some points than go for glory and then possibly throw it all away on the last lap.
Yeah, that's it. Of course, you do want to earn some points where you can. It's better to earn some points than obviously no points at all. And points will be the thing that equals prizes when it comes to the end of the season. When obviously this rears its head in November, it seems so far away already. But you know, it's only just around the corner. You blink, and before you know it, we'll be at round 7, and we'll be talking about wrapping up and who's already in championship contention. Just look to the front of the field quickly on my timing board. Malinowski in the 75 Veloce Porsche, 18 seconds to the good on the leader. Tatsvina Hacker currently in the 52 Pulse Simsport Ferrari. So Malinowski's got a little bit of traffic to navigate there. If you look to the track map on the right hand side of the stream, spot the triangle in the kind of bottom middle area. That's your race leader. And then the red dot on the right hand side coming around turn 7 is essentially the car we're watching now, Malinowski. So not a lot of gap to kind of close, but there's a lot of traffic in between them as well. So traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, as the famous saying goes. So it's all going to be about who can get who out of the way faster, who can pass safely and not obviously detriment anyone at all in their conquest to take lumps out of each other. And Valentin Barrier just 7 seconds behind Malinowski as well. So although we've been talking all race that these guys, you know, built up a good lead, they've gapped each other quite well, everything's kind of spaced out, this is where it kind of comes to its head essentially. This is where it becomes, you know, you throw your endurance cap in the bin for the past 7 hours, you then put on your sprint cap and you really start nailing in those laps and trying to get the time down as much as you can, because if they make a mistake and you're close enough, you're going to be in you're going to be in a position to capitalize on that one.
At this, who's into the pit now? Sorry. Quickly looking now, this is Spaghetti Racing coming into the pit, and also someone else as well, Team Shazoo into the pit, and Absolute Motorsport as well into the pit. So these are some fairly late pit stops. They're definitely not last minute splash and dash, but they are reasonably late. I'm just keeping an eye to see if anyone's going to drive all the way through. I very much doubt it. There's no way. Oh, hang on, the Mercedes might be going the whole way. Of Spaghetti Racing, it is. It's just going for a straight drive through, I think, unless it dips to the side. They have just reset their stint timer, so they are going out for another 55 minutes and 20 seconds. I don't know if the Mercedes has got a big enough fuel tank for that. They drink fuel, the Mercedes, so...
Yeah, they're not the best for fuel economy, let's just say, Tim Lunn. No. You as a Mercedes driver know this. I think,
yes.
Where was I the other day? Spa, I think the average usage was about 4.05 litres a lap.
Yeah, that seems about right.
When you compare it, is, you know, it's quite tricky. I think Spa is the only circuit you can't go an hour in a Mercedes, if I remember rightly as well. I think we had this issue with a league I ran a while ago. We had no mandatory pit stop at all, and the Mercedes was the only car that couldn't get to the end on one tank of fuel and the same set of tyres. So it upset a lot of people that chose that car. So it's a very strange strategy by Spaghetti Racing. Lucas Scheckenberger in the car at the moment. I'm not sure what their game is. I'd be very curious to speak to a member of that team to see what their plan is for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I mean, the next person in front of them now is Carnum 97, currently running in 32nd place, and that's over 26 seconds. Oh no, sorry, it's not. I am totally wrong. It's 1.2 seconds ahead of them now after that pit stop. But again, yes, it's going to regain positions if that car has to come into the pit, but it's going to be on absolute ribbons for tyres by the end of this race, surely. They're quite aggressive on the tyres, the Mercedes. I know the new front end aero does give it slightly better tyre wear, but it's super risky. Oh, big move into turn 1 here from Simone Leslie. Doesn't get it done though. I think actually went too deep and lost it.
Yeah, ended up overrunning the corner essentially. Ran himself way too deep. Of course, nearly spat himself out the other side as well. And yeah, the Audi back through on the underside. Just look to our Twitch chat quickly. Renshaff has confirmed that Spaghetti got a drive-through. So we weren't seeing them kind of reset their stint timing. We were seeing them serve a penalty. So just one too many track limits, I would say, in their lap. And that's unfortunately what brought them down. And my in-game board will only show me P1 to 23. So it's tricky to keep an eye on the lower down penalties, should we say, that the guys are picking up. So thank you very much for confirming that, and thank you very much for watching the broadcast. Every view is of course appreciated here on the English leg of the stream. We do run alongside on the Low Fuel Motorsports Twitch a German native language, so if you are obviously not understanding what we're saying and you want to listen to some Germans, then that option is there as well. And it's just a shame that we don't have such a big, broadcast team where we can have, a stream for every nationality, because I think that would be great for growing, obviously, ACC in general, and all the communities, obviously, clubbing together to, promote their own native streamers, should we say.
Yeah, it's certainly something you see in some of the big endurance races across Europe. Obviously, in real life, things like Spa. I think they tend to have French, German, English, and there's usually a fourth one, but I can't remember what it is. I know they definitely always have 3. To be fair, we might be able to speak with Christian about that, because he may be able to. Cristiano might be able to do a bit of translations for us. But yeah, I'm sure some of the big ones do. But again, yeah, the size of team you would need to put that together, and probably a little bit more organised than a bunch of people sat in front of their PCs, wherever in the house they may be, whether you're under the stairs or in the loft or in the corner of your bedroom. So it takes a bit more organising to run 3 of them, I think.
Yeah, it certainly would. I mean, it'd be great to have, obviously, ACC explode and obviously massive broadcast teams everywhere, but unfortunately it's a people thing more than anything. There's just not enough bodies to cover every single event that we'd want to probably cover if that was ever an option. I think the new title Rensport have done a great job with the ESL production they had obviously over in Poland just a few months ago. Great to see sim racing finally getting the kind of big stage that I'd say it deserves. There was a lot of viewers for the Rensport stream, so sim racing is growing. It grew a lot during the pandemic, and it continues to grow now, of course, with everybody. We were speaking earlier about real motorsport just being too expensive for a lot of people to get into, and of course you can then certainly get yourself fired up through the ranks in simulator driving, rather than obviously having to go out, buy a car, buy tyres, maintain it, have a team, transport it to the events, all the overheads that are associated with that for one season of motorsport. You could have many seasons of virtual motorsport, and there's certainly a lot of drivers in the grid that have their own story to tell on how they ended up here, and it's great to have been reading through them in the kind of team background sheets that some teams have filled out. So I encourage, if any teams are watching and they haven't submitted a little background sheet, please do, because it does help us massively here on the broadcast team, learning about everybody in your team, how they started, where they came from. For example, Ben Langford for the Wild Things racing team had a pedal issue earlier, so he's been withdrawn from the car, but his teammates have continued it on. Unfortunately, Ben had a real-life crash in karting that prevented him from ever racing again in real life, so he turned his head to sim racing, which is obviously great. He was always an F1 man until about a year ago. Started playing ACC, caught the bug like we all did, and then ended up switching to PC and got into it properly. So although he's had a few hardware issues, of course, that's a story of one of the many drivers we've got on the grid, and it would be great to see, of course, everybody's story. Casting is a learning curve. We've learned a lot of things today. I didn't realise Case King and overclockers are related in business terms.
I had no idea either until you said
didn't even know.
I gasped, but luckily my mic was muted.
Did some digging last night to find out about the sponsors and partners for the stream, and yeah, turns out Case King and overclockers, same company, different name. So it's great to see. But battle's hotting up now. The Mark Toll West Competition Racing, the second entry fielded by them in this championship, the number 33, a little bit out of sequence from where their sister car is currently in P4, although has the Kramer Racing esports car ahead of them, who are on a comeback drive. Of course, a disconnect earlier from the man in the car at the moment, Henrik Gamble, unfortunately threw them down the order. They went all the way down from just inside the top 10, I believe, P6, P7, threw themselves all the way down to P35 and have since clawed back to P25, so some real pace in that Porsche. Petrol Brothers car ahead is the next one to dispatch of, and then they can focus their sights towards the GSE Racing Audi before assaulting the Giardia community car. So 48 minutes just over to go. All eyes to the Kremer car to see what they can do. Ren Velton still with a 5-second penalty to serve as well. Leon Burnt in the 71, currently in P7. they've still got that one to do. So when they trundle down pit lane for their final stop, they'll be held for an additional 5 seconds, which is going to send them back down the order. And we said earlier, that is not what you want to do when you've only got about 30 minutes left to go. It's going to be hard to make up those 5 seconds on all of your rivals.
Yeah, 5 seconds at this stage in the race. They're almost ungettable at this point. When you've got multiple hours left, or even a full hour, 5 seconds is something you can think, okay, I can take a 10th out every lap and I can regain my time. It's going to take a while, or you might get lucky, but it is going to take a while. But 5 seconds with less than 48 minutes left of the race, unless there's a big mistake from someone in front of you, that's a big ask. That's a very big ask, especially when the grid is so well matched. It's not like we've got a mixed sort of bag here. Everyone here on track is top tier racing. So you're surrounded by your peers. It's very, very difficult to make any kind of gains. Oh, there's a bit of movement going on up ahead. This is the battle for 17th, I think. What happened there? Sudden load of changes. Oh, it's people coming into the pits. That's what's going on there. Suddenly there was numbers flying all over my screen. It all got a bit confused for a moment there, but yes, people pitting. So Unicorns. Oh no, sorry. Team 1FF up to 17th place now. The fastest lap. Little sign there was confusing my poor brain.
Yeah, the Unicorns of Love team and the Unicorns and Friends riding together in 12th and 13th respectively. What I think is interesting is with 46 minutes left in this race, you'd almost expect all the cars will have their final pit stop out of the way by now, but you'd be interested to know that more than half of the cars, in fact most of the cars on the grid, are going to have to come into the pits for one reason or another, whether they actually decide to stop or they've timed it just right so they can drive through and reset the stint timer. Is yet to be seen, but pretty much all the cars that haven't pitted within the last couple of laps are going to have to do that now, because they all pitted just before the hour and 5 minute mark, which is the driver stint timer. You're only allowed out for an hour and 5 minutes. After that you have to pit the car. So most cars still haven't yet to come into the pits, and that's going to shake things up a little bit in the last 45 minutes. It also depends on, like I said, whether they actually have to fully stop or not, or whether they will just get away with driving through the pit lane to reset that maximum timer stint, because that's the thing that's going to really shake things up. Noticing though, looking towards the front on my side screen here for a second, Valentin Barrier, we've been recording their progress throughout the race. That Yasi car had a couple of tangles with the Veloce Esports car earlier. Valentin Barrier still closing in on Malinowski ahead. Malinowski closing in on Felix Hacker, who's leading this race. So the top three, it could be getting very close in the last 45 minutes, Tim.
Yeah, definitely could. As I'm now just hitting the 45-minute marker. Again, it just, until people have done their pit stops, it is impossible to know exactly where they're going to be. I mean, I'd love to be in the Discord chats with all these different teams, sort of digging in and finding out the information. Obviously, I'd probably get in trouble for saying it on the stream, because I'm sure they try and keep their secrets to themselves of what sort of plan they're going for. You even see it with some of the big races that sort of openly stream. Oh, car number, is that 88 or 68? Someone just went yellow flag. Who was that? Looked like an 88. Possibly. We're going to risk it. We're going to go back and see what we can see. We will nip back on that one. I think it was car number 88. We saw the yellow flag. Sort of down in the sector 2. I'm pretty sure it was car number 68. I'm sure someone is screaming at me in the Twitch chat saying it wasn't that car, it was something else. But pretty sure it was that one. Either that or my terrible eyes and my awful dyslexia is kicking in. Oh no, here we go. Goes off on the grass, and that's a huge collision with the tyres. That is some seriously heavy front end damage, and actually we saw car number 88 have an issue only a few laps before a few corners earlier in the circuit a little while ago. And yeah, there we go, into the pits. Heavy front end damage visual there. It's a real shame at this stage in the race. I'd be surprised if they do stop for damage. Or weaving down the pit lane, obviously a little bit dejected after that one.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what exactly happened there, because it looked like they started to brake, but the brakes just didn't fully activate. I'm wondering whether they picked up some of the grass on the side, which prevented them from braking as much as they wanted to, but they flew into that wall at quite some speed. You saw the entire bonnet of the car was popped up as well, and like you said, with only 43 minutes left in this race, that's really going to damage their result and send them down a good couple of positions. We're watching the SimRC community driver Lucas Road, now they're overtaking TF Racing, putting themselves up into that 9th place position. That Aston Martin with the yellow stripe across the white livery, been making marks in that top 10 in the last parts of this race. TF Racing driver now, this is the number 41 Porsche, now looks to hold off the Italian job, who started this race on pole, had a lot of a downfall at the beginning, seems to just be going backwards almost, ended up finding himself in the middle of the 10 to 20 mark, now climbing back up towards that top 10 position. Have done a really good job in the last couple of hours of this race, picking up back to speed. And John, we were talking earlier about the Italian job and seeming to find their speed again. They're definitely looking a lot more comfortable now than they were a couple of hours ago.
Oh yeah, certainly. You know, when the weather was, on the turn, it was wet, it was greasy, it was damp. The Honda had absolutely no pace in it at all. Really, really struggled. As soon as the track dried up, went to optimum, and the sun came out, they've definitely found their feet since then. And currently coming under fire is the TF Racing car. Pulls to the inside. I believe that's in for a stop, very close on the bank in there. It's really awkward to judge what your opponent is doing if they do dive down and brake early. It's very, very risky to try and flick around them, essentially, especially in such a fast corner. But the TF Racing car to the pit lane, of course, Italian job make up another position to P10, so just inside the top 10 now. And the Sim RC community car is the next one to dispatch. But we see side by side here, we see an indicator, I believe, on the BMW there, just letting the car, the Aston Martin there of Michael Reschlinger, go through in the bus stop. Team Racing Point go down a position on that one as well, so they find themselves down in P19, although an admirable comeback drive following their massive accident they had at the beginning as well. So good to see drivers sticking about, and I think the 100 points kind of sweetens the deal a little bit, shall we say, on them actually finishing and their championship hopes on that one. Miles Hemming now in the West Competition Racing second car. He should be in theory until the end now, so the number 33 there, currently down in P31. Very different result to the alternate West Competition Racing car, the number 1, is currently up in P4, having a great show on that one. And just looking to the gap of Malinowski and Barrier, I believe Valentin's taken about a second out of Malinowski now. Just waiting for the timing to update on my side on Malinowski's next kind of second time to the Pulse Simsport car. But Tatsvina Hacker certainly driving away and has pulled out a nice gap now at 20.522 seconds through the last sector on that one. Barrier still 6.6 seconds to Malinowski, so looking very close still at the top. I'm not sure if we have another pit stop to go for any of our top guys. Last pit in lap 2 to 4, I think they should all be good to the end. We've got Malinowski last in at lap 216. We've then got Valentin Barrier last in lap 216 as well. Gert Fischer came in lap 225, so he's all the way to the end now. So yeah, I think we have seen the majority of the field make their final pit stop. So it's all going to be up to what you can do on track now, I think, guys.
It's certainly go ahead, mate.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say, I think, John, I was saying this earlier to Tim Lunn, I've got a feeling they may not have to do a full pit stop, but a lot of those laps, I think 200, the ones that hit on lap 260 in particular, would have happened just outside that hour and 5 minute maximum driver stint time. So I think, I'm not sure how much they're going to have to pit for fuel and tyres. It might just be a drive-through, but I think a lot of these cars, especially the ones at the top, have to at least cross through the pit lane one more time before the end of the race. I've just been watching, I think the first main car that was out of the clear was Lucas Road in the number 76, which is of course the SimRC endurance team. They pitted on lap 238, and I think they are the only, they're the first car to get in the clear of pit stop. So I think we've got a couple more cars that still need to peel into the pits for some reason left to go, whether that's for a full stop or just to drive through to reset the stint timer, I couldn't tell you as of yet. It's all to play for in the final 40 minutes.
Yeah, definitely so. And the Sim RC community, Lucas Roadcar, consistently inside the top 10. We've seen him jumping up and down the order so far. Never really fallen out of sequence, shall we say. Has definitely had a good run in their opening round here at Watkins Glen. So might be a car to watch coming through the season. The Aston, obviously a very strong car. We were saying earlier, it's a good kind of all-rounder, shall we say. It's it's probably got its bad circuits, but I mean the majority of the circuits, it kind of pulls its own weight. It does quite well out of it as well. So an all good round pick. Ferrari certainly looking very strong in the manufacturer side of things at the moment. Ferrari in 1st, 3rd, 5th, 6th and 7th, and one just outside the top 10 in P11 as well. So predominant prancing horse kind of presence, should we say, in the front end of the field. And obviously the 296 coming in April just after round 2 at Paul Ricard. So see how that flips the championship on its head. And of course the Porsches with their upgrade coming as well. So exciting times for ACC. Hopefully give the game a little bit of a breath of fresh air, kind of draw some more people back into it, maybe with some new content. GT2 cars also confirmed. Had no word from LFM if they're going to be picking them up in their daily races at all, but I'd like to think they would, being brand new content to the game, to drag a few more people back in. And I, for one, I'm quite excited for the refresh, providing it brings new physics. It's going to be a new learning curve, shall we say, for a lot of folk that are kind of used to how the game feels for the past year or so, and it's now going to get flipped on its head again.
Kunos do love sort of just flipping their game on its head from time to time, don't they? They really they don't take any prisoners. They just suddenly go, oh yeah, your favourite car's very slow now. But obviously, a lot of these drivers can, regardless of what the balance of performance currently is running, I think a lot of these drivers can make the cars work anyway. I think, again, what you were saying about the Aston Martin, it's never an obvious dominant car. It's just quite a safe car, and I think that's the same at the moment for the Mercedes as well. Previously, the Mercedes has been weird, but it is quite a nice, well-balanced car at the moment. So it is lovely to see multiple cars up and about in the grid.
Yeah, definitely so. And I'm not sure how you feel, Tim Peck. Your favourite car, obviously we touched on Tim Lund's favourite car being the Mercedes in its current state. What's your go-to choice of machinery when you choose to race ACC?
Oh, you know me, John. We were actually talking about this yesterday, and you heavily disagreed with me, but I am a Ferrari fan. I love the Ferrari as a car. I picked it up when the new Ferrari actually first came out, and I don't know what it was about it. I know some people struggle a little bit with the car, especially that setup, but I fell in love with it instantly, and that is my go-to car. So it's nice to see the Ferrari finally getting some love, because for a good couple of years I think it was one of the more underlooked cars in sim racing. A lot of people struggling to get a good feel for it, and without a lot of real hard work on the setups, it definitely struggled in terms of performance across most tracks. But I know George Boothby picked it up a couple of months ago, actually towards the end of 2022, and after that it's only shot up in popularity as well, with some other drivers finding setups that work for them. And it's good now to see the Ferrari being one of the top performing cars in ACC. And I imagine as well, we were talking earlier about the update that was about to come out in April, that one of the new parts of that is there's going to be a new Ferrari in there too. I imagine one of the reasons why it's such a popular car in this championship is it gives people that option to maybe upgrade to the new Ferrari once that's released. I believe it's just before the Nürburgring race, so we'll have Paul Ricard, the 24 hours of it, and then the update will release, and you've got 1 month to learn the new cars and switch to them if you want to. And I imagine that is a huge push for the Ferrari at the moment. Instant between car number 1, West Competition Racing, and the number 296, Yas Heat Esports. This is lap 245, turn 11, under investigation. So some late drama between some of the front runners here. That is, of course, the cars in 3rd and 4th place. Hopefully for them, not going to pick up a penalty coming to the last 30 minutes, because if you pick up a penalty now, even just 5 seconds, that is going to knock you down and probably ruin the fight for the position you're in. Just looking at the times now, Garrett Fisher closing in on Barrier. If Barrier picks up a penalty for this, which I don't think they will, I think it's more likely that Garrett Fisher will pick up the penalty. They'll be out of the chance of that podium spot. So we'll see how that fares coming into the final half an hour here.
Yeah, not sure. Sorry, go on, Tim Lunn.
That's right. I was going to say, I'm a little confused because the timings between those drivers, not that many laps ago, were similar to they are now. I don't ever remember seeing them sort of within a second of each other. So I'm slightly intrigued as to what happened for that to be an incident. Because was it lap 245, and I'm showing them on lap 249. So whether that's correct on my screen, obviously I joined halfway through, so my timing screen.
Yeah, it is.
That is correct. So I'm a bit intrigued as to what actually happened between those two to sort of for them to be worth having an incident between, or whether that's maybe an error that someone else has put in and they put the wrong numbers in, possibly.
Quite possibly, but yeah, it seems very strange. Of course, like you say, the gap has always been roughly about what it is now. They've never been really locked bumper to bumper, or split to diffuser, however you want to determine it. So I'm a bit curious to know how it's arisen now into a stewards situation. Of course, for the stewards to get involved, two cars technically have to kind of come together or be near each other to upset each other. So very strange. West Competition Racing and Yas Heat drawn into it as well. So not sure what happened there, but keep your eyes peeled on the race control box. Of course, will flash up at the bottom of your screen. A quick flash of the lights there, and here it comes. We have the stewards' decision for the incident involving the number 1 and the number 296. No further action. However, it was deemed as causing a collision. So at some point these guys have been close together. We've missed it on the broadcast, unfortunately, on what has truly happened. But yeah, very strange indeed. And now we've got an incident between Yas Heat and the Yeet Esports car. Again, lap 245, turn 11. So I'm wondering if maybe lap traffic got in between the two. Maybe somebody hit somebody and it all kind of reared its head in turn 11. So another stewards report for them to look into there. But this could be a game changer if any penalties, like we just said, are handed out during the race. And I'm still curious as to why the Ren Velton car in P7 is still showing the 5-second penalty. They're surely due a pit stop any time now.
Yeah, it's at that point in the race where pit stops are going to come sort of out of nowhere. And yeah, I mean, the only thing I can presume is it possible that there was sort of a move being made to overtake, and then a sort of a back marker has almost been pushed, or there's been contact between a back marker and someone, and although the back marker hasn't necessarily put in a report and said, oh, I got clipped, because they may have thought it was their fault, there is the possibility that sort of, Fisher's gone, hang on a second, that was a bit of a dirty move, let's see if they can get some points out of it. So possibly, which would be absolutely devastating for Barrier if he ends up with any kind of penalty.
Yeah, it's a weird situation to be in here. I'm on the same sort of page as you here, Tim, where that wasn't that long ago. I'm wondering how they could have been that close together to have even caused a collision of some sort, and what's happened there. Clearly we've missed something at some point in time, but as far as I was aware, that gap was always 15 seconds from each other. It's worth noting, though, that gap may be 15 seconds from each other, and Garrett Fisher is catching Valentin Barrier. Valentin Barrier, who was originally 12 seconds off Malnowski, is now only 5 seconds away from the team sitting in second. So Barrier doing a very late push here, hoping to catch up. Speaking of late pushes, SG Stern, Max Florence looking to try and overtake Team Racing Point here. Currently in a fight with a back marker involved as well, helping them to navigate their way through. And it seems like Team Racing Point has nowhere left to go, as another car on the field that isn't part of the fight, it seems to be blocking the way. Coming through the bus stop chicane, Max Florence finds himself ahead. And there's using traffic to your advantage, and then there's just traffic falling into place like that. For SG Stern, that was the perfect situation. Team Racing Point could not go forward if they wanted to there, because there was another car sitting in the way.
Yeah, that's it. We said earlier, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, and that was certainly a giveth moment for their SG Stern. Max Florence in the 199 Mercedes definitely gifted that position almost as he went into the bus stop. Everything, all the stars just kind of aligned, and here we go. We have a stewards report finalising here. The 296 Yas Heat car and the 48 Yeet Esports in lap 245, turn 11. No further action, but deemed as reckless driving. So I'm thinking somebody's bumped somebody somewhere, and it's not kind of gone the way they would have hoped on that one. As you said, possibly on the Yas Heat car, maybe getting involved in a back marker, possibly West competition. Maybe Yeet Esports just putting themselves in a really bad position for the traffic trying to get through. Who knows on that one? Maybe even car coming into the pit lane, kind of getting rear-ended, but doing it so late that it wasn't possible to take any avoiding action. So who knows on that one? But hopefully we will see a kind of let's say a Twitch clip, shall we say. Hopefully somebody's clipped it from somebody's stream along the way of the community, and that will kind of come about in some kind of compilation somewhere. But here we go now. We've got SG Stern just ahead. We've got the Kramer Racing Esports, of course, on a bit of a comeback drive at the moment. Just come out the pit lanes, giving way there, and a very slow Audi on the field. I think, is that Williams Esports joined back in just to take the points I see there? I'm sure that was Williams Esports Audi. Car number 5 is Williams Esports. It is. I'm 99% sure this was raised in the LFM chat earlier. Somebody asked, what do we have to do to get the finishing points? And I think they said a minimum of the 50% distance of the overall race. So currently we are, of course, on lap 253. Divide that down the middle, you get lap 126.5. Williams are only on lap 66 in their race. So they are nowhere near the halfway mark in there. I can't see them turning a solid, what's that, another 60 laps in 26 minutes. It's not going to happen. I don't think Williams quite have seen that post in the chat, because I wasn't even aware of it until somebody else asked the question. So Fiala's attempt here might be all for nothing, because he's just driving very slowly indeed. So
bit of an odd one there, isn't it? Just
very strange.
Round.
Not sure what the game
going back
is.
into the pit? No, not going back into the pits. Okay, might be a bit of a weird one to keep an eye on, that one, if I'm brutally honest. Yeah. Esports is a weird place at the moment, so I won't say anything. But that does seem a slightly odd strategy. We'll say that.
Yeah, I think it's a case of they've probably not seen the post about it. They've joined hoping to still get those participation points. TMMS Performance as well on lap 46, still driving around in this race too. So maybe a couple of cars missing the memo there on how to secure those points, needing to have 50% of the race done. Joining back in the hopes that they can pull some points there, but unfortunately not. TF Racing up the field still in this race. P14 currently looking to get that up into P13. The Symphony of Pistons esports racing team, though, stands in their way currently. Symphony of Pistons, of course, suffered a couple of penalties earlier. A particular stop and go sent them all the way down into 20th place. Now they're up in 13th. But under threat, being pushed down to 14th. They're going through the first corner as TF Racing gets the inside line, really using up the whole track there, forcing the SOP car off. And that will be the Porsche up into that 13th place. Symphony Pistons drop down to 14th. Now looking for a way back through, though, on the couple of turns leading down to the bus stop chicane. Another driver lurking in the background wanted to get through, but now Symphony Pistons tries to retaliate, going for the inside of the bus stop chicane here. No one yielding yet, though. And TF Racing managing to keep the car together on the track, will get the better line and able to pull away from the SOP car. Good fight there late on in the race.
Yeah, I think Conto Giannis, all he's got to really do here now is drive away. As we see a fastest lap for Igor Rodriguez, I think we've figured out what their game plan is. Maybe going for the fastest lap of the race to try and secure any points that they can. I'm not sure if there is any points on the board for the fastest lap of the race. It's not something I've spotted in any reading that I've done over the past couple of days. But yeah, Conto Giannis, all he has to do is just basically drive away from the SOP esports racing team behind. He's just got to keep it clean enough to build enough of a gap where the slipstream of the Porsche isn't given back to the BMW. And of of course, the BMW will just drive straight up to the back of the Porsche and make light work of it going down into the bus stop. We've got SG Stern, the fight here with Mikael Resslinger, again for the home of sim racing esports, the 222. Aston Martin just behind. You see at the bottom of your shot there, the SG Stern Mercedes. So this fight's still not done yet. Cars still wanting to try and make positions up where they can. Of course, just over 20 minutes to go. Track temperature has probably reached its lowest that it will reach, 13 degrees in air and 13 degrees in track. Very different to how we started the race, of course. Track optimum and dry, nice and perfect for those people wanting to set the fastest lap, and I'm pretty sure that's what Igor Rodriguez's game is right now.
I think we've seen some splash and dashes at the front of the grid. Gratas Caracas in the car, and he is down to 4th place. Valentine Barrier in 3rd, Gert Fischer 2nd, and Hacker still up in 1st. But those gaps were much smaller, and obviously Caracas was a fair chunk further up the grid than that, so that's got to have been a splash and dash.
I'm sure Malinowski was just in that car. It wasn't
they
Caracas.
absolutely
They've
were.
had a full stop. They've had a full stop and a driver change this late in the race.
I don't know exactly what they were planning there, but yeah, they have Malinowski came into the pits for the Veloce esports team there in Caracas, back in the car for the final 22 minutes of this race. Got a lot of catching up to do in some terms, as they need to now close that gap to Valentin Barrier and Gert Fischer ahead. However, it's definitely doable, because the Yas Heat esports team, maybe they have to pit. No, they don't. The Yas Heat esports team have also come into the pits, but not done the driver swap. So they've kept Valentin Barrier in. They've done a splash and dash. Like you were saying, Tim Lunn. So Yas Heat, currently in that 3rd place position, have the 12.8 second advantage on Veloce Esports now, and the West Competition racing car, Gert Fischer, has yet to pit. Will most likely have to as well before the end, whether that's a splash and dash as well. But for now, the Yas Heat already closing in on Veloce Esports are going to get that position based on the pit stops alone. And unless Caracas here can catch up to Valentin Barrier and perform the overtake, it's a very good move from the Yas Heat to only have to do the splash and dash rather than the full driver swap.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a pit stop timer on my broadcasting tool I use here, and it seems it goes roughly from pit in to pit out, so it's only a very rough estimation on timings. But Caracas was 1 minute 5 in the lane, nearly 1 minute 6. So obviously full service, driver swap, tyres and fuel more than likely went on there. And Valentin Barrier came through into out 48 seconds. So nearly 20 seconds saved in total on a trip down pit lane, and that's how they've managed to do the old switcheroo. And Gert Fischer into the pit lane as well, currently P2, the number 1 West Competition racing car. They are also elected to come in and do a stop. Not sure the reason for that one. Their pit stop timer has just flashed up as well, 42.799. So they've done even less of a splash than Valentin Barrier has done. I'm wondering who's going to calculate the fuel down to literally the most accurate litre and where they currently situate on the track. I'm just trying to see if I can spot them on the track map. This is Gratas Caracas, the West Competition racing car there, just at the bottom of your picture. So Yas Heat have jumped West Competition Racing in the last 20 minutes of the race. I think this is all to play for. We got Veloce chasing down West Competition, who are going to want to try and get back Valentin Barrier as well. But with the gaps that have opened up, I don't think this is possible. This is a complete flip on its head in the last 20 minutes.
I don't want to say it's impossible. I've seen Caracas do some fairly bizarre things. Another thing coming on here, Yeet Esports versus Yas Heat, lap 245, turn 11. I feel like that is car number 296. That's the same incident on the same lap being reported again, isn't it? But with different cars involved.
It's got to be. Surely.
Well, this time the cars are flipped, because before it was the 296. That was the car that looked like it was under investigation. This time, of course, it's the esports car. So I'm wondering exactly what's going to happen here. I'm going back to the race at hand, though. Veloce Esports, Gratas Caracas, closing in on the West Competition ahead, of course, losing out not just 1 but 2 places in the pit stops due to the driver swap there. I'm wondering if it was a slight oversight from the Veloce Esports team, because we were talking about keeping the final drivers in the car to the end and how that's probably the smart thing to do Malinowski, of course, was in the car. Now it's Caracas, and because of it, they've lost 2 positions. Now it's looking like they may be able to get him on those back, bringing the fight to West Competition now. And already the Veloce Sports car looking very feisty through turn 1. Already all over the back of West Competition as we lead down now towards the bus stop chicane, and just look how close that Porsche is to the rear of the West Competition car. Now swinging out, looking to maybe make the overtake happen before the bus stop chicane. Is there going to be a lunge in? No, West Competition's going to close the door completely on that before getting to the chicane, trying to optimize their line out. The correct thing to do, because it's going to be able to hold on to this position for a couple more laps. Granted, Crackers, though, not wanting to give up, looking for another way through here, perhaps on the West Competition driver. Now looks towards the outside of the beginning of the boot. Now we're leading down towards the toe, and still the Veloce Sports driver can't find a way through here. Can they do anything? Maybe look towards the outside of this corner. There's not enough grip there as we go through the toe of the boot, and now as we come onto the final straight before the heel, the Veloce Sports driver is still unable to find a way through. West Competition Racing, they have a big defence on their hands now if they want to hold on to this podium.
Oh, move up the inside here.
Sorry, go on, Tim Lunn.
No,
take it away, Tim Lunn.
Big move up the inside, going to be on the outside turn, coming into turn 13, I think, at this point. Still side by side, absolutely holding on to it. No contact between them, but I think there must have been a little bit of paint maybe shared. Still side by side. Can he get the move down around the outside? Caracas gets it done and shuts the door. Oh, and a super wide line there from the West Competition car. This late in the race, really need to avoid picking up any off tracks, because you know that those track limit warnings will be piling up at this point. So just under 17 minutes left of the race, and Grantis Caracas has got his podium position back, and I imagine will be on the charge, 8.4 seconds behind second place. Is it doable? Unlikely, but you never know in esports. It can all just go insane in the last 15 minutes of a race.
Yeah, I would say probably not possible, but we, like you say, Tim, we have had some, absolute scenes in the years over ACC esports, so anything is possible. But great driving there from both drivers, of course, Grantis Caracas and Grant Fisher, to not only not run each other off the road, but to give each other just enough room to just about make the moves work that they wanted to pull. And this is of course the pinnacle of what kind of ACC has to offer. So great to see it here. And Eric Delfante, a man that stuck the car on pole yesterday, Friday evening, in both qualification and super pole in the one-shot qualifying format that we do run here. Of course, now finds himself all the way down in P9, although looking to see if he can make a late move on the Sim RC community car. Delfante is definitely the man you want in the car at the moment, of course, being the man that set the pole time. He's going to be in the best kind of state of mind. He's going to know where all the grip excels around Watkins Glen, very close to the exit wall of turn 11 indeed, giving it probably a kiss with the mirror as he dragged his car all the way around it on the banking, and now down into turn 1, just not close enough. The Aston, I think, has just about enough grunt to fend off the Honda. The Honda typically very good in a straight line. We've seen it at Bathurst. It just kind of walks away down the Conrod, and it's one of those cars that you just can't discount in a straight line. Even without slipstream, it's still very, very capable indeed. And the Aston kind of spooling up there on the defence of the inside line into the bus stop. Delfante to the outside, opens up the corner a little bit. There might be a little bit of a rub. Both cars kind of over the curbs, exceeding all of the track that they can, and Delfante just can't make the move stick through the bus stop. I think he was being a bit too nice and a bit too respectful. Of course, the sticker on the rear of that Honda says race like a gentleman, and I think that was some gentlemanly driving there. He could have easily got the elbows out, shoved the Sim RC car way off to driver's right, all over the extra tarmac, over the curb, and nearly ended their race in the wall, but he didn't. He gave him just enough room to just about make that defence stick, and we go for another time by with these two locked, splitter to diffuser. This is going to be a battle to watch to the end.
Not barrier, it's
Tasvina
actually
Hacker.
Felix. Yeah, it's Felix Hacker, Tasvina Hacker, in the pits right now for the Pulse Sim Sport, just coming out Now we're going to see how far ahead they are of Valentin Barrier. So there's also a number 13 incident, and I think that was the 296 yet again. No further action taken on that one, so that's the report from earlier. But Valentin Barrier from the RC Esports now knows exactly how much time they have to make up if they want to catch up with the Pulse Sim Sport car. It's 15 seconds, so probably unlikely that they're going to be able to close that gap, but anything can happen in the final stages of this race. You never know that the Pulse Sim Sport car, may have an incident. We were talking earlier about Veloce Esports having to cover 8 seconds in the last 15 minutes, and whether that was possible, well, that's already down to 5.3 seconds. So Grantis Caracas, showing so much pace today, continues to showcase exactly what they can do. And even though they maybe had a slight undersight in the pit stop, now looks to try and make up for that later on in the race as they push themselves towards the Yas Sports car, try and take back second. We've got a bit of a battle going on here between the Italian job and what looks like a car that isn't directly fighting them, but maybe
SG Stern on the car behind him.
Oh, so that's the driver down 14th at the moment. They're just trying to stay in this race, really. And I'm surprised because SG Stern, they're in 14th. They are a little bit away from the drivers ahead of them as well. If I was them, I'd probably be trying to stay out of the way of the Italian job driver, purely because the Italian job, I mean, they're trying to race Sim RC, who are right there. You do not want to get into an incident with only 12 minutes left of this race, and we've already seen that the Italian job versus Sim RC, that they had elbows out going towards that bus chicane. Like you were saying, maybe they could have got their elbows out a little bit more. I'm personally on the opinion, John, that actually the Italian job, probably realising with only 12 minutes left in this race, it's not worth risking picking up a penalty or even causing an incident with the Sim RC car. Probably not worth picking up this late on. It's better to try and take the 8 now, which they're trying to do. Coming again down towards the bus stop chicane. Can they get off this time? More contact between the two cars, and again, just going to have to let them go is the Italian job. Eric Delfante having to back out once more and let the Sim RC community driver, Lucas Rode, just disappear a little bit because, yeah, again, John, I think the Italian job here, they just have to be careful and they have to do this as cleanly as they can.
Yeah, definitely. We've been screaming it all race, Tim, haven't we? Where drivers should probably abandon these moves they're trying to make through the bus stop and maybe focus more on nailing the bus stop, getting turn 5 essentially right around the banking before you run down the chute to turn 6, 7 and 8. And if you're quicker over a lap, you're going to make it in sector 3 regardless. You know, stick close to him, go single file through the bus stop and then fire up the inside on the downhill towards turn 8 and see if you can make a move stick that way. But I think these guys are kind of oversighting that they do have still 10 minutes to go, but there is other passing places other than the bus stop guys, and I think you need to get this kind of magical move out your head that both drivers are going to yield enough to make it work. And it could, like you say, Tim, possibly be a move-ending race as Delfante now jumps into the slipstream. Tatsvina Hacker goes for the fastest lap, 1:42.725, smashes Caracas' time a little bit more, and it just seems to be turning into a last kind of hot lap session, should we say, for the last 10 minutes. Drivers changing fastest laps back and forth. We have Williams provisionally when they rejoined the server, then Caracas took it again, and then Tatsvina Hacker. I'm wondering who's in the Unicorns of Love. It's Siva. I was going to say, if Huben was in that car, you'd certainly expect another fastest lap there, as we now go for another moment of deja vu to the outside. Delfante breaks a little bit earlier this time, tucks in behind the Aston Martin. I'm wondering if he's heard me shouting from the comms box, do it in sector 3, stop trying to do it in the bus stop. And we're going to see what happens here as we roll around the banking. Yeah, Delfante going to be in the slipstream. He's going to be watching his mirrors for the SG Stern car as we see an incident between the Italian job and the Sim RC Endurance team is under investigation. Turn 5, lap 259. So that was 3 laps ago. They are now starting to look into this. So I'm wondering if the Italian job team felt a little bit hard done by the defence of the Sim RC Aston, and maybe thinks, I'm going to get stewards to look into this and see what they think of it. But I think from what we've seen up in the comms box, it's been relatively fine, Tim.
Yeah, I'd say it's fair game between these two. Yes, they made contact going through the bus stop chicane, but honestly, they've managed to both keep it fairly civil between them. Here comes Viscero Esports driver looking for a move on the racing point. A bit of contact between them sends them off the bus stop chicane, and that is not how you want to try and do an overtake this late on. Viscero Esports now out of that fighting range for a little bit. I'm watching towards the front of the race still right now. Grantis Caracas closing in on Valentin Barrier. They are lapping about a second quicker per lap than the Yas Heat driver right now. So you got them on your screen. Their last lap was a 142.9. Crossing the line, we're going to see what they do in another. It's a 143.162 for them. I can tell you now that Valentin Barrier's last lap was a 144.6. So that's 1.5 seconds the Veloce Esports team has taken out of Yas Heat in that last lap. It's looking like we're going to have a battle down to the line between them, and Grantis Caracas at this speed is looking ever so threatening. I imagine it's the fresh set of tyres they've put on that car, whereas Yas Heat just took the fuel.
Yeah, certainly so. The fresh Pirellis will obviously be that little bit better as we see another fastest lap come randomly from the back of the grid there. The P17, the Mercedes of Offerman setting the fastest lap provisionally. Just double checking that wasn't a bug from the ACC TV. But yeah, it's true in my game as well. And just want to turn your attention to the Sim RC community car. Unfortunately, picked up a drive-through penalty that last time round, and unfortunately it has slipped down out of the order now into P10. So Delfante taking P8 in the Italian job due to an in-game penalty. And yeah, Offerman isn't in the car I thought they were. They are the Pulse, not the Prime Esports team. We have a bug with the ACC overlay at the moment where a few teams are being displayed incorrectly. They're not Pulse Sim Sport number 2. They are in fact the Prime E-Racing team as well. We've got a couple of bugs with, I believe, F1 Memes is being represented wrongly on the team board, and I know RCI has been dealt that card as well. We're under a different name slightly. So hopefully teething issues will all be fixed next time out. But look at this, Valentin Barrier under pressure from Caracas. We didn't think it would be a thing, but it has reared its head now as they come through turn 1. Caracas all over the back of that Ferrari, looking to try and maximise all of the top speed of that Porsche by punching its way through the air with the Ferrari. And he pulls out a little bit, maybe just to delay the gain a little bit there. As we know, the Porsche is a very big gainer down this section, squeezing to the inside. Barrier on the defence. Caracas to the outside now for the bus stop. Both drivers single file, Italian job, and the Sim RC car, no further action, deemed as forcing another car off track. Of course, the drive-through penalty has since reared its head, so that fight has been put to bed, unfortunately. But this fight here is going to be very much alive. Just under 6 minutes to go of the race. I think Pulse Sim Sport have taken the honours provisionally at the moment. They're looking very, very strong. Salzvina Hacker way ahead in the car number 52 there, essentially about 2 corners ahead of these guys. And of course, when these guys start battling, they're only going to slow each other down. So Caracas fired up. He's going to want to get that Veloce Simsport car all the way up past the Yas Heat car, and they come down now to turn 8. Heavy braking zone, the Porsche to the outside. If he can hold this, it becomes the inside for turn 9. Caracas just about makes it stick. Valentin Barrier to the outside in turn 9, and Caracas through to second.
What a beautiful overtake from Caracas there. I'm sorry, Tim, that was just really utilising the brakes there on the Porsche, showing what we've been saying this whole race, that okay, the Porsche, it lacks in top speed, but the brakes are just phenomenal. And I mean, Caracas showcased that perfectly there, absolutely sending it down turn 8. It became the inside for turn 9. All they had to do was hold on to it, and with that fresh set of tyres that they picked up, they were able to do so. A beautiful overtake, and now Yas Heat Esports will try and claw something back, but on old tyres and same amount of fuel, but old tyres, it is going to be rough trying to keep up with that Veloce Esports car.
Yeah, it's not going to be easier. We know the Porsche's, lacking in a straight line, but, what's straight line when the Porsche has a fresh set of boots over you, she's just looking at the back of Caracas as driving away from you. So providing Caracas can keep it on the black stuff as he dips a wheel into the grass through the bus stop, he's going to pretty much run away from Barrier. Hopefully a little bit of traffic ahead, he can find his way through that and then kind of set himself up for the final few laps. But it seems every time I watch a Veloce, this is 2 times now, so last last time RCI 6 Hours Esports, we saw Boothby around the outside of Bischoff, and then this time we see Caracas round the outside of Barrier. So it's a little bit of a recurring theme. I'm going to keep my eye on this and see how it goes over the next season or so here at LFM as well, and see if I can note any more moves around the outside. But move of the race, definitely. God. And GPR Esports, I think this is, as we go to a glorious replay, maybe not so glorious this late on in the race. Coming down the hill, this is turn 8. Brakes comes through turn 8 nice and safely. Looked more like to be turn 10. I think that's Tatsvina Hacker there on the lights flashing, and just gets out on the marbles and just can't get the car turned in, brakes, and unfortunately slides around and just parks it on the outside of the corner there. That's not good, and can't seem to get the car fired again. He's definitely waiting there for a long while, whether he's just trying to find a gap to get through, but he is, I believe, going again, and he does pull into the pit lane, currently P39, although still wanting to get those 100 bonus points, so it's definitely worth staying in, even this late in the race with just under 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe they're going for fastest lap, maybe just trying to go for the honours of fastest lap, because they're quite far down the grid. Car number 11 running in 39th place. The only people behind them is car number 5, which is obviously the Williams esports car we saw come back, and then there's car number 51, who I don't think, well, left on lap 34, so I think maybe they're just going for last lap, some racing lap honours, and decided maybe to just call it a day at that point on the circuit. But yeah, certainly a slightly odd retirement from the track. A battle that's still going on is the one for 19th place, so trying to get one spot more is Richie versus Leslie.
This is the Viscero esports driver as well. We saw them actually have a stab at this earlier. The mistake sent them a couple of seconds back. They've re-caught up with that Team Racing Point driver, and now Viscero esports hoping to try and get through this time a bit more safe. They only have 1 minute and 51 seconds left in this race if they want to make a change. It's not a whole lot of time. They will have another 2 laps, I believe, to do this in, as the leader has crossed the line with plenty of time spare to do one more lap plus one. Of course, once the leader crosses the line after the clock hits 0 is the final lap of the race over. So now Viscero esports, they've got 2 laps left. Try and make something happen here against Team Racing Point ahead, dropping back a little bit, 1.8 seconds now, 2 seconds away from Team Racing Point. The car becoming unsettled, so they're just forcing them back. Instant between car number 71, this is Ren Welton Esports, and the car number 5, which is the Williams Esports in lap 264, turn 1. It's now under investigation. Is that the Williams Esports car? It is the number 5 that rejoined now towards the end of the race.
Yeah, the number 5 that rejoined on 78 laps themselves, and if we're led to believe to get the kind of bonus finishing points, you do have to run, unfortunately, 50% of the overall race distance. So, of course, when Tatsvina Hacker comes through, currently on lap 267, I believe we will get possibly another lap. Can't see them. They're going to make it just about coming down into turn number 8 at the moment, just 30 seconds on the clock, so we might see a slight lift from Tatsvina Hacker just to kind of end the race prematurely, should we say, as now we've got the battle here with Low Fuel Motorsport. Believe ahead it is the TSR pink car, and RCI with a spin down to P36 799. Benjamin Harman, glorious replay, maybe not so glorious for him as he comes now down the start finish straight, pulls over to the right hand side, slams on the anchors, and unfortunately the car behind not paying all too much attention. I think that was the Visceral esports car, so potentially a post race penalty coming for those guys as who we know as Stewie, should we say. Struggles to get the car going again, but this man here, Felix Tatsvina Hacker, with your kind of final podium place, should we say. ACC TV is a little bit ahead of the pictures that were shown. The guys have actually finished the race. So Tatsvina Hacker, Watson and Stanger take your first inaugural race of the Low Fuel Motorsports Endurance Series. Grantas Caracas for Veloce comes in second place with Malinowski and Boothby to support him as well. Valentin Barrier takes the bottom step of the podium at the moment with Inestroza and Foch in that lineup. We then got West Competition Racing coming through in P4, a Low Fuel Motorsports car in P5, Armamentario, I believe, in P6. We've got Lucas Burnt for the for the Renvelten car in P7, although that may be to change, of course, with the stewards inquiry kind of pending on that one as well. We've then got the Italian job in P8. They have come through to finish there. We've then got the Unicorns of Love X kind of Pulse Sim Sport car in P9. And then we've got the Aston Martin of the Sim RC community, number 76, rounding out your top 10 here today. And it's been a fantastic race. I mean, the team here for the English broadcast was kind of pulled together with about a week or so before the green flag dropped. So a lot of us haven't casted together. We've had a lot of things to get in kind of sequence, shall we say. We've had a lot of things to try and balance and make sure work. So if you guys do have any feedback at all regarding the stream, we'll greatly listen to it. If you want to post your comments over in the RCI, not the RCI, sorry, the LFM Discord, to geared into my old casting ways. And yeah, of course, congratulations, as the race control message says in the chat. Congratulations to all who raced until the end. Of course, we will have some pre-race interviews, hopefully coming up with a few of the drivers. So any burning questions for the viewers of Twitch that you want to ask them, do chuck them in the chat, and we can see if we can pose them to them upon leaving the car. Of course, it's a very tricky race this has been. It's not been the easiest one. There's been a lot of mixed conditions, and yeah, it's just been one of those races, hasn't it? It's, I don't know how you boys feel, but I, couldn't have wished for a better round one, let's say.
No, it's been a great round one. 2 seconds, I'm going to go over to our main studio. I just need to make sure that all the sound is going to come out of it, because I realised I didn't set that one up earlier, so I do apologise. So 2 seconds, and then we'll have the audio coming from you two as well. There we go, so apologies on that one. Had to do the quick changeover. So we are technically in the interview box now. No images in this one. Can you guys hear me though?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Tim Lunn. Thank you very much. Hopefully you guys at home can hear us as well. We do have a couple of drivers backing up in the interview waiting room. We've got Inestrosia, we've got the whole lineup from Yassi. We've got Foch, Barrier, and Inestrosa. We've also got Veloce with Grantas Caracas, of course, Tortellini, and George Boothby. And we do, of course, have your race winners as well. Tatsvina Hacker, I see them in there with a few other aliases that I don't recognise. So hopefully that is all their team. So as soon as the LFM team are ready to start firing people in, we'll be more than welcome. Of course, two casting booths essentially. So the German stream is of course still running. They'll also be running interviews. So hopefully we can cycle a few other drivers round, ask them a few of their burning questions, and find out how it kind of went for them over the 8-hour period that we've just raced. Been fantastic. Again, event provided by LFM with the Virtual Endurance Masters. Of course, teams will be competing all season long right up until November, and I'm being asked in the chat if I can move drivers. So guys, any preference on who you want in first?
No, absolutely go for it.
Right, we'll start at the top then, I guess. We'll move Tatsvina Hacker and their race-winning team in here. We have Low Fuel Motorsport raiding with a party of 89 as well. So welcome, guys, from the German stream to the English broadcast. Hopefully we can get a word with some of the drivers. Bear with while we get this underway. And we welcome to the box the race-winning duo. I believe there's no third driver to come in, but welcome indeed. It's what a performance you guys had. You just kind of, you had a, let's just say, trouble-free race. I don't know, we didn't see much of you on the broadcast because you were so far ahead, but, how did it all go? Did you have any issues? How did the car feel? Everything kind of go to plan, or did you have some difficulties?
Going into the race, I think we were kind of banking on the fact that we would be okay at the start. We'd had the slipstream, and the Ferrari suffers like the lack of top speed here. And our plan was just to let anyone go who made a move, and then keep it safe over the chicane. And then I try and get into a rhythm, and that's it. And then as soon as the rain hit, the pace started to show, and I was able to catch P1 very fast, able to get past, and I think I built up like a 30-second gap, which really set in for the race, and it allowed us to make like small mistakes and give us less worry.
Yeah, we did
Yeah.
say, of course, me and Tim Peck were comparing a lot of the fights going on, and we saw a lot of drivers just kind of yielding to each other as almost if to say, go on, I don't want this fight, just keep going, and I'm staying out of trouble. And I think West Competition Racing was one of the cars that we saw do that a lot, and again, it paid off for them just finishing, P4 overall, but it seems like the same tactic worked for you guys at the front.
Yeah, I mean, these guys with me have been so incredibly consistent in their stints, incredibly fast as well. And I think when we put that against the field, we were often matching top pace the whole time. And yeah, I think we would have hoped for a bit more rain to spice it up a bit, but yeah, we did the best we could. It was giga consistent, and yeah, it was insane.
Yeah, the car just felt great all the way through. Never felt any better than any other car. Just hooked up.
Yeah,
Really
we
good.
saw a few Ferrari drivers struggling with the curbs. It's a pretty consistent problem I've seen a lot in ACC where the kind of rear of the car just keeps bouncing. It doesn't actually
Yeah.
kind of settle. And you guys seem to avoid all of that. We saw Visceral, the first car, I believe, stung by it in turn 6, fired themselves off to driver's left quite hard. A few of the drivers battling through the bus stop also came across it. But you guys didn't seem affected by it at all.
Well, we had a few moments. I think like 3 or 4 times was like, oh, okay. Let's hope we don't die. But yeah, if you just concentrate on not, well,
If you don't floor it and you
yeah,
keep
it's
like a
just,
tiny bit of throw on, steering straight, like
then you can get away
it's
with
very
it.
easily savable. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think today is just the show of our consistency. We didn't really falter through any stint. We kept at it and paid off.
Definitely. We've also been covering in the cast, of course, the ACC update that is obviously looming in April, just after the Paul Ricard round. I've asked the question to LFM, and they've confirmed that they are allowing car upgrades mid-season.
We
So,
know.
what's your stance? Are you going to keep the 488, or are you going to see how the 296 turns out? Like,
I
what's
think
your
we'll have
thoughts?
to see. We have to see how they both fare, because if obviously the 296 is better, then sure. But also we need to be careful of the tire wear, like the fuel tank that it has, everything, because endurance is all about consistency and not making any mistakes. And with a new car, I think that's very easily doable. So we'll need to see in every aspect, like retrospect, which is the best choice and whatever.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot of factors at hand, like you say, fuel tank, tire wear, fuel usage, etc. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the mid-season shake-up here at LFM when the upgrades do come. Obviously, the Porsche boys open to that one as well, and nobody yet to pick the Lamborghini in the 49 teams that I've spotted. So yeah, one that's a little bit ignored, shall we say, in the grid. Tim, any questions to your race winners at all from you guys?
I think my only question for you guys is obviously today you had a very dominant performance. You all seemed really comfortable out on track, and like you were saying, Hacker, all the drivers in your team were putting out some fast lap times across the race. How are you feeling about the rest of the season? Obviously, we're going next month to Paul Ricard. Are you as confident on those tracks, or is there one track in particular you're maybe worried about?
I think we'll just do it by a case basis. Obviously, the big update is coming, so we don't know what is working, what is not working, how the car behaves on every track. So we just have to wait and see how it pans out. But for now, we just celebrate
Yeah.
this victory.
we
Really
knew
awesome.
we knew this going into this round that it would be like a really good round for us. The pace looked strong the whole practice, and I will say thank you to UOL and to Veloce. They were incredibly good in like determining what average pace would be, and I think we would be a whole lot more nervous going into this round if I didn't have that confidence, and I think it would have been a very different result if I didn't have that practice going in. But yeah, this was a very strong round for the Ferrari. Next round is Paul Ricard, which is not known for like the best Ferrari track, but we'll have to see how it goes. Hopefully it rains. It'll probably help us a lot. But yeah, thank you and congrats to Veloce and to Yassi.
Well,
Yeah,
go enjoy your win. Tim, did you have any questions before we wrap up with these guys?
What is going to be your drink of preference now that you've finished 8 hours of furious racing?
A glass of water because I'm
Yeah.
underage.
I do
I don't
forget
have any
that.
beer here.
That's it.
No
Superb
judgment.
pace, though.
No judgment here.
But yeah,
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank
Superb.
you.
Congratulations, guys. Hopefully starting as you mean to go on in the series. But your race winners there, Pulse, SimSport, Tatsvina Hacker, and Stanger. And, of course, Jordan Watson, part of that lineup as well, who wasn't with us today. I'm going to move you boys out. I'm going to move the next guys in, being Veloce, unless you guys want to disconnect at your own accord. Completely up to you on that one. But, yeah, let's bring in Veloce, shall we?
Thank you.
And here they are, P2, Veloce, the number 75 Porsche. What a race. George interviewed you literally a few weeks ago about your kind of last to first challenge, and you thought Kyle Army wasn't good enough, so you wanted to try at Watkins Glen again after lap one, or?
Yeah, it was all clearly planned, you know. Obviously the start of the race, it was the track was wet and damp, but there was no actual rain, so it was going to dry up fast, and we were like obviously contemplating, do we start on the wets, do we start on the dries? But then whilst we were on the grid, the track was already like transitioning, so we were like, yep, let's go slicks. Almost everyone, else decided slicks, but unfortunately, Mache just didn't put on the slick tires. He did all the pressures for slicks, but then didn't put on the slicks. So within 3 laps, the car was just like, bright red, wet tires. So yeah, we lost a whole pit
I went
stop.
through everything. I double checked everything. Dropped the car off the jacks, went to the grid, 10 seconds to go, everything seems perfect. I look at the tires, pressure seems fine. Oh shit, wet. And it's like, okay, that's gonna be interesting, because like the closer we were getting to the start of the race, the more clear it was that it's like 100% slicks. And it was because there were so many cars that went on slicks. When you're still standing on a grid, you can see what tires people have on the cars.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like 50-50. And the closer it was getting, everyone was putting just slicks on. But we had wets, so we just realized it last second. But, it is what it is. We just tried to get the best out of it. And I think we did a pretty good job out of it, actually.
Yeah, I'd say so. We saw a lot of cars on the grid as we were watching the weather as well. It started off wet, it transitioned to damp pretty quick, and we weren't too sure how quick it would go to greasy. But it was that do you, don't you, dries or wets, what do you choose? And yeah, unfortunately or fortunately, you made the right call. You guys went so quick out of the gate. You jumped ahead of everybody, but then, like you say, you just had to kind of pit quite early, which then, of course, flipped the strategy kind of on its head. We were a little bit confused towards the end as well. When you bought Tortellini, you came in, I believe, and handed the car over to Grantas. And we thought, it's a bit weird with like half an hour to go. What's the game here? Of course, you chucked on new tyres as well. And Grantas, you smashed those laps in towards the end, can I just say? It was absolutely insane.
Yeah, it was insane. Like everyone was doing the different strategy. They didn't go for the new tires, so they just they can finish the race on the same tires. We couldn't do that because the Porsche struggles on tires, especially in this track, and we thought maybe we can go for the fast lap, which we got. We got fast lap, but then it got stolen away from the leaders and other people. But yeah, it was a real nice comeback. We overtook as well 2 cars, and that last one was really fun. So yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, definitely.
It was definitely Grandas' drive in the dry that made that race. Because when we got to like after wets driving around to like top 10, it really started to be like difficult to go for the fear, because then you actually are fighting with faster people, and he absolutely killed all those dry stints. His pace was amazing, so that really got us that P2 in the end.
Yeah, we touched on it as well. Kind of towards the latter half of the cast, Tim raised a valid point of obviously you and Yas Heat kind of used to mix together, so you kind of all know each other a little bit. You know how each other drive. You know maybe how to get in the mind of the other driver as well. And did that cross your mind at all when you were chasing down the Ferrari towards the end?
Well, no, really. Like we're just fighting like normal. Like the normal competitors, I obviously give respect to each other, and yeah, we just enjoyed our fights. That's all.
It's only first race of the season, so like there's no like car 1, car 2, or someone gets an advantage, right? So we just race as it would be just another competitor. Obviously, you have to respect them like everyone else and not crash them out, right? But
yeah. Yeah, definitely. And we touched on it briefly with the race winners as well. The new machinery coming to ACC. We know the Porsche is getting an update. Are you guys going to choose it, or are you going to kind of feel it out and see how it goes, or what's your thoughts on it?
There's no question. I think everyone's going to update to the new cars. Just the way this game is, like every time a new car's released, it's always Kuno's always find a way to make it better than the old one, right?
Yeah.
Or they'll nerf the old car. So yeah, guaranteed. Like unless something weird happens, we'll definitely be in that new Porsche.
Yeah, we were saying in the broadcast, of course, when the M4 came, that was, M4 Cup for a good solid month or two with various leagues running it. So hopefully the new machinery maybe feels on par with that. But of course, anybody in the old machinery is going to be a bit kind of disadvantaged, shall we say, not receiving updates.
It's an endurance championship, not only sprint. So I would expect the newer car to just over a very long distance work in a very more efficient way. So it's going to be probably better on the tires, maybe better on fuel and stuff like that. So maybe on raw pace, it could be really fast, right? But as a new car, it just should be so much more efficient in the way how it works, and it's just easier to drive and so on.
Yeah, definitely so. And obviously time will tell on that one. Update launches just after, obviously, April 15th, round 2, Paul Ricard. So come Nürburgring, everything's going to kind of flip on its head, we expect, and maybe see a few different names towards the front and mixing it up with the big boys, shall we say. Tim, any questions to second place while we've got them in the box?
I'm going to ask the same question that I just asked the other guys, and that's obviously today you guys all looked really strong on pace, climbing through the field that quickly. It was a huge achievement. Looking now towards the future, though, the rest of the calendar, are there any races that you're excited about, any that you're nervous about? How do you feel about the rest of the championship?
I don't even remember what's the championship apart from knowing that there is obviously Paul Ricard coming, and you said there's Nürburgring, right? But I actually don't even remember the calendar. I remember looking at the team names, and obviously this race, Ferrari was looking extremely strong, and it was definitely their race to lose, I'd say. But I think championship-wise, we were looking at the driver rosters that we have. We were looking at Williams as our main competitor for the championship. And I would say we got extremely lucky today with them having bad luck. It's a little sad as well, but we have now an advantage, and I think they're gonna be to the end of the championship our main competitors if they actually get to do a proper race. Because today I think they had some very bad luck with just not being able to put one of the drivers in the car, so they had to just DNF.
I think for me, in terms of actual tracks, I swear it's Bathurst 24 hours, right? Towards the end,
last
final
round.
race.
So if the Porsche
stays,
if the Porsche stays as it is right now in terms of handling the new one, if it's very similar, that is going to be very scary. So I'm really hoping that the new Porsche is a little bit more like a car. If it handles like a car, then we'll be okay. But yeah, I think all the teams are going to be a bit wary of that one just because of, one mistake and there goes 2 laps, so.
Yeah, definitely. It is a circuit that does bite quite hard when it decides to bite. And Tim Lunn, any final questions from you before we get obviously Yas Heat in the box?
Same question that went to the winners of our race. Grantus, I know your answer might be slightly different, as I know you're slightly younger. What is your celebratory drink after getting yourself in second place on the podium? And I think if anyone does deserve a drink, it's probably Grantus today.
I don't know, water maybe?
That's what Tasmina Hacker said as well. Exact same answer.
Maybe I'll just take some ice cream and yeah, just chill.
Nice.
I'm going with
I-
many
I'm sat
beers
here
for
with a cup of
George.
tea.
Tea
I don't
tonight.
have any beer. I don't have any
Ah,
beer. So
Last time it was many
cup of
beers
tea.
from the
Oh, yeah.
RCI series.
yeah, that
George,
got a bit out of hand.
George, I still have those tokens from Spa. Do you want a special beer for 2 tokens?
Go on then. I'll have a beer.
Brilliant.
I've got a cup of tea and 2 cream eggs, so that'll do
Lovely.
Oh, that's a naughty combination, that is.
Brilliant. But yeah, congratulations, guys. Veloce Esports, of course, taking P2 in the inaugural round of the LFM Virtual Endurance Masters. So well done to you, boys. And
Cheers,
can't
guys.
wait to see, obviously, the struggle that's going to be Paul Ricard in a straight line, unfortunately. But hopefully, of course, it's not a sprint. It is an
We'll
endurance.
make
So
it fly,
maybe,
literally.
yeah,
Yes, it will fly.
maybe Lady Luck might be all right.
All right, thanks, guys.
Cool. Thank you,
Thanks,
guys.
guys.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations
Well
again.
done,
Take
guys.
care.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
And finally, we're going to bring in the Yas Heat team, of course, of Valentin Barrier, Angel in Astrosia, and Sir Foch into the mix. Of course, a load of names that need no introduction to their performance. And yeah, congratulations, guys. We said it to the past two, but yeah, well done. It wasn't an easy race by any means. We saw you kind of just outside where we expect to see you at the top end of the field, but with some super consistent driving, you guys just found your way back up. How was it for you? And, you know, did you face any challenges with the mixed weather?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'd say it was one of those. We often say qualifying doesn't really matter for an endurance race, but in that particular case, I feel like a better Super Bowl lap would have definitely helped us through the race, because definitely starting P12 was very difficult through the first stint or two, having to overtake cars
I
that
would say first 4 stints or so, we were always on
Maybe.
someone's back.
Yeah, we had to overtake cars that were a bit slower than us for a long time, and that costed us a fair amount of time. But I think we drove, all of us, the best we could have. We were really consistent. We survived in a Ferrari over the bus stop chicane, the full race, which is also an achievement. Yeah, well, I think that was just good from all three of us.
That was going to be my next question. I asked the Pulse SimSport guys, Tatsumina Hacker and Stanger, what they thought of we all know ACC Ferrari rear suspension loves to bounce. Apparently, at one point, somebody told us in chat that Foch, you were watching in Astroza through the bus stop. Every time they went through, you kind of pulled a weird face, like you were scared they were going to crash. Almost essentially. How did you guys find the Ferrari? We saw Visceral with the suspension bump fire themselves off at turn 6 into the Armco, and then a few more times over the bus stop. But it's really weird that it happens. But you know, did it affect you at all?
Oh, you definitely need to make a highlight compilation of all the replays of Ferraris committing the bouncing donkey, is what we call it, instead of prancing horse. The bouncing donkey.
Donkey. I like that. I'm going to take that for the next broadcast.
I mean, after driving like 6,000 hours in this car, every time you get kind of close to where you know it could end like really tragically, you always flinch a little bit. So yeah, it definitely wasn't the most pleasant experience spectating. It's even worse when you're spectating, because you know you don't know how much understeer is gonna get there, and there's that one line you know is 100% gonna kill him. So yeah, we definitely had some cold runs though.
In Astroza, I have this in the bag. Don't worry about it. There's no bounce. What are you talking about? Doesn't exist. Cool as ever.
It's like, sorry, what?
I said as cool as ever.
Yeah. I mean, Samir said something like he has been dreaming like this car for, I don't know, 600 hours, something like that. Imagine me. 6,000. Oh, holy. Okay. Okay. Imagine me that I started driving it yesterday.
You know nothing about the bouncing donkey then, do you?
Exactly. I don't know anything about it.
He has not experienced Imola or anything like that yet.
No, definitely not. That is on the calendar later on towards the end. But we did ask the other guys in the Ferrari and the Porsche. Obviously, the update rumored to come April 19th, if the YouTube trailer is anything to go by. Are you going to take the new Ferrari, or are you going to see how it comes and make a decision later on? Because obviously the Paul Ricard round is too early, so the next round you can take it, of course, will be round 3, which would be the Nürburgring for 8 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's very likely that we will take the new 296. Also, have you seen our racing number?
Is it 296 by any chance?
Yes.
What a weird
stars then.
coincidence.
God, how coincidental. So yeah, no kind of guesses on what you're picking come the May round.
Yeah,
of,
it's very, unless the 296 is for some reason very slow, which I think it's not going to be the case. We're going to switch to this car.
Yeah, I say Tortellini said the same thing, and Boothby said, if the last car's anything to go by that they've released, with the BMW M4, I think when the Ferrari Evo initially came, it was quite OP. Correct me if I'm wrong. In typical Kunos fashion, if they make it much, much better, of course, it's going to be a kind of no-brainer.
Yeah, basically.
Definitely so. Tim, any questions to your P3 entrants or winners?
Same question as before. I'm guessing Tim's is the same as well, so I'll leave his until last. But same question I was asking the other guys is obviously you've got quite an interesting calendar ahead of you. Today you guys look very good. You had a lot of pace around the whole track at Watkins Glen. Going into the next couple of rounds, are there any that you're really excited for where you think you've got a lot of pace, or are there any that you're actually a little bit worried about?
Basically, we have no idea about the races after Paul Ricard, because we have no idea what to expect with the new update, right? So I think
we're not excited for Paul Ricard. Is basically.
Yeah, we'll see
after that, but not very excited for Paul Ricard.
Paul Ricard is gonna be scary again.
And it's going to be scary and not very fast is the problem.
I think the Porsche boys said something similar when we asked them.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it's any consolation, everyone else said that too. So you're all in the same boat for Paul Ricard, it seems.
Yep.
Everybody's just going to be screaming internally, going down the main straight and all around the bend. So yeah, great round to be coming up soon. 24 hours of that. We're a sucker for punishment, I guess, on this one. Tim Lunn, over to you with your question to round out the interview.
The final question, it's gone to the other two teams on the podium as well. What is your celebration drink this evening?
I wish I could say beer or something fancy, but unfortunately I don't have none of that. So I'm thirsty right now, and I would just have a big glass of water, and that's it.
That's the first response everybody keeps saying. The first person to answer the question says water. Tatsumina Hacker said it because he's underage. Karaka said it as well because he's underage. And now Barry has hit us with a water response as well.
He's also underage.
Memes.
He's 14 with 7-year experience.
Been sim racing since he came out of the womb.
I might go for a gin and tonic.
Oh, fancy, man.
That is classy, man. That's classy.
Classy fosh. I like it. But yeah, I think that
actually, I have Prosecco in the fridge.
Oh, even better. There you go.
Yeah.
Just crack it open in the kitchen, spray it everywhere, and worry about it later.
Yes.
But yeah, brilliant drive from you guys. Congratulations, as I said to the previous two as well. And we're super excited to see what happens in the rest of the season regarding this title fight. Of course, Williams being ever so slightly out of it today. Could they come back up and be the spanner in the works? But time will tell. Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Cheers.
Thank you very much. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
See you later.
Bye. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
And that, I believe, rounds us out for the first edition of the Virtual Endurance Masters right there. Of course, Pulse Sim Sport taking your inaugural win with Veloce in P2 and Yas Heat coming in P3. Of course, all results will be probably pending any stewards' inquiries or decisions that are yet to come after the race, but we'll probably have a good rundown of the championship and the way it stands next time out. Of course, none of this would have been possible without any of the sponsors of this event. Of course, Low Fuel Motorsport, we all know about those. Leanne Lee, founded in 1983, still family owned and ran. CaseKing.de with their British partner, of course, overclockers.co.uk. Noble Chairs, Moser Racing, Next Level Racing, Glorious Gaming, Ducky, and of course HC Dizzy, of course a passionate German Twitch streamer who's been heavily involved in RCI a lot of the time as well. And it's been a great stream, I think, from the English side and the German side as well. We appreciate everybody, every single one of you watching at home that has joined us, whether it be for a small period or you've been here for the whole nearly 9 hours, I think it's got to be now. We've gone through 2 broadcasters and a handful of commentators as well. And yeah, it's great to have you all with us on this exciting journey to see who will become, of course, the Virtual Endurance Masters with LFM. Cash prizes on the line, of course. First place taking €5,000, second place €2,500, and third place with €1,000, and non-cash prizes to be taken as well. So it's going to get super, super competitive come November, and I, for one, cannot wait for it to kick off again. Next month, you can, of course, catch us on April 15th for round 2, where we head to Paul Ricard for 24 hours. Nothing like dropping them in at the deep end in round 2. So that's going to be fantastic to cast and watch. But from myself, of course, John Dalton, from Tim Peck alongside me, and from Tim Lunn, who has been bringing you some of the pictures this afternoon, and of course Christian Romano, who we had this morning, and of course Kevin Galvin, who started the broadcast alongside with me as well. We bid you all farewell. We hope you have a wonderful rest of the month, and we will of course see you here on the Virtual Endurance Masters Twitch channel for another round on April 15th. Take care.